Section 1 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clare. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction Volume 1. The Tomb Dweller by Alice I. Fuller. Prowling about in graveyards may not be an exhilarating pastime for the average person, but it has always been my favorite diversion. My earliest recollection is of the insatiable craving for grim and ghostly things that has dominated my life. While other youths of my age were engaged in sports or strolling along quiet lanes arm in arm with the maidens of their choice, I was often amusing myself by roaming among the graves of the countryside ancestry, or by perching on the dilapidated rail fence that surrounded the neglected village burying ground, trying to visualize the portentous spectacle when all those tombs should burst asunder at the sound of Gabriel's trumpet, and the mouldering skeletons within them should stalk rustily forth to take their places at the bar of judgment. When thus employed, my morbid imagination would regale me with ghastly visions of doleful nodding skulls borne aloft by fleshless limbs that creaked timorously onward. Among my most valued possessions are several notebooks which contain much graveyard lore as well as all the epitaphs I have gleaned from a varied assortment of tombstones. Many of these stones were mottled with moss and lichen and crumbling with age, but I found them to be of even more absorbing interest than their modern neighbors, whose cold perfection was as yet unsullied. Delving for hidden treasure could not have fascinated me more than the deciphering of dim legends on the rigid faces of ancient, time-scarred memorials. When a lad, I enjoyed glibly reciting the most dismal of these productions to the horror or disgust of my hearers. One inscription of which I was then especially fond proclaimed the following mandatory reminder of our common fate. "Reflect, my friend, as you pass by, as you are now, so once was I. As I am now, so you must be. Prepare for death and follow me. From out the grave I speak today to you who now are on the way. To join the millions turned to dust. There's no escape, for die you must." These terse lines, repeated in sepulchre tones, never failed to grate upon the ears of my audience. As I grew older, my retinue of graveyards was extended by means of a motorcycle until there was none within 100 miles with which I was not familiar as with the cemetery in my immediate neighborhood. My fondness for the society of the dead weaned the living from me. One by one, even my closest relatives deserted me until finally only my mother tolerated me. They would suddenly think of some urgent errand that must be attended to at once if I was seen approaching. I would find the family living room emptied soon after I had entered it, and the loafers on the store porch would drift away simultaneously whenever I neared their rendezvous. At times I resented this, but usually it amused me. People had grown to dread my presence because I never neglected an opportunity of discoursing on death and the grave. "He has studied tombstones so much that he looks like one," once floated back to my ears from a retreating group, but I was undisturbed by such remarks. My father left a competence sufficient to provide each of his 3 children with a comfortable income. Therefore, I was free to devote my life to the peculiar pursuit that appealed to me. The death of my mother severed the last link that bound me to my childhood home, excepting the graves of my kindred. Strange as it may seem, these mounds were more attractive to me than many of those that rested beneath them had ever been when they were alive. After the death of my mother, my elder brother insisted that the homestead be sold and the proceeds divided. I then resolved to spend the remainder of my life visiting every graveyard I could find. Accordingly, I purchased a high-powered automobile, had it fitted with every convenience for comfort and safety, employed a callow youth who knew practically nothing but how to drive a car prudently, and started on my journey. A companion who was capable of asking pertinent questions or of being annoyed, as most normal persons are, by my odd characteristics and aim in life, was not desirable. We traveled deliberately. There was no need of haste, and I was determined to overlook no spot that harbored the bones of a departed member of the human race. Whenever such appeared, I left my man in the car and began investigations. Gloatingly, I threaded my way amidst myriads of graves. Some were dreary, sunken, and weed-grown. Others were beautifully rounded and covered with gay, nodding flowers, smilax, or graceful ferns. Occasionally I would find the grounds skillfully laid out with winding, flower-bordered walks and radiant with fanciful beds of coleus and geraniums, but most of the surroundings bore piteous evidence that the dead are soon forgotten. Ugly weeds filled the grounds, and long, strangling briar tentacle tripped the feet, scratched the hands, and tore the clothing of anyone whom ventured among them. Despite all obstacles, the most satisfying hours of my life were spent strolling leisurely among the tombs, reading the inscriptions on the stone and pondering on the futility of the struggle for wealth, fame, and all the other vain and fleeting things for which humanity contends. Almost a year had passed happily in this manner, and we were traveling through a delightful part of New England near the close of a glowing spring day when I espied a most attractive cemetery crowning a symmetrical elevation a short distance from the highway. An avenue lined with majestic trees led upward to the ornate iron gate that closed the entrance to the grounds. It was a beautiful scene that met my eyes as I loosened the latch and stepped inside the gate. The walks and drives were laid out with puritanical precision and paved with broad slabs of stone. Directly in front of the entrance, a large block of the finest white marble was mounted on a handsome granite base. Standing forth in bold relief upon the flawless surface were Grey's immortal words, "The paths of glory lead but to the grave." Never did that exquisite line appeal so vividly to me as when I stood there and gazed about me in that princely city of the dead. Stately monuments reared their glistening heads on every side, intermingled with many less lofty but no less faultless triumphs of the sculptor's art. It was plain that many dwellers in that peaceful haven of rest had trod the paths of glory to their ultimate destination. Illustrious names, famed in song and story, and familiar to every urchin in the land, gleamed forth upon those noble memorials. The air was vibrant with the song of birds and laden with the fragrance of the trailing arbutus, that sweet, modest flower so dear to the heart of the New Englander. Many of the shaded graves were carpeted with the clinging tendrils of these plants, and other artless flower faces peeped here and there among the greenery. There were no fallen tombstones, no broken, moss-grown slabs. All was neat and revealed the touch of skilled and loving hands. Passing slowly along, making notes in my memorandum book and drinking in the beauty and sublimity with which I was surrounded, I finally came to the farther slope of the hill. Here the graves were few but not neglected, and I saw a small stone building, evidently a private vault. There were tiny grated windows on either side, and the structure was partly under the surface of the ground, it having been built into the side of the hill. A tall ventilator rose above the roof, and on approaching I was surprised to see a small chimney which had been hidden from view by the ventilator. I attempted to peer in at one of the little windows, but could discern nothing as the glass had been rendered opaque. I then passed around to the front of the structure. A stone slab served as a door. There was no sign of fastening on it except a hole that had been drilled through it, evidently for a cord to pass to the outside for the lifting of an inner latch. As I stood there regarding the building with curiosity, the door suddenly opened and an aged man appeared on the threshold. He startled me, as I had thought the place unoccupied, at least by the living. The man gazed at me with a look of extreme hostility and asked curtly, "Why are you spying at my home in this way?" "Home?" I echoed. "Surely you don't live here, do you?" "Indeed I do. Why shouldn't I?" "Well, you see, I thought this building a vault until I saw the chimney on it. After that I was puzzled and wondered what it was intended for, but it never occurred to me that it might be a dwelling." "When you have lived as long as I have, you will know better than to judge things by their appearance," was the cold reply. "Excuse me," I ventured. "I didn't mean to be rude. You've chosen a most beautiful environment in which to live." The stranger eyed me piercingly for an instant, then said, "Do you really mean that?" "Certainly I mean it. I envy you your neighbors. Most people are more afraid of dead men than of live ones, but I prefer the peaceful, unobtrusive dead every time." The old man's deep-set black eyes lighted with pleasure. "Ah," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together gleefully, "you're the man I've been looking for these many years. Sit here and chat with me." He indicated a bench beside the door. It was gratifying to meet this strange character. Feeling that his ideas might accord with my own and that we should find mutual enjoyment in each other's company, I was glad of the opportunity to talk with him. He was an intelligent-looking man of above-average height, well-proportioned with broad shoulders and long, sinewy arms. His hair and silken beard were long, but well-kept and of dazzling whiteness. He had the chastened expression of one who has suffered much and walked patiently within the shadow, and his broad brow was furrowed as by intense thought. Yet he had an air of contentment that a monarch might envy. We seated ourselves on the bench and conversed on topics of general interest. In response to his questions, I told him of my obsession and consequent journeyings. He was much interested, and when I finished, he grasped my hand and exclaimed fervently, "Thank God that I have met you. No man has ever entered my home, but I want you to come inside with me. You will then be able more fully to understand what I am resolved to tell you. The story is not a pleasant one. When you have heard it, you will know why I live as I do and why I prefer dead neighbors." I followed my host into his dwelling. It contained only one room, but a curtain was drawn across one end, dividing it into 2 apartments. A small stove, a rude homemade table, one decrepit chair, a well-filled bookcase, and a stool completed the visible furnishings. We seated ourselves, and my companion began his story. I am what might be called a Southern Yankee. My father was a Confederate captain, and my mother a dyed-in-the-wool Yankee, whose parents disowned her when she eloped with a dashing young officer in Greye. My twin brother Ronald and I were born in Alabama in the midst of the chaos following the Civil War, and our boyhood days were darkened by the fearful struggle for existence experienced by the people of the South at that time. You and I seem to have similar inclinations now, but I was quite young opposite when a lad, for a haunting fear of being buried alive made an abject coward of me. Consequently, I had no liking for graveyards or what was in them. I was subject to a sort of catalepsy, the exact nature of which was never determined. My parents thought the condition might have resulted from an injury inflicted upon me when an infant. At any rate, I had several attacks of more or less severity, during which I appeared to be dead. I could hear all that was said, but couldn't move a muscle. Usually I soon recovered, but on one occasion the authorities insisted that I be buried, as I had been pronounced dead by the physician and the coroner, but my mother refused to listen to them, declaring she would not believe me gone until she could see signs of decomposition. If she had lived a few years longer, the things I am about to relate to you would never have happened. My parents and I were reticent about my seizures. Even my brother was ignorant of their character, and the subject was painful to us. Naturally, I lived in constant dread of another attack, and you can imagine with what apprehension I watched my faithful mother growing older and frailer from year to year, for, aside from all else, she meant to me her demise might mean my premature burial. I had reached the age of 19 when mother passed away, and my father, who was devoted to her, followed her in less than a year. The old home seemed so desolate after our parents were gone that Ronald and I decided to dispose of it. We sold it and settled on a plantation in a thinly populated part of Georgia. The neighbors were few and far between, but we enjoyed the seclusion, and my health seemed improved by the change. I had taken treatment and hadn't had a cataleptic attack for several years. I had great hopes that I was cured or had outgrown the trouble entirely. Then the dreaded blow fell like a bolt from the blue. I was pronounced dead while in the throes of an attack of more severity than any previous one. The physician who was called knew nothing of my former attacks and declared me a victim of heart failure. Shortly after moving to our new home, Ronald and I had fallen in love with the attractive daughter of our nearest neighbor. She had found it difficult to decide which was which of us, as Ronald and I were identical in appearance, but love had found a way, and the girl we both loved had promised to be my wife. As soon as we became engaged, she had tried to discourage the attentions of my brother, in as kind a manner as she could, but I became the object of his most violent anger, and from that time on it was very hard for me to get along with him. Thus it was that our relations were rather strained at the time I was stricken, which was a month after my engagement. The horrible fate that had dogged my footsteps for so many years fell upon me when least expected. It is impossible for me to describe fully the anguish of mind I experienced while being prepared for and awaiting burial. If you have ever been in the paralyzing clutches of a nightmare and helplessly watched the approach of some awful doom, you may have a faint conception of the agony I passed through. Each hideous detail of my ghastly plight tortured me without mercy. I imagine the lowering of my body into the grave, the hollow thud of the clods that followed it. The smell of the dank, cold earth rose in my nostrils. I felt the creeping of the slimy worms that would soon rob me of human semblance. The ordeal of slow suffocation in abysmal darkness flaunted its horrors before me. Grim death leered and beckoned, and I knew there was no one that could save me. On that fatal morning I could hear the old Negro wench who acted as our housekeeper as she shuffled about crooning dismally, dusting and arranging the chairs in the seldom-used parlor where my coffin had been placed to await the funeral service which was to be held that afternoon. My brother came in several times and stood silently beside me. I felt that he was thinking he would now have clear sailing and could win my sweetheart, but I didn't think then that he was really glad I was dead. I couldn't believe that my own brother had reached that point in his hatred of me, but I was soon to know the worst. At Ronald's request, the few neighbors who had gathered at the news of my death returned to their homes, and our old servant left the house to go to the village for supplies. Ronald gave her permission to stay until evening, as her daughter who lived there was ill. Then he seated himself in a room adjoining the parlor, and everything became very quiet. God, how I prayed for power to move or to speak. Only a few hours remained before my burial would take place unless I could prevent it. After a time my brother came into the parlor again. As he did so, someone outside whistled sharply. The day was cool and stormy, and the windows were closed. Ronald crossed the room, apparently to look out, and said, "Go around to the side door." The side door opened into a small vestibule separated from the parlor by portieres. I could distinctly hear all that was said in the vestibule. Ronald entered it and opened the door to admit the caller. As soon as the man spoke, I knew him to be a laborer who had been helping us to clear land on our plantation. He was a rough specimen, part Indian with a strong trace of Negro blood. He had a brutal countenance and a silent, furtive manner. I had disliked to have him around, but my brother had insisted on hiring him as he was a good worker and strong as an ox. But at this time Ronald seemed impatient with the fellow. "What do you want?" he asked gruffly. "I just wanted to tell you all I done got that thing all fixed. He can't miss it, and—" "What are you telling me that for now?" My brother broke in angrily. "Don't you know he's dead already?" There was a moment of stunned silence. "Dead? You ain't foolin' me, be you, boss?" "Of course not, you fool. He died yesterday very suddenly. We won't go into that matter any farther. You cover that thing up and go on with the other work. Be sure you keep your mouth shut, too." The man cursed roundly. "Keep my mouth shut nothin'," he snapped out. "I done that dirty job for you. I mighty nigh fell in afore I got done. Now I wants my money, and I wants it damn quick. I done ripped my sister in Louisiany to get me a job, and I'd be in a Saturday. If you don't pay me off, I'll blow the whole's doin's." There was a menace in his savage tone as well as in the words, and Ronald hastened to pacify him. "Well, you go back to your cabin until after the funeral, and I'll pay you in time for you to start to your sister's place tomorrow," he answered brusquely. The sullen visitor departed, and my brother came back into the parlor, muttering angrily under his breath. He paused and stood at my side. How I longed to rise and strike him down. I knew then that he was not only glad I was dead, but was plotting to kill me when disease had laid me low and saved him from being my murderer. I could think of no reason for his treachery except that he was so determined to win my sweetheart for his wife that he was willing to take my life to accomplish it. As he turned to leave, his foot caught on one of the trestles that supported the coffin. It collapsed and fell to the floor with a crash. The coffin turned on its side, and, as the lid hadn't been fastened in place, I rolled out and lay face downward on the floor. I think the shock must have broken the awful spell that bound me. At any rate, I found I was able to move and could open my eyes. The devil of revenge rose within me. I resolved to make my resurrection as frightful to my brother as I could. He had an intense horror of the supernatural, and I knew his guilty conscience would help to terrify him. I recalled, too, that he had been unable to get his life insured because the companies regarded him as too great a risk on account of a weak heart. He had deliberately planned to kill me. Perhaps I could turn the tables on him. It was a wicked thought and unworthy of me. Ronald stood as if thunderstruck for an instant. Though I couldn't see him, I knew the accident had unnerved him. But soon he slowly approached me. I waited until he stooped to roll me back into the coffin. Then I suddenly whirled over and threw both arms around him. It was done so quickly and unexpectedly that he had no chance to escape or to recover his balance. He fell headlong, burying his face in my shoulder. He made frantic efforts to break my hold, but I gripped him like a vice. I was more muscular than he, and my thirst for revenge gave me a fiendish strength, while his fright made him as weak as a child. After a brief struggle, he raised his head and looked at me with eyes that bulged with terror. I could feel his heart pounding like a trip hammer. His face was ghastly, gray and drawn. I kept my features rigid, but had opened my eyes the merest trifle, and I returned his gaze with a dull, expressionless stare. As he looked at me, all hope seemed to die within him. His head sank down, a convulsive tremor passed over him, and he relaxed in my arms. I thought he had fainted, but when I rolled him to one side, felt his pulse, and noted the sagging jaw and glazed eyes, I knew I had succeeded in paying him in his own coin. I had killed him and left no mark. My first sensation was one of triumph. He had planned to get rid of me, but I had cheated the grave and beaten him at his own game. Then came a reaction, and I did a very foolish thing. Though there was nothing to prove I had caused his death, yet the fact that I had meant to do it made me fear I would be suspected. A guilty conscience needs no accuser is a true saying. I became terror-stricken and determined that no one should know that any change had taken place, if I could prevent it. I rushed to the doors and locked them. For the first time in my life, I was glad to be a twin in the image of my brother. Tearing off my shroud, I rolled his body into the coffin and spread the garment over it, then folded his hands on his breast and combed his hair. Fastening the lid down securely, I pushed the coffin close to the wall. I couldn't lift it back upon the trestles alone, but I arranged everything else as it had been. Then I went to the buffet and took a drink of cordial. I began to feel very weak and feared my paleness might cause comment. I had regained my composure and was able to act naturally when a neighbor called a little later. I casually asked him to help me place the coffin on the trestles. Knowing that we had no undertaker, there being none available in many thinly settled parts of the South, he thought nothing strange of the request. The funeral occurred as planned, and my brother was buried. I assumed his name, and no one but my wife has ever known the truth until today. The next morning, Ronald's accomplice showed me the trap he had been hired to prepare for me. There was an old quarry on our plantation which had been abandoned years before. It had become a dangerous pitfall into which stock sometimes fell and were killed. During the rainy season, the seep water in it was very deep. In fact, a hunter had fallen into it a few years before we bought the plantation, and although his companions made strenuous efforts to rescue him, he was drowned and his body was never recovered. I was very fond of trapping and had caught many animals in the vicinity of the quarry, having gone to attend my traps so often that I had broken a well-defined path through the underbrush. It was in this path that a snare had been prepared for me. The quarry extended underground for quite a distance beyond the pit itself and beneath my path. It was at that point that an opening into it had been cunningly made and covered with the twigs and other debris with which the ground was strewn, so that it was impossible to detect its presence. If I had stepped on the light, trashy material that hid it, I should have broken through at once and been unable to save myself from falling to certain death at the bottom of the quarry. No one but the two conspirators would have ever known what became of me. The villain exhibited his work with pride, and after we had closed the opening to prevent accidents of the kind it was intended to cause, I paid the wretch the amount my brother had promised him, which I had found to be a tidy sum. He left the state, and I've never seen him since. I sold the plantation, and my wife and I went to Maryland. After a few years she died, and I came to this place. I bought this corner of the cemetery, erected this building, and have lived here ever since. I take care of these grounds for a reasonable stipend and the privilege of being let alone. I haven't had an attack of my malady for many years, but I'm not taking any chances of being buried alive, for I've arranged to be my own undertaker. The old man rose and lifted the curtain that divided the room. His act revealed a huge block of stone which had been hollowed out in the shape of a coffin. "You see, I sleep in this," he went on, "and after I lie down I lower the lid, which you notice is suspended near the ceiling. It has a secret lock on the underside which holds it against all comers. The opening left at the head isn't large enough to permit the removal of my body. The fastening of my door is entirely on the inside, so that when I draw in the cord no one can enter my home unless I wish, without breaking the door down, and that would be difficult. Even then my body cannot be taken out of this coffin, nor can the coffin itself be moved without expensive apparatus or the destruction of this building. I feel sure that no one will ever care to go to all that trouble for nothing. I have no relatives or friends and no hoarded wealth. It is seldom that anyone comes to my door. Occasionally strangers stroll near, but after they get a glimpse of me, they get away as fast as they can. You alone have shown a friendly interest or anything but repugnance. Most people act as if they think me a lunatic or some sort of a freak. Perhaps that isn't to be wondered at. I don't blame them for it. In fact, I prefer it, for they have no desire to disturb me. I rose, shook hands with my host, and thanked him warmly for the entertainment he had afforded me. "My friend," I said earnestly, "I envy you your security. You have gone to unusual lengths to protect yourself, and it surely seems that your plans must be successful. It is well worth the effort. I only wish that I was as well equipped to control the disposal of my body when I am through with it." And thus we parted. It was several years later that, on a dreary autumn day, I stood again at the iron gate of that New England cemetery. The leaves of the magnificent trees that border the avenue were falling in showers, torn from their moorings by a boisterous southeast wind that chilled me to the bone. I felt unaccountably depressed as the gate closed behind me. Gazing about in that silent enclosure, I knew that my hermit friend was either dead or unable to perform the task of caring for the grounds. While they were not really neglected, yet that exquisite neatness I had noticed on my former visit was absent. I hurried to the stone building, but the lichen-covered doorstep and the grass-grown path that led to it were sufficient proof that the owner was no more. Lingering about the deserted dwelling, I noticed that the small windows had been closed with mortar and stone. This aroused my curiosity, and I resolved to make inquiry concerning it if I could find anyone in the vicinity. I had passed a new residence on the highway shortly before entering the avenue that led to the cemetery gate, and I thought it likely that the present caretaker lived there. However, as I was leaving the grounds, I saw a man approaching carrying a rake and trowel. He appeared to be the person sought, so I saluted him and stated that, having had a slight acquaintance with the man who had occupied the stone house several years before, I should like to know what had become of him. "He died about 2 years ago under very peculiar circumstances," was the reply. "He was a strange character. I didn't know him and never saw him until after he died, but I shall not forget him. I only wish I could. It was thought he had been dead a week or more before anyone missed him. There was a lot of bad weather about that time, and no one happened to come to the cemetery for quite a while. I was a newcomer then and lived in the village. It happened that I was one of those who came out here to investigate when word came that it was thought something was wrong. We could get no response when we called to the man, and were unable to get into the house. It was impossible to see through the windows, so we broke one of them. A nauseating odor filled the air as the glass fell, and we saw a horrible sight. A large stone coffin stood along the opposite wall. It was mostly covered by a lid that fitted down inside the edge. There was an opening at one end of it, and we saw the discolored face of the old man lying in the coffin. His head appeared to be bolstered up and was turned toward the window so we could see it plainly. His features were contorted in a hideous manner. The mouth was distended, and the protruding tongue was terribly swollen and black. The glassy eyes were wide open and seemed about to burst. The expression of dumb agony in them was enough to curdle one's blood. Both arms were thrust out and upward, the bony fingers clutching a sort of framework at the head of the coffin. Some clothing that had evidently been hanging on the frame was scattered around in confusion. It was plain that the poor fellow had for some reason been unable to raise the lid and had struggled vainly to draw himself out through the opening at the head of the coffin. Caught like a rat in a trap, he had died of thirst and hunger, with food and water on a table almost within his reach. It must have been a fearful death. We closed the windows as you see them to keep morbid persons from flocking here to see the gruesome sight, and then left him undisturbed. From what we saw in the room, the old man had intended the building to serve as a tomb as well as a home. People that knew him say he was very eccentric, and I think he must have been. It certainly is odd for a man to prepare his own tomb and then spend years of his life in it, but I suppose he had a good reason for making such an unusual arrangement. It might not have been a bad plan either for a man who had renounced the world as he appeared to have done if the coffin lid had not become refractory and acted as a trap to bury him alive. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bev Stevens. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. The Magic Mirror, A Strange Tale, by Mary S. Brown. It was a new house which we had rented for the summer. I was alone in the large living room, watching 2 kittens frolicking on the floor, when someone near me laughed softly. On one side of the room was a full-length cheval mirror, and diagonally across hung a triplicate mirror. As I turned to discover who had come in, I saw reflected in the central glass of the threefold mirror the piquant face of a young girl, who was smiling softly at the kittens. She wore a large hat of gauzy material, which partly hid dark ringlets of hair that clustered around the clear olive skin, and I noticed how white and perfect were the teeth disclosed by the parted lips. Suddenly 2 soft dark eyes looked straight into mine. A look came over her face like that of a child caught in some naughty act, and then she disappeared. I rushed to the door to reassure her. I ran around the house. I vaulted the stone wall at the rear and hurried along the edge of the woods. Not a glimpse of the girl did I catch. "Hiding behind a tree," I muttered. "I won't gratify her by hunting." I supposed she must be some neighbour's daughter, but no one in the vicinity seemed to know of any girl that answered my description, and I was beginning to forget the occurrence when she appeared again. This time I was playing on the violin, when, in turning the music, I noticed how the triplicate mirror was reflected in the long glass near me. I dared not move for fear of frightening this mysterious maiden, for whom I had so vainly inquired. So I smiled encouragingly, and said quietly, "Come in. Do not be afraid. Can't we be friends?" She nodded brightly, but when I turned to welcome her, the room was empty. I felt annoyed and resolved to pay no further attention to so capricious a creature. Yet when I returned to my seat, the face in the mirror was still gazing at me sadly and appealingly. "Are you trying to play a joke on me?" I asked. She shook her head. "Would you not like to be friends with me?" An emphatic nod was her reply. "If you will not come in and talk to me, how can we be friends?" A puzzled look came over her face, and then the mirror was empty. Of all the queer girls, I thought, and this time I went outside, walked to the end of the piazza, and came back as mystified as ever. "That glass is certainly bewitched," I said, thinking of the enchanted ones in my child-time fairy books. Suddenly fingers appeared in it, holding a slip of paper. "Shades of Julius Caesar!" I ejaculated. "This house must be haunted, but whether fairy or spirit, she doesn't look very formidable. I will see how far I can unravel the mystery." I went nearer to the glass and read, "I can come so that you can see me only in this way." Evidently she could hear and comprehend, so I said aloud, "Is it because you won't or can't?" The paper disappeared, and soon another took its place. It read, "Because I can't." "Can you explain why?" For answer, she herself appeared and sadly shook her head. Now that she was nearer, I saw that she was very attractive. Her face was thoughtful, and her eyes, which had been merry as she watched the kittens, now startled me with their sadness. Impulsively, I advanced, desiring her to feel sure of my friendliness. But when I came close to the mirror, her face disappeared, and I saw only the reflection of my own. "I don't believe you really want to be friends," I exclaimed, somewhat angrily, and turning away, I left the room. The stone wall behind the house divided our land from that of Professor Dolber, the world-renowned scientist. As he was called a recluse, I was much pleased to be invited there a few days later for luncheon. In the dining room, I was at first so engrossed in my host's conversation and in the subtle melancholy of his face that I was oblivious to anything else. At last I noticed 2 oil paintings on my right, and was much surprised to find in one a portrait of the girl in my mirror. As the professor followed my gaze, I remarked, "That is a fine likeness, only now she looks older and more thoughtful." He gave me a curious look, but said nothing. "How old was she then?" I asked. "Do you mean my daughter?" he said. "That was painted in Holland 4 years ago." "Your daughter? I am glad to discover who she is. I hope we shall meet. I know we both like kittens." His amazed stare checked me. I bit my lip in vexation. It occurred to me that he would scarcely approve of his daughter's coming alone to see me, so I changed the subject and began discussing a new scientific discovery. When I reached home, the daughter of the Episcopal rector was calling on my sister. This young lady was much interested in my good fortune in finding Mr. Dolber so sociable. Although he had many distinguished visitors from all parts of the world, she said he was a man whom strangers found it difficult to approach. "Do you know his daughter?" I asked. "His daughter? Was a young lady there? It must have been some visitor. He has no family. But the portrait, he told me it was painted from his daughter." "Yes, wasn't she a beauty? It must have been very hard for him to lose his only child, and his wife died of grief only 2 months later." No wonder the man had stared at me. He must have thought me either stupid or crazy. But the mirror. I had supposed that I had found a clue, but now the affair had assumed the proportions of a real mystery. How could I ever solve it? The next morning the family went off on a week's excursion. I had intended to go with them, but now I changed my mind, hoping that their absence would give me a better chance to see more of my uninvited guest who haunted the mirror. The next day, when I began my music, I was conscious of her presence even before I saw her face in the glass. There was one curious fact in regard to this. I looked directly at the triplicate mirror and saw nothing. It was only when I saw its reflection in the long cheval mirror that she became visible, just as if it required a fourfold reflection to enable the image to become apparent to my sight. This time the face was partly covered by a paper on which was written, "Do not come too near. You were angry last time because you thought I had gone, but you came so close that you could not see me, although I had not moved." "Forgive me," I said contritely as the paper disappeared, leaving in full view the pretty face. "I will be careful. My people are away, so we can have a talk and get acquainted. I saw your portrait at your father's, and I know who you are, so I stayed at home today, because I hoped you would come again. We can talk quite well, for I can ask questions, and you can answer by yes or no with your head, or you can write. First, why do you come here? I go to many places, for I am very lonely, but you are the only person that has seen me for 2 years. I was frightened at first, but when you offered to be friends, I was glad. I have wanted a friend so long." "You poor child. Can't you find friends anywhere else?" She shook her head sadly. "Can you tell me the reason?" "Because I can neither come back nor go on," she wrote. At this moment the doorbell rang. It proved to be a college chum, unexpectedly in the neighborhood, and I could do no less than invite him to spend Sunday with me. Often in the lulls of conversation I pondered on that strange answer. I can neither come back nor go on. What could she have meant by that? And for the first time since I had known him, I was glad when my chum left and I was free to watch for my new-found friend again. I waited nearly all the afternoon before she came, and then I reproached her for her lateness. "I have been here several times," she wrote, "but you were not alone, and today I was very busy." "Busy? What were you doing?" "Trimming a hat," she replied, to my astonishment, and then I noticed that she did have on a different hat. My ghostly girl, then, was not above coquetry, so I complimented her on the new creation, and she seemed as pleased as any ordinary girl. "Tell me why I can see you only in the mirror." She shook her head slowly as though in doubt, and after a minute's reflection she wrote, "I cannot explain, only that I am higher than you, and you cannot find the direction." "How then can I see your image in the mirror?" "I do not understand it well myself, for I am not free from the body, but I think it is because I am permitted to get into the right angle of reflection, because they are sorry for me, and they are trying to help me." "What astonishing philosophy is this?" I mused. "What can she mean?" Aloud I asked, "Who do you mean by they?" "The ones higher up that take care of me. And, oh, will you tell my father that they take good care of me? Only I am lonely because I don't belong anywhere. Why can't your father see you? I do not know, but perhaps he can explain it all to you. He knows so much more than I do. But will you be sure to tell him for me, because he has grieved so every day, and he is so unhappy. They are calling me now, and I must go. Promise me to tell him. I promised, and instantly the mirror was empty. I was left to meditate on what she had said. She was not yet free from her body. How, then, could she be a spirit? Was it a dream I was living, or was I becoming insane? I sat down at once and sent a note to her father, asking if I could see him on a matter of importance, and received the reply, "Come this evening at 7:30. When I said I wished to speak of his daughter, Mr. Dolber answered, "No, no, I cannot talk about her. You spoke the other day as if you had met her, but how and where? Listen to my story, which only you can explain." Several times, as I told of my experiences with the mirror, he started as if most excited, but restrained himself until I had finished, when he rose, and holding on to his chair as if to steady himself, said, "Thank you for coming. The message is a relief and comfort to me, but tonight—" His voice faltered. "I must think. This has overcome me. I will send for you soon and explain what I can." Early in the morning I received a telephone message from Hugelshohn, asking me to come over at once. I found everything there in confusion. Professor Dolber had been found dead in the library. His physician had just come and pronounced it heart failure. As I was the last person to see him, and as on the table there was a letter addressed to me, I was sent for. As soon as the doctor had gone, the housekeeper begged me to come into the library. She told me she had been in the family for 30 years, and that since his wife's death he had taken her into his confidence, and had depended upon her in many ways. "Something entirely upset him last night," she added, "for when I took in some tea, as I often did when he sat up late, his head was buried in his hands, and when I spoke he did not look up nor answer." I decided to tell her of my experience and what I had said to the professor, and to ask her advice. As I told my story, she did not seem in the least surprised. "I am glad you told me about this, for many things of a strange nature have happened here since Frida disappeared, and Mr. Dolber allowed no one but me to enter her room. All her things were kept just as she had left them, only many of them had to be replaced. That is the strange part of it, and what worried my master most of all. In fact, night or day he had no peace of mind for fear she might need something he couldn't remember. Ah, my poor master! My heart ached for him, and I am glad he is at rest." Here she broke down and sobbed bitterly. When she was calm, I asked, "What do you mean by things being replaced?" "I mean that her clothes, hats, dresses, and many other things disappear, and we have to buy new ones." She lowered her voice. "We are sure that Frida takes them, for everything is kept locked, and no one but ourselves has gone in there since she disappeared. It is all a mystery to me, but I never questioned Mr. Dolber, though he trusted me, and I bought new things as fast as he thought she needed them. But, sir, perhaps he has explained. Here is the letter he left for you." I walked home, sad and troubled. Finding my family away still, I sat down where I was wont to see her face in the mirror. I wondered if she would come again, but first I must read the letter, and I began to unfold it, when suddenly I felt the strange sensation I always experienced when I became conscious of her presence. I raised my eyes involuntarily to the mirror, and there, and I confess for the first time in my life that I was afraid, there, instead of Frida, was Mr. Dolber himself. He smiled as if to reassure me, a smile so glad that the fear left me, and I was sure he had a message. I was right, for in a moment the writing came. "Hurry at once to Hugelshohn, and go to Frida's room." Then the mirror was empty, nor did I ever see in it anything but the reflection of material objects. I never thought of disobeying the command, so I hurried to Hugelshawn. The housekeeper met me, saying excitedly, "I was just going to send for you. Come with me." She led me upstairs to Frida's room and unlocked the door. We entered, and she locked it again on the inside. And then, to my wondering amazement and joy, I saw the reason for her caution and for his message in the mirror. Frida herself lay on the bed, apparently fast asleep. The housekeeper bent over her, and in a voice of mingled delight and fear exclaimed, "Oh, what shall I do?" She voiced my own feelings. How could we account for Frida's appearance? We must act quickly. Would the letter help us? I drew the envelope from my pocket and read, "For years I have been investigating every phenomenon that seemed in any way to suggest the presence of a higher space, adjacent to that in which we live. The record of my experiments and their results fills volumes. It is enough to say that I succeeded so well in my investigations that I became able to place objects, even animals, within this space. These objects were always connected with my experimenting table by tubes containing powerful magnetic currents, by means of which I could bring back anything within range of my vision again. The idea at last came to me that if I could find an intelligent being, willing in the interest of scientific knowledge to cooperate with me, my discovery would be famous. Such a being, if sent into the invisible space and reclaimed again into our own, would not only immortalize my fame, but also prove my theories by his testimony." Here the writing abruptly ended. We could only conjecture the rest. He had undoubtedly used Frida as his intelligent being. She had trusted him, but he had failed to reattract her sufficiently for her to become visible again. Possibly a human being required more forceful power than he had calculated. Hence the grief which had caused the mother's death and his own torturing remorse. Death must have shown him the way to release her, and he had used the mirror as a medium of communication. He had believed that I would do my best to help Frida, nor was he wrong. The only time we spoke of her curious experiences, Frida said, "It is not very clear to me now. I know that my father raised the rate of vibration in my body so that it became invisible to people on this plane. But his formula for bringing me back refused to work, to his tragic dismay. While I was in this higher, or perhaps more inclusive, space, it became clear to me that nothing is ever really destroyed. It only changes its form, as ice becomes water, water turns into steam, and steam into an invisible gas. The elements vibrate differently, and each varying vibration has its own individual form. That is as much as I can explain in terms that you could understand. Be that as it may, the mirror still reflects my Frida, and I am content. Who now, however, shall prove Professor Dolber's theory of the fourth dimension? I, for one, dare not try." End of section 2.
Section 3 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. A Certain Soldier by Clare Winger Harris. I met Lee Clayton in Rome. The attraction was a mutual one, for we discovered that we had much in common, both students of history, fond of travel, and possessing an insatiable thirst for the uncovering of forgotten and apparently insignificant historical data that might throw light upon the questions of dispute. At the end of 3 weeks, we had covered the city of the Seven Hills from the Flaminian to the Appian Way, reveling especially in those relics that gave us any knowledge of the dead past. Dead? Can the past ever really die? I believed, and I think my friend Clayton agreed with me, that the past lives today. It is immortal, but in its changed form it is manifest in influence and posterity. These two, in a stream of continuity, render the antiquity of Rome a vital fact in the 20th century A.D. One warm evening, Clayton and I returned to the hotel veranda after an interesting day among the ruins of the Roman Forum. To our ears came the characteristic sounds of Italian life, a snatch of song in melodious tenor, a sharp staccato exclamation, the rumble of cab wheels over cobblestones, and the occasional bleating of goats, whose milk supplied the native quarter. To our right, the yellow thread of the Tiber was faintly visible. Clayton smiled understandingly and waved a hand toward the streets below as he sank luxuriously into a comfortable chair. "Great thing for a rest, Ebson," he remarked. "It's a change from the hurry and bustle of the average American city. I like it." "Yes," I agreed, "and a change always means rest. Although we are both young, we've been living strenuously in a modern business world and can't help appreciating the contrast." We sat for some time in silence, the while I noticed Clayton's features displaying a growing pensive mood. His former joviality was disappearing. I made no attempt to encourage conversation, for I felt that it would come when the time was ripe. "Friend Ebson," said Lee Clayton at length, dropping his listless mien and leaning toward me, "for many years the repetition of a certain dream has troubled me. The vision first appeared when I was in high school, and followed me throughout my entire college career, its vividness increasing with the passing of the years. It pertains to the solution of the mystery surrounding the ambiguous expression in the Greek, Latin, and Jewish scripts, where the incendiary of the Temple of Jerusalem is invariably referred to as a certain soldier. In my constantly recurring dream, I seem continually on the verge of discovering the identity of this certain soldier, but always I awake just before solving the mystery. My trip upon this occasion to the Eternal City is to find out, if possible, who threw the flaming torch into the temple at Jerusalem when the legions of Titus took the city of the Jews. If it is ever possible to bring my haunting dream to a consummation, it should be here among the relics of its original enactment." I must have gazed at him incredulously, for he continued hastily. "In all sincerity, I mean what I say, my friend. Either here or in Jerusalem, I should be able to ascertain the identity of that certain soldier who threw a lighted torch into a window of the sanctuary. Why, man alive, think of the responsibility of that act." Had the heat of a semi-tropic sun or the fatigue of daily sightseeing affected my friend's mind? I hesitated before voicing a mild rebuke, and in that moment of pause the spirit of adventure, tempered with tolerance for the incomprehensible whims of another, possessed me. My answer must have surprised him. "There's a quest worthy of some time and effort," I answered with more enthusiasm than I really felt. "The Forum Romanum has already disclosed to us a few of its secrets, and why not this one? We'll show the world yet that Tacitus and Josephus and a few others of the accidents didn't get exactly the right dope on all this." My light mood did not affect Clayton. He continued seriously, his eyes showing a dreamy expression. "You must remember the historians, Josephus and Tacitus, were both contemporaries of Titus, and this certain soldier. They had first-hand evidence, and certainly ought to have been more explicit in their details. As a matter of fact," he added, "they are more evasive in their narrations of the events connected with the siege of Jerusalem, of which they must have been eyewitnesses, than they are regarding historical occurrences preceding their era." "Yes, that is strange," I agreed. "How do you account for it?" Clayton was about to reply when I noticed that a pallor spread over his features, and he leaned forward with eyes intent upon the hotel entrance. Following the direction of his gaze, I saw the well-tailored back of a gentleman disappearing through the doorway. I turned with a glance of inquiry to my friend. His manner showed agitation, and I did not press him for the explanation, which I knew would be forthcoming shortly. "That man," Clayton explained in a husky voice, "is an enemy, and possibly not without reason," he added reflectively. 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to win as my wife the girl whom we both loved. Shortly afterward, the company in which we were both financially interested elected me to the presidency, a position to which each of us had aspired. Since that time, my dear wife died, but the business concern in which that man and I are mutually interested is prospering. Although my 2 victories have been won solely by fair means, the man whom you saw disappearing within the doorway has proved a determined enemy whose obsession is to avenge his defeat in love and war." I was a little disquieted, though I sought to cover my uneasiness with cheering words. "Never mind, old chap. We are living in the 20th century. No one can stoop to revenge in these days and get away with it. Now, if we were living in 70 AD, for instance, you might have cause for alarm. Life was held pretty cheap at the time Titus laid siege to Jerusalem, and one had to live warily, but things are different now. He smiled wanly. Speaking of Titus, let's begin tomorrow to solve the mystery of the certain soldier. Agreed, I replied heartily. I'm in my element when it comes to finding an explanation for the inexplicable. 2. Sleep seemed to have forsaken me completely that night. The full moon shining in at my window caused me to abandon all further thought of rest. I arose, dressed myself, and stood gazing out across the silvery landscape. The moonlight softened objects below that, in the glare of day, stood out in too bold relief. I stood for some time in a troubled and hesitant mood. "Why not?" I exclaimed half aloud. Once resolved upon my course of action, I sought the streets below without eliciting any surprise from the sleepy concierge at the desk. The streets were silent and deserted, the pavement echoing with the ring of my footfall until it seemed to me that all Rome must be apprised of my nocturnal sally. Soon I spied the ancient grandeur of the Colosseum, as it rose tier on tier above the stone ruins and cypress trees that nestled in its shadow. I was approaching the familiar territory of the once busy mart of ancient Rome. The Arch of Constantine rose before me, sublime in its architectural beauty. Then I turned fascinated eyes down to the ruins of the Forum, which lie several feet below the level of the present city. I know it was surprise, though not untinged with fear, that possessed me as I became aware of the presence of another figure not 50 feet ahead of me. It was that of a man, and he was agilely descending the steps to the lower level. I instantly recognized Lee Clayton and watched him with fascinated gaze. What could the man be doing alone among silent ruins in the dead of the night? Then I thought of myself and my own intentions, and I nearly laughed aloud. Well, I would not spy on my friend. I quickened my pace with the intention of making my presence known, when further progress was arrested by the changed demeanor of Lee Clayton. No longer did he walk as a man alone, but rather as one who wins his way in and out among a crowd. Occasionally he paused and gazed fixedly at some object, apparently visible to him. Then his head turned as though following the course of something in motion. The effect was most uncanny, and I pinched myself to make certain I was not asleep. The somnambulist, if he were such, strode with dignity in the direction of the triumphal Arch of Titus, and there he paused. Strange words were wafted to my ears, phrases in an unknown tongue. Unknown? Had I studied Latin for 6 years not to recognize it when I heard it, even in this fashion? Occasionally Clayton paused, apparently to lay his hand upon the shoulder of an invisible associate. Some of the things he thought he heard were mirth-provoking, and his laughter rang out weirdly shrill in the white silence around us. "Jumping Jehoshaphat!" I exclaimed, wiping my perspiring brow with my handkerchief. "That's a wow of a dream, all right." He must have heard me, for he looked in my direction and smiled as if in friendly greeting. Tremblingly, I smiled back. I racked my brain for one intelligent sentence in Latin. "All Gaul is divided into 3 parts won't do upon this occasion," I mumbled disconsolately. The only other words that came to my muddled brain were the Latin version of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I tried them and was greeted with a burst of uproarious laughter from Clayton, the incongruity of which at this time caused me to tremble with fear. He said something about venom nimium, and then turned his attention to the Arch of Titus, talking off and on the whole while as if engaged in conversation with many around him. For an hour the apparent monologue continued while I stood spellbound. Finally he turned abruptly and proceeded in the direction of the Colosseum. He strode so rapidly that I had difficulty in keeping a desirable distance behind him. I intended to see that he returned without harm to his rooms at the hotel. At the foot of the flight of steps leading to the level of present-day Rome, Clayton paused and passed a hand across his brow. He gazed about him in apparent bewilderment, and proceeded thereafter with the air of a man in solitude. Thinking that possibly the knowledge of a witness might cause him some embarrassment, I did not make my presence manifest, but allowed him to retire to his apartment before entering the hotel myself. Was the true explanation of Lee Clayton's night expedition in any way connected with the puzzling dream of which he had told me? Sleep claimed me for the few hours that remained until dawn. 3. The following morning found me in bed at a late hour. My vigilance of the previous night had been more fatiguing than I had at the time realized. I lay for some time pondering the enigma of my friend's behavior. Should I feign ignorance of the occurrence in the forum, or would it be best to inform Lee Clayton of what I knew? Unable to decide the better course to pursue, I dressed and hastened down to breakfast. Clayton was breakfasting alone in a far corner of the dining salon. As I took the chair opposite him, he looked up with a smile of recognition and passed across the table to me an open volume which he had been perusing, pointing to a paragraph therein. "Hebrew?" I ejaculated. "I'm sorry, but I don't know a word of it." "Then here is a rather free translation of it," he replied. "But I regret that you cannot read the original. Some of the author's thought is always lost in the process of translation." I accepted the proffered script and read the following. "The secret of the identity of a certain soldier who fired the sanctuary of the holy temple of the Jews lies buried in his bosom. An associate, upon threat of exposure, bids him make record of his deed. This he has done, but so obscurely that nearly 20 centuries shall pass before the mystery shall be made clear." "Well, that's beginning to get close," I commented, returning the paper to Lee. "Who is the old fellow that wrote that?" indicating the volume. "That is not known," Lee Clayton replied, turning to the title page. "It seems to be merely a collection of anonymous Hebrew manuscripts published by a German house in the early part of the 16th century. "But why all the secrecy?" I asked. "The certain soldier was merely fulfilling destiny when he obeyed an impulse to fire the sanctuary." Young Lee Clayton shot me a swift, searching glance. "If you believe so," he said quietly, "I will not gainsay it. But if you want my personal opinion, the certain soldier was, as indeed all of us are, the captain of his own soul. He was entirely responsible for his deed. You know, Shakespeare wrote, 'The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings.'" "What if he did?" I admitted, warming up to the argument. "But I remember rightly he is also responsible for these words. 'There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough-hew them how we will.' How do you reconcile the two?" Clayton laughed pleasantly. "It seems to be a case of pay your money and take your choice, friend Ebson, and my choice is made and is unchangeable." "I admire you for your convictions," I said heartily. "I confess my own are not so unshakable." He smiled a little pensively, then remarked, "And because I believe this certain soldier to have been entirely responsible for his act of desecration, I wish to ascertain his identity. And now I am going to a curio shop which I chanced upon yesterday. Will you come too?" I readily consented, and together we wended our way through the busy streets of modern Rome. Not far from the Piazza di Spagna, near the end of a short and narrow street lined with native bazaars and stalls, is a curio shop of one Antonio Salvucci, dealer in antiques. Although the place was far from cleanly and had a very cluttered appearance, it was not wholly lacking in charm. The proprietor appeared from the rear of the shop as we entered, and eyed us appraisingly. "The American gentlemen wish some Roman antiques?" questioned the Italian eagerly. "Just looking, Mr. Salvucci," replied Clayton, and aside to me, "The museums have most of the genuine antiques, but occasionally one can pick up something good for very little money." We walked about the little store, looking at and inquiring about various objects. Most of the curios were relics of the Coptic art that had been found in and about the catacombs where the early Christians had met secretly to escape persecution. Occasionally an object that dated back to the Republic was seen, but the majority were identified in some way with the period of Rome's downfall, when attacked by the tribes from the north. "Have you any relic of the time of Vespasian or Titus?" asked Clayton, coming at last to the subject that was nearest his heart. Titus, repeated the foreigner, as if trying to recall some long-forgotten fact. "Wait, I see." He vanished through a rear door, but reappeared some minutes later, bearing in his arms a miniature restoration of the famous Arch of Titus, which had been erected in honor of the Roman conquest of Jerusalem in 70 A.D. This facsimile was 2 feet at its greatest length, and the other dimensions were proportional. We were delighted with our find, but feigned indifference. I perceived, though, that it was all Lee could do to keep his hands off it. "What price do you ask?" I inquired casually. $25, answered the Italian promptly. "Nothing doing," I replied, turning toward the door. "I'll give you 5 for it." "Oh, but, signor, I have 4 bambini. I must make a living," he pleaded with characteristic Italian pathos. "I'll give you 10, said Clayton somewhat harshly. The sale was eventually consummated at the $16 figure, and we bore our trophy away with exultation. Back in the hotel and safely ensconced in Lee Clayton's rooms, we studied the little arch minutely. It was a very perfect reproduction in Pentelic marble, like the original, and showed a faithfulness to detail that was nothing short of marvelous. There were the faces in bas-relief of Titus, the son of the Emperor Vespasian, a number of triumphant Roman warriors, a line of Jews in bondage, and a reproduction of the 7 golden candlesticks which had been seized from the Holy of Holies when the temple at Jerusalem was plundered. The chiseling of the faces was unique, each one displaying its characteristic individuality. "Do you notice," I observed, "that the sculptor has differentiated between the Jews and the Romans? The facial characteristics of each race are quite in evidence." "Yes, only— Hold on a minute, Epson," cried Lee in excitement. "He's made one error. Unless I'm very much mistaken, he's got a Jew among the victorious Romans." "To be sure," I exclaimed, my excitement equaling his own. "That figure near the middle certainly belongs to the conquered race. But there were Jews who were Roman citizens," I added, "and the chances are they were even more numerous in 70 than in 40 AD. "That is very true," Lee answered a little abstractly, I thought. "But it is very poor taste for the artist to be so realistic in a symbolic creation where comparatively few figures are represented. I think he showed decidedly bad judgment. Unless," he added, "the Jew in question was a man of considerable importance." "That explanation sounds plausible to me," I said. "The torchbearer is undoubtedly a man of fame whose portrait is indispensable to an accurate depiction of the triumphal entry into Rome." 4. Night and a full moon shedding its ethereal light across the eternal city proved a combination irresistible to lovers of beauty and romance. Lee Clayton and I left the hotel at sundown and wandered on the Roman Campagna amid the venerable quietude of its ilex and cypress trees. The beauty and serenity of the scene were not likely to be soon forgotten. When the moon hung low, we returned to the city seeking that part which is rich in historical associations. We saw plashing fountains, old altars, partly demolished statues of ancient origin, picturesque arches and shattered pillars, their outlines softened and half concealed by flowers and vines. After the moon had disappeared, we retraced our steps to the hotel. I had just locked my door, preparatory to retiring for the night, when I was forcibly impressed with a possible solution to the enigma of the Roman soldier who was a Jew. I unlocked my door, locking it again behind me, and stepped into the hall. There was a light in Lee's room, and the door was slightly ajar. I rapped lightly, but received no response. Upon the center table stood the small replica of the famous arch, and it seemed to me as I gazed ruefully at it that the handsome features of the mysterious Roman Jew regarded me with amusement not untouched with contempt. I left the room and descended to the first floor. "Did Mr. Clayton leave the hotel?" I inquired of the desk clerk. "He passed this way just a moment ago," the man replied. My mind was made up. Without a moment's hesitation, I left the hotel and stepped into the quiet of a semi-tropic night. For an instant my eyes, unaccustomed to the darkness, saw nothing, but gradually, as objects became faintly visible, I discerned the figure of my friend as I had seen him upon the previous night, striding rapidly toward the site of the Forum of ancient Rome. But his pace was too rapid for me, and I knew that unless I dashed madly after him, running the risk of arousing suspicion, I could not hope to catch up with him. Instinctively I retraced the route of the night before. In a breathless condition, I espied the familiar ruins of the great Colosseum and the arch of the first Christian emperor, Constantine, flanking the mammoth pit of the ancient Forum, wherein clustered pillars like tombstones of a bygone age gleamed palely. Fatigued to the point of exhaustion, I seated myself on a boulder and mopped my perspiring brow. The night seemed to be growing warmer, and a faint glow of suffused light pervaded the landscape. "But the moon set an hour ago," I murmured in bewilderment. Then I stared with gaping mouth and bulging eyes. The Arch of Constantine was growing hazy and transparent while I gazed. I turned to the Colosseum and saw that the familiar sloping sides, where time had put its stamp of demolition, were fast fading away, and in their stead the outline of the vast arena became more distinct in its pristine splendor. "Merciful heaven! Am I going mad?" I exclaimed, passing a hand across my eyes in perplexity. When I looked again for the Arch of Constantine, it was gone. Something seemed to snap in my brain. And then... 5. "By the gods, Pliny, you are missing the fun!" Our new Emperor, Titus, is marching with the legions through the triumphal arch, which is just completed. His route is through the Forum, as it was 9 years ago upon his return from Jerusalem, while his father, Vespasian, yet wore the purple. I looked up from the rock upon which I was seated to see a familiar face regarding me affectionately. "I shouldn't want to miss that, Quintilian," I replied in the fluent Latin in which he had addressed me. I cast a hurried glance at my attire, thinking how incongruous a figure I must appear in a suit of the 20th century, but my alarm was short-lived, for I perceived that a spotless toga draped my body in graceful folds. My companion plucked my sleeve, and I arose and turned toward the Forum. "See!" exclaimed Quintilian. "The soldiers are already passing the Temple of Vesta! Hurry!" Stretching before me beneath an azure sky lay the busy Roman marketplace of the 1st century, its pure marble fanes and statues reflecting the brilliance of a mid-afternoon sun. Throngs of white-robed people intermingled with young men in military accoutrements, who were scattered singly and in groups about the great mart. My sensation was a most peculiar one. While I recognized my identity as Paul Ebsen of Cleveland, Ohio, at the same time I was cognizant that, as I stood here with my good friend Quintilian, the famous rhetorician, I was Pliny the Elder, noted naturalist of Rome. We forced our way through the crowd and stood before a statue of 2 figures, symbolic of the conquest of Judea by Rome, as beautiful a piece of statuary as I had ever seen, comparable to the works of the most noted Greek sculptors rather than to this decadent period of Roman art. Alas, that the 20th century had never seen even a remnant of this masterpiece of sculptural art. I was about to comment upon this creation when the cheers of the populace directed my attention to the approaching procession, at the head of which, mounted upon a richly caparisoned steed, rode young Titus, Emperor of Rome. He was followed by a bodyguard of stalwart men. Following this came a cohort of Roman soldiers, and immediately behind, long lines of captive Jews, 8 abreast, their heads bowed to the yokes of conquerors. Then followed the legions of Rome, their spears and shields clattering rhythmically as they marched toward the great triumphal arch of Titus. A youth of 18 years came up to my side and greeted me with a friendly salutation. He was my nephew, Pliny the Younger, who shared with me the joys of scientific research. "Uncle," he cried, his eyes sparkling with excitement, "I wish I had been old enough to have gone with the legions of Titus to Jerusalem like Flavius over there. But see, they have passed through the arch, and some of the soldiers are rejoining the rest of us. Look, here comes Tacitus. Isn't he handsome?" I looked at the stalwart young soldier who was nearing our group. Yes, it was Tacitus, who, though young, was establishing for himself quite a reputation as a historian. Tacitus, Tacitus, I repeated under my breath, but I knew that the youthful historian and soldier was Lee Clayton. Tacitus regarded me with an enigmatical smile. "Is your ire still aroused, Pliny, that the portrait of my fellow historian appears upon the arch and mine does not?" he asked. Then he added, "You must remember that his years number more than mine, and that his reputation in the chosen profession of both of us is already established." "I know that, my dear Tacitus," I replied, "but I am convinced that your narratives adhere more strictly to historical facts than do those of your Jewish rival, and what is more, I don't like a man who can take part in the overthrow of his own people." Tacitus smiled. "I don't believe the possibility of my becoming his professional rival is worrying Josephus as much as the fact that the fair Julia has consented to become my wife. You know he sought her hand after the death of his Jewish wife Vashti. His failure in love has embittered him. We have been doing a little work jointly in preparing an accurate chronicle of the siege of Jerusalem. I asked him if he knew who threw the lighted torch into the window of the sanctuary of the temple, as I thought the act of sufficient importance to warrant minute detail and narration. But he was evasive upon the subject, finally remarking that the expression, "a certain soldier," was sufficient information to hand down to posterity. That the deed, and not the doer, was in this case of paramount importance. "Well, Tacitus," I said, "I admire your love of truth and detail, and I will do what I can to assist in procuring for you the identity of this certain soldier." 6. Our little group of 4 moved slowly toward the Arch of Titus, while around us surged the Roman populace. As we walked, we were greeted by friends on this side and that. At length we stood facing the great arch through which the legions of Titus had but recently filed. How familiar it looked. And there in the foreground, sculptured among surrounding notables of pure Roman blood, was the face of Josephus with the same expression of mockery. I tore my attention from the arch to the scene in the forum. The crowds were thinning as the shadows lengthened. I became aware of another presence. In turning, I encountered the ironic gaze of the historian Josephus. I recognized him to be a man of extraordinary intellect. His lofty brow and thoughtful eyes indicated that. Still, there was something about the man I did not like, and I was forced to confess to myself that the feeling was inexplicable.
"Well met, Pliny," Josephus said in salutation. "I hear you leave on the morrow for Pompeii. Give my regards to Lucius Sulla, and tell him that I will myself be in Pompeii by the Ides of next month. And here is my fellow historian Tacitus," he continued, smiling upon the younger man with a patronizing air. "How goes the account of the siege?" "I am still wanting to put a name in the place of a certain soldier," Tacitus replied. "Future generations will not tolerate ambiguity."
Josephus shrugged his shoulders and pointed with a smile toward the portrait upon the arch.
"Quite an honor for an insignificant soldier, don't you think, my friends?"
"I am of the opinion that your part in the siege may not have been as insignificant as you would like to have us believe," I said.
"What do you mean?"
Josephus demanded, his brow clouding. I did not reply at once, for Quintilian was excusing himself to go to his home. Pliny the Younger was off for the new Colosseum, which had been but recently completed. When they were out of hearing, Josephus repeated his question with glowering mien, then recalling suddenly the presence of Tacitus, controlled his anger with effort. I knew that he would vouchsafe no information in the presence of his rival historian. I shot a significant glance in the eyes of my dear friend Tacitus and remarked casually, "By the way, Tacitus, is it not the fair Julia's daily custom to ride in the vicinity of the Colosseum toward sundown in the chariot of her father Agricola?"
"You have spoken truly, Pliny. I am to meet her at the hour of sundown by the golden house of Nero," the young man replied.
"I will say farewell, Tacitus," I called after him, "for I may not see you again until my return from Pompeii." The latter's reference to Julia did not improve the temper of the Jewish historian, who turned to me with a third repetition of his question. "I will ask you, Josephus," I replied quietly, "why the portrait of a certain soldier who ignites the sanctuary of his own besieged people is not important enough to appear on a triumphal arch. But there is one objection: his name should appear in the written chronicle." The historian trembled with mingled fear and rage, and his voice was thick as he answered,
"Do you dare to identify me with that accursed certain soldier?"
I looked sternly at the wretched man through narrowed eyes and said, "Josephus, if you will write a confession of your deed, you will find favor with the gods, and posterity will hold your records in good repute."
"And what if I have already revealed in writing the name of the soldier who was moved by a divine impulse to throw a lighted torch into the window of the sanctuary?"
he asked mockingly. "Divine impulse," I exclaimed. "Would you consider it a divine impulse were I suddenly to seize a bar and demolish the sculptural figure of yonder smirking Jew who aids in the overthrow of his people?" His apparent terror wrung my heart. "But your confession," I urged in gentler tones. "Where is the written chronicle you mentioned in which a certain soldier is named?"
"In my bosom the secret lies, Pliny, and there it shall stay. Yes, it shall be unrevealed till 20 centuries have rolled by. Historians are sometimes permitted glimpses of the future, as well as of the past."
I lunged toward him, but he fled, his prophetic words ringing in my ears. I stood alone in the Roman Forum before the Arch of Titus, gazing at the smug countenance of the sculptured Josephus that seemed gloating over the secret within its breast. Within its breast. "By all the immortal gods," I cried, "I understand the words of Josephus. In my bosom the secret lies." Impetuously I picked up a blunt bar that lay on the ground a few feet away, and cast a hurried glance around me. From behind the temple of Jupiter Stator a figure was approaching. I recognized it as that of Tacitus, returning from his ride with Julia. I lifted the bar for a shattering stroke that did not fall. The beautiful arch was aging before my eyes. Corners were becoming worn away. Inscriptions grew faint, and in some instances were completely obliterated. Weeds and the creepers of vines clambered over the surface, and many of the chiseled features were chipped or worn smooth by the fingers of time. The face of Josephus was gone completely. For all posterity might know, a typically Roman visage could have topped those shoulders. I stood aghast, but with undiminished ardor commenced to knock away the marble folds that covered the breast of Josephus. Then I felt a restraining hand on my arm and a voice. "Not that, friend Ebson. One does not wantonly destroy the relics of ancient art." I turned and gazed full into the face of Lee Clayton. "But it is in there," I exclaimed. "The proof of the identity of a certain soldier." He looked at me uncomprehendingly. A first gleam of early dawn stole across the city and found its way into the midst of the monuments and pillars that now give but a vague conception of the glory that was Rome when she was mistress of the world. "The truth is in there," I asseverated, "and the 20 centuries have expired. Come, let us see." I seized the bar once again for a telling stroke, but instead dropped it helplessly at my feet as I became aware of the figure of a man observing us with penetrating gaze through the arch. "Josephus," I muttered hoarsely. "That is Joseph Pollard," Lee whispered hurriedly in my ear. "It is he, my enemy, of whom I told you yesterday." "Nevertheless, behold the certain soldier," I cried triumphantly.
"You are both insane somnambulists," shrilled the voice of Joseph Pollard. "And if either of you dares to deface this arch, I shall report you to the authorities."
There was a ring of triumph in his voice and a gleam of malice in his eye as he strode through the arch toward us. I caught the glitter of steel as he came through on our side of the monument. Then a distant shout, followed by a confused jargon and the sound of hurrying footsteps, dragged our attention to the approach of 2 officers who ran up to Pollard and seized him. "You are under arrest," said one of the policemen, "for entering a hotel guest room and destroying his property." Clayton and I left Pollard in the safe hands of the officers and returned to the hotel. We repaired at once to Lee's room. There, strewn on the table and floor, were minute fragments of what had once been a miniature likeness of the Arch of Titus. I commenced picking the pieces off the floor, and Lee proceeded to clear up the fragments from the table, where they lay scattered across the books and papers, which in his hurry he had left open and thrown about. A sudden exclamation brought me hurriedly to his side. He was staring with bulging eyes at a page of Latin wherein the words "Miles Certus" seemed to jump up out of the text to meet us, and immediately above the inscription, laid by the careful hand of fate, was a fragment of the tiny arch, the breast and head of Josephus. "The 20 years are past," I said, "and the prophecy is fulfilled. Josephus was right, though he did all within his power to prevent its accomplishment. He was unconsciously a tool in the hands of fate." After a silence of some moments, I asked, "Why didn't Tacitus correct his version of a certain soldier? Pliny intended to tell him the revelation of Josephus, and that would have made it unnecessary for 2,000 years to pass before its becoming known." Lee Clayton smiled. "If you will look up Pliny the Elder in the Encyclopedia, you will learn that he died at Pompeii in the famous eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 A.D. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Weird Tales Presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Weird Tales Presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. Section 4. Tangled Skeins by Mary McEnnery Erhard. I never read of odd and bizarre occurrences or of happenings which seem beyond mortal ken, but I think of a tale related to me by a gentleman in whom I have the utmost confidence, and which is in my experience unique, although no doubt students of the occult, particularly in Eastern lands, will be able to parallel it directly it sees the light of day, which I think it has not done before. I shall begin to relate it without any further prolixity. It was on a warm July night that I sat with my friend Cumberland, the Reverend Wilfred Cumberland, in his study. The roar of London traffic had quieted down. The stars winked at us gravely through the pall of soft coal smoke that still overhung the city, and which was added to by the clouds of smoke from our cigars. It was very warm. Cumberland is by nature one of the untidiest men I know, and as usual his desk was littered all over with this and that, compelling him to pull out a drawer to support his elbow as he sat and smoked. This drawer was also crammed full of heterogeneous papers, some of which appeared to be letters recently received, and some of which were yellow and cracked at the edges. The untidy seldom censure our neatness, but we always feel we must chide their want of care. "Cumberland," said I, Do you never clear out your desk? About once a year, he replied, but it does no good. There's seldom much in it that I can bear to part with. I don't know how others manage, but I am irresolution itself when it comes to destroying old papers. For instance, this is a memorial pamphlet gotten out at the time of the death of Gibbons, the first rector I served under, a fine chap. This is a copy of some verses, worthless, I haven't a doubt, written by one of the boys in my Sunday school class on the occasion of my ordination. Of course they're funny. They would be merely funny to anyone else. This is a guide to Winchester Cathedral. I might go there again, you know. So you see how it is. In fact, the place seldom gets weeded out except when I happen... Hang it, I've done it again now. By a careless gesture with the hand which held his cigar, he had started what was evidently his only method of desk clearing, an accidental conflagration. The hot ash from the tobacco had fallen into the open drawer, and the papers had started blazing merrily. Frantically he began to pull out the bundle of papers which were burning, before the whole contents of the drawer were involved. He was successful in saving the rest of his cherished trash, but when he had flung the blazing package into the empty grate, it was itself a total loss. He viewed this with dismay. "Now see," he cried, "there goes a bunch of papers which I valued highly. I had rather burned all the rest of the drawer than that." One glance had showed me that the bundle contained no securities or anything of real value, but I tried to conceal my amusement, nevertheless. He continued, "Those were the notes from which I was about to start constructing what I hoped would be a very interesting monograph for the Society for the Investigation of Psychic Phenomena. I was, indeed." "And you don't recollect the story without the papers?" "Quite. But there are certain details which people would expect to find included in such an article, and as I've always been poor on dates and other figures—" He sighed. "Would the tale suffer so much with those left out?" "Not as a story, I suppose, but I fear it would be unacceptable to a scientific magazine. It would not sound convincing at all. In fact, I don't believe I could ever have made it sound anything but impossible. So perhaps it's no matter." "There's nothing so interesting as an improbable tale from a truthful person, my dear chap. Won't you let me have it from your lips some time if I am never to have the chance to read it in the Society's bulletin?" "Well, then," he retorted, smiling, "no time like the present. The mist, I see, has turned to quite a heavy rain. I couldn't allow you to go out in it unless you were extremely determined. So compose yourself, my excellent fellow, to be talked to sleep. Instruct then your audience of one, since a larger one is denied you, and in doing so crystallize your own memories before they become dimmer." After carefully closing the drawer, the Reverend Wilfrid lit another cigar, crossed his legs, and began. "It was when I was at Oxford that it all happened. That must have been 30 years ago. My failings you know well, of course, but in one subject I never came a cropper, that of the English literature. This fact came very near to changing the entire course of my life. I wonder if I should ever have been able to get used to life in an Indian palace, and if I should have made a good Rajah when my turn came. Well, no matter. I was not obliged to, after all." I stared, and he went on. "I sat in my study at Magdalen, smoking, one evening, when someone knocked on the door. As my usual companions dispensed with that formality, I concluded it must be a proctor, and rose to open. Instantly I regretted rising, for my caller was not only merely a fellow student, but one for whom I cared very little, although principally for racial reasons. He was an East Indian. No one could say that Chundan had anything wrong with him, yet I strongly preferred my own color and race. And childishly, the fact that I had been so courteous as to rise and open for him irked me. "Good evening, Mr. Cumberland," he said in his almost perfect English. "May I come in?" "Certainly," I growled, resuming my seat and my pipe churlishly, but I motioned him to a chair. He entered and shut the door behind him. With a grace that seemed a little out of place for some reason, it suggested a panther to me, he crossed the room and took the chair I had indicated. "I have come to ask you a very great favor," he began immediately. I frowned and was silent. "I am most anxious," he continued, "to return to my home. England is no place for me. It's too cold in every way. My father is old, very old. He cannot live long now, we fear. I should be with him. I should also be at hand in case the time comes for me to succeed to the throne. There are other sons older than I, although I am the only child of the Rainee, and there's but one Rainee. And if I am not on the spot, my father's throne may be polluted by the son of a Nauch girl. Who knows? And in that case, what would he do to my mother, who would never acknowledge him? I do not like to think, sir. Well, Chundun, I never realized you were a prince before, I replied, but the government will take care of your rights, I have no doubt. Perhaps, he said, and perhaps not. As long as there was no general massacre, your government might keep its hands off. Ours is but a small principality among the hills, and with the best of intentions, troops do not reach a place instantly they are sent. Much can be done to a woman in a few hours. My mother is but a small woman. This last sentence, which he introduced so irrelevantly, somehow brought up such a picture of horror that I am still at a loss to account for it, except by means of thought transference. I had never inquired into the details of Indian methods of torture. I shuddered, and Chundun went on almost without a pause. And I cannot return to India without my degree. My father expects it. Naturally, I remarked dryly. I fancied the dark face flushed, but Chundun went on quite calmly. I can pass in everything but English literature. It, I ask your pardon, fails to hold my attention, my interest. No doubt the manner of thinking in the two races is too different. This Addison, for example, what is he to me? I can read him, but afterward I cannot answer questions about what I have read. What is it to me? Pardon me, it is only nonsense. Then why not elect something else? Ah, but it is too late. I have elected. At the end of this term I should be finished all. I should receive my degree and return to my dear father. And so I am asking your help. If you want a tutor, I'll take you on. I had become interested at last. But it's awfully late to start in with a tutor now. Too late, replied Chundun. The examination is but a week off. I must use different means. Someone must take the examination for me. Cumberland paused for a few puffs and then smiled at me ruefully. Now, I know just what I should have done then as well as you do. I ought to have stood up and showed Chundun the door. But I didn't. I was short of funds as usual. I needed to return home, not to succeed to my father's throne, but to help him with the family's exchequer. Where even the expenses of my graduation were coming from, I was not certain. So, to my shame, it is spoken, I looked at the Indian with a sickly smile and answered, Do you think we look enough alike that with some sort of face stain? I mean nothing so crude as that, Mr. Cumberland, he rejoined. I mean to suggest that we exchange bodies for the day of the examination in literature. We what? I jumped from my seat. Do not be so astonished, sir, went on Chundun smoothly. I am not surprised at your feelings, and am deeply grateful that you have not doubted my sanity, as many of your countrymen would have done. It is true, nevertheless, that I am able to do this thing. In fact, I have repeatedly done it. I exchanged forms several times with a servant in India, and I do not doubt that with some degree of concentration it can be done equally well in England. If it does not turn out as we expect, we shall be none the worse off, you in particular. I flushed silently. Chundun went on in his clear, smooth tones. I am not, you see, as densely ignorant of all matters as of English literature. I have studied for some years with the priests and Brahmins of my country. He relapsed into silence. My curiosity thoroughly aroused by this time, I wished intensely to see what this intended process could be like. I had not the least faith in it, but wanted to see it through, as I should in those days have stayed out a show in a cheap museum. Also, I wanted to laugh a little at Chundun when he failed. We agreed to his plans, which included a large fee to me, part of which he insisted upon paying immediately. His knowledge of my finances seemed to me then almost uncanny. Now I think it is the most ordinary reasoning. Cumberland laughed. He continued, The date for the experiment was set the day previous to the examination in which Chundun expected, in his own character, to fail. I had finished all my own, so I was free. He came to my rooms at 8 o'clock that evening, and we talked a while first, he telling me something of his habits, that the next morning Chundun might not appear to be acting too oddly. And what do you call this process, Chundun? I asked. It is called in India, then followed a long Indian word instantly forgotten, and sometimes another unpronounceable name. In English it is termed metempsychosis, but this strikes me as singularly inaccurate, as to change souls would be manifestly impossible. The body envelope, so readily laid aside universally at the hour of death, can also be laid aside temporarily during life. My soul, however, is indissolubly connected with my consciousness. I agreed with him. At 9:15, I remember looking at my clock as I lay on my bed. The process of body exchange, according to Chundun, was now about to commence. I had expected a fire in a brazier, incense, smoke, incantations, and I know not what of mystic ceremonies. In this I was disappointed. I cannot remember any fear, only a faint sense of amusement and a great curiosity. Had I been a good Christian in those days, I should undoubtedly have had nothing to do with the whole matter. Had I been even a poor Romanist, I should have protected myself in some way by prayer. Alas, those were my agnostic days. Chundun began proceedings by a brief injunction to me to concentrate on the matter in hand, and then was silent himself. He was reclining on my lounge. The body, being wholly at rest, he said, assisted the powers of the mind and soul. We continued in silence a few minutes, and I began to get drowsy. Then I heard Chundun's voice a few moments in some sort of sing-song chant in what I knew to be Hindustani, but could not catch a word of. The voice now ceased, and I began again to grow sleepy. Presently, although the drowsiness continued, it was strangely permeated by a sense, first of strain, then of giddiness, similar to the feeling when succumbing to an anesthetic. It was accompanied now, however, by no drumming in the ears. As total unconsciousness supervened, I was conscious of a sense of being lifted in some way. Then I returned to my senses very suddenly, with a feeling of having been out only about a minute. You may believe me or not, Griswold, I awoke on the couch. I looked over to the bed in surprise for Chundun, but on it lay a white man of a familiar appearance. I sat up suddenly and saw that my hands were brown. I ran over to examine the man on the bed. He was living in my own body. So the thing really happened, I interjected. Yes, went on Cumberland, the impossible actually occurred, as one hears of its doing every once in a while. My powers of mind and memory were just what they had always been, when I recovered from the shock of surprise and terror which accompanied my awaking from the trance, and although my friend would not allow me to go in my bewildered state to his rooms to spend the night, but insisted on my occupying my own bed for the nonce, while he used the couch, in the morning I was quite myself, in a brown body. And you took the examination successfully for the Indian prince? To my shame, yes. And then changed back, I suppose. Most astounding. The next night I spent in my own rooms also, as Chundun and I agreed it would be best to stay where one of us knew exactly where everything was. I could see, though, that my striker was more than astonished to find an Indian spending 2 nights with me. He was plainly disgusted. At 5 o'clock the following evening, thoroughly tired of each other's bodies, we agreed to resume our own, and, locking the door as before, prepared for the second change. We lay down, we concentrated, Chundun chanted, I became drowsy, and then nothing more. I awoke out of the drowsiness. I had not lost my senses completely as at first, to find myself still brown, still a prisoner in a body not my own. How can I describe that endless night? The repetition of the process, the strained concentrating which one of us knew nothing about in reality, the varied incantations in Hindustani, all perfectly useless. We faced the dawn in utter despair, which even Chundun's Eastern stoicism could not conceal. As we sat there in the grey mist of morning, we could make no plans save for the immediate present. The next night we would both spend in his rooms, until I became accustomed to where he kept his belongings, and then the false life must continue, until what? Perhaps, Chundun suggested, we are now unduly exhausted. All may go well next time we make the attempt to change. In the meantime, let us rest, relax, refresh mind and body. Rest? Relax? With this frightful problem eating out our hearts? Should I never again be myself? Never again see my family? Embrace my mother and sisters? Should I have to go and be a prince in India? Loathsome thought. How I should undoubtedly hate the climate and the surroundings. I had no fear but that I would make an excellent ruler, but this gave me little comfort. Chundan being an Indian, I have no way of guessing how much of similar import went through his mind. When I met him in the halls and grounds of the college, his face, my face, appeared unmoved. But I presume his face, which I wore, betrayed my grief conspicuously and disgraced its real owner. Our deceitful examination in literature had been the last one scheduled for either of us. The day of commencement arrived. I received Chundan's diploma, and he mine. I carried his continually in a pocket. That night I went to my old rooms to see him. We tried once more to regain our own bodies. It was in vain. Under a calm exterior he looked haggard and worn. He insisted on accompanying me back to his rooms, where he divided equally between us, come what would, the 1,000 or so pounds which he kept there. He declared that if we finally failed to regain our own physical envelopes, I must go to India and take up his duties, and he would let his father know, lest I be found out and suffer. I was silent. Never could I counsel him to take my place. Could I see my sisters in the arms of one whose body was a brother to them, but whose soul was that of an Indian? No. He must stay away from Devon, I thought. Most of the time we were now alone. I suppose Chundan didn't act like me, and was so shunned as a changed man by my old cronies. I was too disheartened to care for any company, and no one spoke to me but the instructors and a couple of other Indian students, who I suspect knew all, having been confided in by Chundan. It was manifestly impossible for me to do the same with my friends. My troubles would merely have been aggravated by the risk of being committed to a madhouse. It was now the day following the graduating exercises. The previous day most of the students had departed. I was glad that none of my people had been up to the commencement. I could not have borne it. Today was the latest day I could, with any face, start for home. I did not know if Chundan intended to do this for me or not. I could not bear to think of him with my family. It was worse than the thought of going to India. I had not even asked the exact location of the kingdom in which he expected me to take his place, and never seeing my dear ones again myself. I wandered about Oxford in a despairing state, unable to make up my mind as to my next move. The only trouble that I did not have, I felt, was lack of funds. And finally I decided to take train for Liverpool and ship for America. There at least I could lose myself among strangers, and grief might finally dull itself out. No doubt I should be able to get some kind of work in time, and as virtually no one in America was acquainted with any of the tongues of India, I should not present the anomaly of an East Indian unable to talk a word of Hindustani. I repaired to the railroad station and bought my ticket for Liverpool. I took first class, that I might be alone. The train did not start for an hour. I wandered about waiting. I had no luggage. I did not know which set of luggage belonged to me, and was too discouraged to try to find out. As I traversed for the last time the well-known streets of the old town, I was drawn by the strains of one of Chopin's nocturnes, and found myself entering a small old church, very dark and peaceful, where the organist was giving a most beautiful recital to himself and the doves in the ivy-covered belfry above. I sank into a pew and seemed to stop thinking. I often wonder, now, how long that blessed musician played, and I sat motionless, scarcely knowing who or what I was, stunned still by my grief, yet comforted by the familiar and beautiful strains of some of the best music ever written by mortals. Finally, I think I fell asleep. Suddenly I came to myself with a start. The music had ceased. I was wide awake, with my mind unusually clear, clearer far than it had been since the day I had left my own body. But what astonished me most was that I had also a complete change of mind, not in regard to my grief at my dreadful predicament, but in regard to my worse than indifference to the religion of my parents. Suddenly I saw myself as I was, and the enormity of my offense against God and man in agreeing to a cheat, in taking part in a mystic ceremony of whose import I must necessarily be ignorant, in carrying out the deception. Come what would, I thought, I would do what I could to rectify matters. What should I do? The first thing that occurred to me was to find Chundan and return the money. Then a second and stronger impulse forced me to unaccustomed knees and to a prayer of penitence, which was probably the first genuine one I had ever offered. The sweep of utterly new religious feeling, I had always hated church from a child, probably because I was taken to too many services each Sunday. Seemed to me far the most wonderful thing in my whole experience. And after praying for forgiveness, I was moved to ask also for a deliverance from my dreadful predicament. Then, exhausted, I flung myself back into the pew. I felt drowsy, dreamy. I lost consciousness. Then I awoke with a start. I leaped to my feet. The church would be locked up for the night, perhaps. I must find Chundun. I must make restitution. I started for the door. Then I staggered back in surprise. Where was I? Not in the little old church near the railway station, but in my own room at Magdalen. I fell back into a chair, astounded. I glanced down at my hands. They were white. I was myself again, thanks be to God. But where was Chundun? It took a few moments of reflection to see that he must have been sitting, probably dozing and receptive, in a chair in my sitting-room, and I, upon my return to my own body, had found myself there. So he must have awakened in the church. Thither I hastened. It was still unlocked, but the sexton was about to close it. I asked if I might first see if a friend of mine were there, perhaps asleep. He has just had a great shock, I had the forethought to explain. We went in together, the sexton and I. The church was empty. I came out perplexed. I wandered about and then sought the station. Had an Indian gentleman taken the Liverpool train? He had. Quick-witted Chundun. No doubt he had found the ticket in my pocket when he came to himself, and fearing perhaps even to look once more on myself or the scenes where his Indian enchantments worked only in their first part, he had fled incontinently for home. I never saw him again, nor heard from him. He never even sent for the contents of his rooms at the college, and I believe they were finally sold at auction. I fancied he wished me to have them, but he never left any word to that effect, for which I was very glad. The cheat was now irrevocable, or at least it would have served no purpose to have exposed it. No doubt Chundun knew far more than the average Oxford Don. As for the money, in the course of years I have paid it to the church, to missions in India, he added with a smile. And how do you account for it, Cumberland? I don't, altogether. Perhaps, as I said, charms don't work so well away from their native heath. Perhaps again one person had to be dominant at the first change, and the other at the second. And I had always left the responsibility to Chundun. Perhaps again the sweeping changes of conversion in my own soul necessitated in some way its also returning to the body in which it had been created. No, Griswold, I don't explain it. I am only very thankful that I am not on an Indian throne at this moment, a place I should be about as fit to occupy as Fido here. That's all there is to the story. And he arose and strolled to the window. It was late. The rain had ceased. Big Ben was chiming midnight. After all, I said as I rose to depart, Cumberland, I don't think it is a paper for the Society. I am inclined to think it is a sermon. He smiled a little ruefully. Shoemaker, stick to your last, said he. Anyhow, it's a story. And in that I agreed with him. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1, Ebony Magic, by Stella Wynne. He was black, I was white. Night after night we were the only non-yellow men in the tucked-away Chinatown restaurant where one could still procure chow mein or chow yuck for very little indeed. Night after night now I had watched some incredible thing happening to this black man. I had first seen him a month before, his bronze, dark, blunt profile outlined against a blaze of mustard yellow, although it was only the coloring of the wrappers of bean cakes piled high on the shelf beside him. This mustard yellow was the exact shade to throw into relief, flamboyantly, as if it were depicted on a poster, his tight-curled head. There was something exhilarating in his gusto that first night, in his fine animalness. He He smacked his lips loudly over his rice, lips outlined thickly as if in a purple chalk against the dusk of his face. His softly shining negroid eyes caught light flickers like dark jewels. The planes of his face gave black light like polished wood. But tonight there was no heartiness in him. He but nibbled at the young green peas cooked in their pods. I had watched him through the month, going from bad to worse. The skin had fallen away from his high cheekbones like canvas from the ridgepoles of a tent. It had begun to take on the silvery tones of a black skin and illness. But it was his eyes that faltered out the truth. There was an evil spirit in the jungle of his mind. Some fear was living off his vitals. No one could doubt tonight, as he started toward my table, that he was a hunted, sick nigger. "Evening, boss." I saw he wanted to talk. "Sit down, Rath," I said. He had told me his name was Rath Jackson. He hesitated, a sort of hesitation to assume equality, then lowered himself into the chair. His black paws, I always thought of them as paws, for they seemed both stronger and limberer than hands, he curled together on the oilcloth table edge. "Out of work now, Rath?" I asked. "Well, yes, sir, and no, sir. That is, I got work if I wants it." The strange look spread again like a gray film over his gaunt face. "You mean you get a little work on and off, but not much money coming in, eh?" "No, I don't mean that. Money just naturally doesn't mean nothing to me, boss, when I works at my job." "Why don't you work at it then?" "Just naturally don't like it." I grew curious. "What is it?" I asked. His hands squirmed. I could hear a slight shuffle of his feet. "I don't want to say, if you don't mind." To cover his embarrassment, he picked up a book I had placed on the table beside me and idly opened it about the middle. He could read well enough, I saw that, but the book, a modern one on travel in Abyssinia, written by a distinguished Frenchman, was full of the terms of medicine, anthropology, psychology. Rath's high, narrow black forehead became trisected by two enormous wrinkles. The skin, loosened by his emaciation, seemed to fold over. He put up his hand and scratched his ear. "What all that about, boss?" I looked into the open book. It was a chapter on the so-called magic of the black witch doctors, some of whose performances looked at unscientifically, the author stated, seemed actually to verge on the supernatural. His explanation was that it was merely mind-reading, telepathy, authentic instances of which are reported every now and then to scientific bodies. He went deeply into the psychology of it. I tried to think of small, clear words in which to explain it to Rath. "This man's a great traveler, Rath. Goes into distant countries, you know, and tells about what he sees, the people, the way they do things and everything. He's telling about Abyssinia." "Where dat, boss?" "Do you know where Egypt is?" His sunken eyes unexpectedly lighted. He spoke up quickly, pridefully, like a schoolboy. "Sure do. Egypt, the oldest country in the known world. Egypt, the cradle of the human race. Egypt, where the Nile River flow." "Well," I said, somewhat surprised at his burst of knowledge, "Abyssinia is south of Egypt, mountainous, in some parts quite inaccessible. Hard for people to get into, you know. Paul Dubois, who wrote this book, says he has seen almost unbelievable things among the natives. They're dark there, too. What they call magic. Sometimes they go into trances for days. Then again, sometimes the witch doctors are able to tell what is in a person's mind. For instance," I heard a gasp. I looked up at an amazing sight. The Negro's eyes popped like marbles. His lips drew back from his perfect teeth. "That's superstition," he shouted. "I don't believe in that. I don't believe no magic can make nobody know what's in my mind. I don't think white folks ought to write stuff like that. They ought to know better." His black hands were clenched. He looked like an animal about to spring, to rend, to tear. What he panted to tear seemed to be his superstition of old Africa. His hands uncurled. "I don't believe in no superstition whatsoever," he declared with vehemence, but with less fury. The dying of his fury left him trembling, so violent had its short storming been. "Let's see that book." He almost snatched it from my hand. He began poring over it. His forehead again showed the two great pleated wrinkles with smaller ones etched in between. He spelled out the strange terms of a new psychology softly to himself. He held the book closer and closer to his savage black far-seeing eyes, as if he would intimidate it, conquer it, but it was too much for him. He could not understand it, and suddenly the very fact of his non-understanding brought relief to him. "Oh, that book ain't some shucks. That's all full nonsense." The relief grew in his voice. He couldn't make it out, therefore. It was gibberish. "Frenchies is all like that. That frogger's just pretendin'." He tossed the book contemptuously on the table, and I saw he was no longer troubled about it. He had sufficiently explained it to himself. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye, just becoming conscious himself of his behavior, to see how I had taken it. He glanced up at the clock. "I must be getting back to Bell." All of a sudden he added out of nowhere, "I'm dead broke, boss. I guess I just got to begin my job again." Over his gaunt black face there rode stiffly a wave of fear. One night, 2 weeks later, chancing to wander down into Lower 3rd Street, I saw a small crowd before a ramshackle vacant store. A round chart of the zodiac in red, yellow, and green divisions blazed brightly through the cracked window glass. The chart was crowned with the caption, unassailably true, "Knowledge is power." Other brilliantly lettered placards conveyed the information that the Princess Fatima, who was one of the most esoterically gifted ladies in the entire world, would convey mystic information to all comers, absolutely free. Reassured by the absolutely free, I entered and placed myself well to the back of the ragtag crowd. On a sort of low stage at the far end of the store, in what went for Royal Egyptian robes, there sat in an ornate chair badly in need of regilding a slim mulatto girl. She sat there beautifully poised, beautifully at ease, and was a striking picture with the red curtains bedizened with golden stars and crescents behind her. Her skin was faintly yellow-brown like a leaf. Her black hair was curly but not woolly. Her great dark eyes were pools of light, mysterious, indrawn eyes, I thought. A tall, skinny man with a smudge of dirty gray stubble covering his sunken face poked me with his elbow and volunteered, "Guy's going to make the high pitch now, mister." "The what?" I ventured. "Oh, a geezer comes out and gets the crowd worked up to a high pitch of interest so they'll buy what he's selling. Look." The curtains behind the mulatto girl suddenly pulled apart. A gorgeous being in a flame-colored robe, a glorified fez on his head, stepped forth. It was Rath Jackson. Through the crimson shimmer of his tawdry splendor, I could see that he has grown even thinner. His bones were rawer, and the silverness were more pronounced in his black skin. His spirit vibrated within him. It seemed to me like a skeleton in the wind. He raised his arm, and his black hand, powerful, limber, paw-like, appeared at the end of his regally flowing but slightly dirty sleeve. "Ladies and gentlemen," he addressed in a grandly ceremonious manner, his audience of masculine riffraff besprinkled with street walkers, "you could see before you in that chair," he pointed to the yellow girl, "one of the greatest wonders of the world, if not the greatest, the Princess Fatima." The crowd followed with languid glance his dramatically pointing forefinger. They had too often been treated to some greatest wonder in the world. "This dusky little lady, ladies and gentlemen, goes back in knowledge to Egypt, the land of the pharaohs, where once her family reigned. Egypt, the oldest country in the known world. Egypt, the cradle of the human race. Egypt, where flowed the river Nile. With the priests of Egypt, and in those old temples there, more especially in the temple of the goddess Isis, has been preserved the secrets which the Princess Fatima, born with a veil, and all these United States alone is heir to. Ain't no country in the world which so bounds with the lore of the occult as the land of Egypt." He stopped suddenly and then added, "Except maybe Abyssinia, a country we all don't know so much about, which lies up alongside of Egypt. I reckon this here Abyssinia is the country most chock full of occult lore in the world." I recognized the genesis of his last remark, but why should he shoot a quick, fearful glance at the girl, as if she, in some manner, were connected with Abyssinia? "And now, ladies and gentlemen, this little lady will give a demonstration of the power of her miraculous gift, like as much none of your ladies or gentlemen has ever seen before. She will do something which few people in the entire world can do. I will tie this bandage, you all see what it is, a heavy black silk gentleman's handkerchief, round her eyes and blindfold. She will call the name of any article any person in this audience shows me, nay, more. Ladies and gentlemen, she called the first name of any lady or gentleman and tell their birthdays. Don't look anxious, ladies. She won't tell the year." He turned in the direction of the girl and waved his hand. "Princess Fatima." She rose and bowed, and there was something in her which forced respect from that gargoylish crowd, ready enough to hoot, to hiss, or to laugh. Wrath bandaged her eyes, then stepped down into the audience, his royal robes swishing. "Now who gwine be first? Who gwine show me some object?" A wisp of a man stepped forward. With great secretness he showed something to Wrath. "A penknife," called out the blindfolded girl. She continued to call out in rapid succession as the Prince of Egypt walked from person to person. "A watch, Ingersoll, a collar button, a handkerchief, gentleman's, a union card, Teamsters Local 146. I tried to make out what method of communication they were using. I was surprised at the mastery, the smoothness these two showed in their work. Such ability was seldom seen outside good vaudeville stages. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," said Wrath, "who all wants their name and birthday called? Who all?" He snapped his fingers. "Who all? Speak up." A woman in a bright cerise straw hat, her mouth rouged to the color of raw meat, wishing to draw attention to herself, said loudly, "Me," and giggled. "Lady wants her name and birthday told. Very well, madam. Just whisper the information to me." He bent toward the woman, and her raw lips whispered into his black ear. A moment later, the mulatto girl said in her peculiar sing-song, "Lady's name is Mabel, born on the 19th of July, under the influence of cancer." Mabel's butchery lower lip hung loose with astonishment. The Prince of Egypt capitalized the moment. "Under the influence of cancer," he repeated weightedly. "Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and each and every one of these is under the influence of some planet whose magnetic vibrations works us good or evil. Each and every one of us is under the influence of the stars of their nativity, whether they like it or not. Any lady or gentleman that wants a written account that they can always keep to refer to, and which shows your favorable and unfavorable days according to the aspect of your ruling planet, here and now, has the opportunity to obtain same. Each chart directs you what days to act and what days not to act, when to ask for a job and when to propose to your best girl, when to change your business or your residence, and when your mother-in-law is likely to visit you." The old joke got the old laugh, although few indeed in that audience had homes or mother-in-laws. Wrath followed up with the laugh quickly with, "The price of this invaluable astronomical chart is only 10 cents, 1 dime, and you'll never spend a dime better. Now, lady," he turned to Mabel, "shall I fit you down a chart?" "I'll take one," she said automatically, her mind still dazed with the mystery of her accessible birth date. Wrath drew out from a pile of printed matter a sheet whose top was largely lettered "July, Cancer," and handed it to her. Business became good. It was a little fuel to the ego flames of those rags and tags of humanity to hear something so primarily their own as their names and birth dates called out in an assemblage. It put them in such good humor that, unconscious of the cause, they nearly all dredged up grimy dimes. From end to end of the place there was a white paper blossoming, an unfolding of printed sheets, the bending of outcast heads over mystic destinies. Over it all, the sing-song of the mulatto girl rose and fell as Wrath worked. "Gentleman's name, Frederick, born December 24th. Yeah, almost a Christmas present for his mammy." The Prince of Egypt injected humor into the solemnity of the occult. He stopped almost opposite me without seeing me, and placed his hand on the shoulder of a short, fat man who had signaled him. The man stood on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Fatima called out, "George. Gentleman's name is George, born August 14th. I was astonished to see Wrath's face suddenly turn a dark grayish hue. His eyes popped. He looked more startlingly thin than ever, like an affrighted skeleton. The thing, whatever it was, that had residence in his brain, had given him full sight of its horror. His glance shot up to the stage and rested on the mulatto girl, who sat poised, blindfolded in her chair, awaiting his next question. It rested on her only a second, but it seemed in that second his agony deepened almost unbearably. I stretched out my hand and touched his arm. He jumped as if an electric current had struck him. Then immeasurable relief flooded over his face. He seized my hand in his icy black paws. "Oh," it was almost a moan. "Oh, boss." Then he began to come back to himself. He slowly grew from a terrified Negro into the proportions of the Prince of Egypt. He waved a dignified, if shaky arm, over the audience. "This finished tonight's entertainment, ladies and gentlemen." He turned to me as the two of us stood, rocks in the stream of outgoing people. He pointed up toward the stage and said in a voice of great heartiness, in which I felt there was an attempt to wipe from my mind the memory of his fear, or at least make me think I had made a mistake in interpreting it as such, "That's my wife. That's Belle, boss. Come on up and see her." Up on the low stage, Belle had already taken the black silk bandage from her eyes. She bowed with a good deal of dignity in her glittering robes. "Like the show, sir?" she asked a little timidly. "Marvelous stuff. Almost made me believe in the occult." I smiled. Belle looked pleased and glanced up quickly at Wrath, but the latter suddenly frowned and burst out, "Don't yo' neber let nobody fool you with no occult stuff, boss. It's all just tricks. Belle and me here works a code. I fastens that bandage so she can see just a little under it. She has little mirrors sewed on her sleeves to help. The way I hold my fingers, my hands, my arms, my shoulders, whether I stands on the left side, right side, or directly in front of the pussin, the way I pitches my voice, the jokes I make, every single things means something. Most things folks in an audience show you is a lot like handkerchiefs, knives, rings, watches, gloves, stuff like that, and we have signs for them all. We have signs for all the common first names of people for each month, for each of the dates from 1 to 31. We learn all that down Memphis way," supplemented Belle, smiling. "Yeah, I had a job helping a magician, and Belle was the girl he raised by levitation. That was 8 years ago. We've been going round country ever since, making good money, until—" Something constricted his throat. He looked at Belle. She glanced quickly away with an oddly guilty look. I wondered if that look had anything to do with his fear of a few minutes before. I felt, in spite of their evident affection for each other, that there was something queer and strained between these two. How strange a mixture was this mulatto girl, the deep black blood of Africa paled out by the white blood of the North. Wrath was all primitive, I felt, but this girl had inherited subtleties of the spirit. There were things she would feel, motives she would follow, acts she would do, of which her husband would forever be incapable. And I could see she adored Wrath. As I walked home, there kept recurring in my mind Wrath's spasm of fear, the tortured look he had cast at the girl, her later look of guilt, yet not exactly guilt either. Had Belle, his mulatto wife, anything to do with the fear which was eating like an acid into his life, which was undermining the splendid animal mentally and physically? I was shocked the next time I saw Wrath. 2 weeks had passed, but it seemed like no 2 weeks could have caused so terrible a degeneration in a human being. He sat at a table in the little Chinese restaurant, but he touched not so much as a bite of the food he had ordered. His hands trembled. He waited until I had finished my very late dinner, waited in agony, it seemed to me, then came quickly over. "Say, listen, boss, will you do me a favor? Will you walk home with me?" I nodded, somewhat mystified. It had begun to rain by the time we got outside. The wind, too, had started talking in a big hollow voice. Wrath's house, luckily, was not far, a tiny cottage in a small Negro district on the edge of Chinatown. His key rattled crazily around the keyhole before he was able to steady his hand and open the door. The front room of the Negro couple was neat but shabby, with the shabbiness of cheap pine furniture. There were innumerable little reminders of Belle, light tan straw half sewn on a hat shape, rose-colored silkline drapes in the windows, a calendar, a sentimental picture of a golden-haired child tacked to a door with a bow of pink ribbon. This door was the only one in the front room other than the hall door through which we had entered. I noticed Wrath cast quick, short glances at it. "Don't go yet, boss," he pleaded. "Sit down. I wouldn't have left him for anything. I wouldn't have left even a dog whose eyes were staring at nothing and whose neck ruff was bristling with fear. I'll stay, but you best get into bed, Wrath. You're shivering. Got any quinine in the house?" "I don't need no quinine. I ain't got no break-bone fever. I don't want to go to bed." The pecking of the rain at the windows through the silence and the actions of the Negro began to depress me. Something of the terror which possessed him reached fingers into my consciousness. "Wrath," I said to make talk, "how's the horoscope business? How's Scorpio, Cancer, and Taurus? Raking in the dimes? I ain't in that business no more. Can't, he whispered. Can't, on account of her. He glanced at the door to which the calendar was tacked. Belle, then, was in there, probably asleep, for it was almost 10 o'clock. I must lower my voice. Rath stared out the window, which looked like pieces of ice in brown water against the windy opaqueness beyond them. He suddenly turned and looked up at me. Oh, Lordy. His black hands twisted together. I got to talk. Pretty soon you gwine to leave, boss, and I's gwine to be... He stopped short on the threshold of the word. His hands came down in jerky blows to his knees. We'll talk, Rath. He hitched his chair nearer me and put the tips of his fingers on my arm. You believe, boss, that they is ever devils around? Evil spirits roaming round changing things? I was amazed at the look on his face, at his quick glance toward the bedroom door. Superstition, Rath, I said. Yeah, I know, superstition. The wind blowing in around the window edges bellied out the rose-colored drapes that gave such a feminine touch to the poor room. I ain't never used to be superstitious. No matter how slick an occult thing I'd seen, I always reckoned there was some trick at the bottom of it. He was silent for a minute, then added in a whisper, Boss, that night at the show, when you reached out and put your hand on my arm, I hadn't give Belle no signal whatsoever, and she got up and calls out, Gentleman's name is George. He turned his great eyes and his gaunt face up to me. Well, I said, well, perhaps you are a little slow, and she took a chance calling out. George isn't an uncommon name. That's what I thought, too, first time she'd done it. In San Francisco here, about 6 months ago. Then seemed like something come over Belle. A couple nights later, she called out 3 times, names or birthdays, without me giving her the signal. It made me creep all over her doing that a ways. How come she knowed those things without my signals? I fired that question right quick at her after the show. First off, she tried to say she got the signals. But I knowed. Then she said, oh well, I don't just know exactly how comes I do that. Seems like those names just naturally pop into my mind and then pop out of my mouth. She took it awful light, like as if it might happen to anybody. But I just thought about it way into the night and the next day. How come any woman know what those folks' names was without anything to know by? Why was she doing what we was pretending to do? Well, a few nights later, she sure enough did it again. After that, I got so jumpy and fidgety waiting for it to come to that, I could hardly get my signals right. I tried to be quicker than I ever was. And believe me, boss, I ain't never been slow. Finally she did it, and I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach like I was going to vomit. After that night, when she seen how I feel, she promised she wouldn't do it no more. But it seems like she couldn't help it, and she done it every once in a while anyway. I got so nervous about the whole thing, and so full of worriment, seems like I had to talk to someone. One day in the barber shop, I met up with Bob Guinness, young colored fellow I know, and I spill out all about it. He says he knows just what it is, that she had an evil spirit in her, and that he was giving her the knowledge. He say there was lots of cases just like that, more'n folks ever know about. He joined up with a church a while back, and he wants me to bring Belle there. He say they would pray over her and sprinkle her with blessed water, and pretty soon that evil spirit would be exorcised. He say lots of times folks that were possessed got that done for them, and time after time something like smoke come out of their mouth, and a moment later they could see something black and shadow-like, but in human form, running away with its head covered where the drops of blessed water had burned. Well, I didn't want to believe that Belle had no evil spirit in her, and I told him it sounded like superstition to me. But he say, well, all right, Rath, you'll wait and see. If a person ain't cleansed of that evil spirit that takes possession of their body, well, it gets more and more of a hold until they just become it, and it them, and ain't they own selves no more. I got thinking more and more about what Bob Guinness told me, and although it seemed like superstition, the more it seems like it may be so too. Old parson down south, when I was a child, used to say the Bible say there's evil as well as good spirits, and the evil spirits is devils roaming around the world looking for a habitation. I sure hated to think that of Belle, but every night now in the show seems to me I could catch the shatter of that evil spirit whispering in her ear. Seemed like something used to go through the audience with me, and I could hear something laugh low when she got the name or birthday without my signal. One day I couldn't stand it no more. I closed down the show in the middle of things, and I didn't open it up no more. Belle seemed sort of relieved. I thought, though we didn't talk about why I'd done it. Things was fixing for to turn out well for a while. I done odd jobs around, and Belle stayed with a couple of chillins nights 3 times a week. Those times I went to the Chinese restaurant. The idea that evil spirit living in Belle began to grow dim. His hands clenched suddenly. He gave a quick look at the bedroom door, then stared out the dark rain-tap window pane. One evening, I was sitting there reading in the paper about something in that city, Rome, Italy, and she was over by the gas plate cooking. I thought, I'll ask Belle, does she know if that Italian city is bigger in San Francisco? But something else caught my eye and didn't ask. But she turned her head suddenly and say, I sure think it bigger in San Francisco, Wrath. And seemed to me I heard that little funny laugh again. During the next week, I watched close, and maybe 4 or 5 times she would answer me things I hadn't spoke, and that was only in my mind. When she did, all my strength would go in my knees and get bendy as if they were made of water. Funny thing was, seems like she didn't hardly know she done it. That made me more and more think maybe there was something else answering through her voice, and Belle really didn't know nothing much about it. Boss, it was about this time the terrible thing come to me, quick like lightning out of the sky. His big black hands squirmed one over the other. I got to lie awake nights. I used to look over at Belle and wonder, was there an evil spirit in her body? And was I lying there sleeping beside an evil spirit that mocked at me? Maybe I should have run away from the house and Belle at that time, but we'd always been together working since she was a little girl, and she was my wife, and I loved her. I loved Belle. One night, I waked up sudden, as if someone had laid a hand on me. The dawn was all pinky outside. Belle was fast asleep beside me, and that was the first time for a long time that I seen her face when her eyes wasn't open, and I dared look at it good. I saw the curve of her neck against the white pillar, then the light grew more, and I saw my own 2 hands lying there on the white bed cover. He held up his black paw-like hands to the light. The wind ballooned out the rose-colored drapes. Then all of a sudden, I seemed to hear just as a voice spoke it, but I knew there was nobody saying it, "Hands you're going to kill." After that, all the time, I was afraid. I was afraid in the daytime, but most I was afraid at night. I'd wake plumb, wake at dawn, and I'd lie there watching her, and that voice, almost more and more urgent, would say, "Do it, Wrath. Do it. Then it will die, too, and nobody won't know what you're thinking no more." Oh, boss, those days, I just felt if there was a piece of glass set under my forehead, and everything I thought can be seen plain as plain can be. Boss, you don't know what an awful feeling it can get to be, to live with someone all the time. No matter how they try to hide it, they knows everything you think. But, boss, I fought that wicked thought for all it was worth. I sometimes see you looking at me in the Chinese restaurant as if your guess some worriment was gnawing on me. His voice lowered to a whisper, but day after day seems like that thought of killing Belle just grew. Once I had a dream. I felt my fingers harden up together like a vice round her throat. I woke up in a cold sweat. My hands was in just that position, but only the bedclothes was between them. Then Belle wake up suddenly and flash her big brown eyes at me in the dawn. I turned and pretend I was asleep, but I didn't sleep none, and wondered if she knew, if it knew. Well, I just naturally didn't seem good for nothing. All this going on inside me, I couldn't eat and I couldn't sleep. Our money pretty soon give out, and I got dead broke. Had to go back on the high pitch again. That night you come to the show, boss, she done it again for the first time since we opened. Seems like I heard that funny little laugh, and I turned dizzy and sick. Then you put out your hand and touched me. After that, seemed like I hardly knew what I was doing no more, or if it was Belle or that thing looking out at me from her eyes that knowed everything. All last week, boss, I was kinder wild inside like an animal in a trap. Once found myself whispering to my hands, "Hands you're going to kill." Then, boss, this morning, I knowed. His voice sank lower. I knowed I had to do it. I knowed there were no escape for me. My eyes followed his, His were staring down at his two great heavy black paws. A gust of wind rattled the windows. The poorly latched bedroom door blew a little open. Rath leaped from his chair with a scream. I too leaped up. I ran into the bedroom. On the white counterpane of the bed, dimly lit by the rain-washed light of the east windows, the figure of Belle, the yellow girl, lay. She was fully dressed, nicely dressed, her hair prettily fixed. I raised her right arm, which was hanging over the bed, and placed it across her breast. I heard a noise. Rath was standing in the door. I opened the neck of her blouse, but her throat was clear, smooth brown. No finger marks marred it. "How did you kill her?" I whispered. But his tortured eyes understood nothing. "Belle," he said. "Belle, baby." He seemed to be calling to her. "Belle, baby." "Rath, I'm going out to telephone the police. I must, you understand." He turned his wild black eyes on me. "Oh, Lordy. Oh, God, she dead. Oh, honey, you is dead. You is dead." He raised his huge hands above his head and brought them together with open palms like cymbals. "Oh, honey, you is dead." His movements became more and more jerky. I saw with horror that the jerkiness was attaining a sort of jazz rhythm. He clapped his hands together unconsciously at intervals. His feet rose and fell in a sort of unconscious jazz agony. He was going back into the thick forest, back before some huge ring-lipped god, back into Africa. He was dancing with the sound of the wind and the rain to Belle, the mulatto girl. He was dancing the dance of agony, the primitive naked dance of agony, the horrible stiff syncopation of pain. Oh, honey, you was dead, you was dead. I could not bear to look at that naked dark spirit. I bent over the girl to draw her left hand from under a fold of her dress so that both hands might be clasped together on her breast. I felt the thin yellow fingers of this hand grip tightly around something. I bent lower. It was a small bottle, a triangular bottle. Then I gradually made out on the torn label part of a skull and crossbones. I looked slowly up at Rath. Something in my glance penetrated to his consciousness. "Yeah," he whispered. "She done it first. She knowed. She saved me." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. Out of the Earth by Christine Campbell Thomson as Flavia Richardson. Anthony Ware felt that he could never forget the horror of that night. Even when the actual experience had been forgotten and lived down, there would be intervals of madness when the whole scene was reconstructed in his memory. What Sylvia, his wife, thought, no one knew, for she held it closely to herself. All her energies were given to keeping Anthony from brooding. It all happened without any preliminary warning whatever. Anthony and Sylvia had bought a small cottage called Romans in Gloucestershire. Since the end of the war, Anthony had been indefinite in his plans, unable to get a decent job anywhere that would bring in sufficient for their wants, and yet give him time to go on with his own writing. Then, at the end of 1924, his godmother was killed in a motor smash, and he found himself the possessor of £500 a year. Long before, in the ordinary course of events, it would have fallen to his lot. He and Sylvia had at once started to look for a country cottage where they could settle down. With what he expected to make by writing, Anthony judged they could manage well on his new income by living quietly. Sylvia was fond of gardening and of a country life, and she planned to breed chickens and ducks for their own use, as well as to grow fruits and vegetables. After much hunting, they found Romans and knew it was the home of their choice. The cottage was small and compact, built at the top of a hill 2 miles from the village, but only a quarter of an hour's walk across the fields from a small market town. The nearest neighbor lived at the bottom of the hill. The first month they were there passed without noticeable event. They were both in love with the house, both busy all day, and tired and healthy enough to sleep perfectly at night. Had they not done so, it is just possible that they might have had some warning of the horror that was to come upon them. Shortly after Christmas, Anthony Ware went to dine with the doctor who lived in the house at the foot of the hill. Sylvia was invited, but there was a thick white mist from the valley which had risen even to their altitudes, and as she had a bad cough and cold, she decided to stay at home by the fire. Anthony, being a good husband, and remembering that his wife was alone in the house, for their daily help went as soon as she had laid the supper, did not stay long with the doctor, and was walking up the hill again by 10:30. The mist was rolling up in strange white shapes, and by the time he had reached his own garden gate, he could not see the lights from the doctor's house, nor any of those from the outlying villas of the town, usually to be seen through the trees. He pulled his scarf up more closely round his throat and shivered a little. Suddenly, he was aware of a strange feeling in the garden. It was hard to define, hard to pin down to anything in the least definite. Yet it was strong enough for him to stand still and peer around. He was strangely conscious of the presence of a second person. The feeling was so strong that Anthony called out sharply, "Who's there?" wondering if some thief was hiding in the garden with intent to despoil the chicken run. But there was no answer. The white mist rolled up in deeper waves till it seemed to engulf him. It was becoming hard, with the mist and the darkness, to see even the garden path, in spite of his electric torch. Shrugging his shoulders, Anthony went on to the hall door. Rather to his surprise, it was bolted. He knocked twice, and as he did so, the feeling that he was accompanied grew stronger. A minute later, Sylvia opened the door and half dragged him into the hall, shutting and bolting it with feverish rapidity. "Hello, what's up?" asked Anthony, naturally surprised. Then, remembering his own sensations, he asked as casually as he could, "Have you been frightened? Did you think you heard someone about?" Sylvia laughed nervously and backed into the drawing room. "No, oh no," she said. Only it's the first time you have been out without me, and I suppose I got a little nervous. There's a nasty mist up, isn't there? The house seems full of it." Anthony knew his wife too well to take her words at more than face value. He could see that she was on the verge of hysterics, and cursed himself soundly for having left her alone, even for a few hours. He ought to have remembered that she was not used to the country, and that the silence was bound to affect her nerves. Very deliberately, with the impression of infusing an air of everyday life into the situation, he divested himself of coat and scarf, put his stick into the stand, and lighted a cigarette. Then he went into the drawing room where Sylvia was waiting for him, the door wide open so that she could watch him in the hall. The room was, as she had said, decidedly full of mist, but it was not too badly lit for him to see that her eyes were wide with horror, and her hands trembling as she sat down and picked up her knitting, making a feeble pretense at normality. "Sylvia, what is it?" Anthony spoke sharply. His own nerve was beginning to falter. "What has happened? Are you frightened?" She lifted her eyes from her work and nodded her head. Tony, she began, and her voice held a sob of fear in it. "Tony, I don't know what it is, but there's something dreadful about this place tonight. The feeling, I mean, came on about an hour ago. I've been sitting here, praying you wouldn't be very late. I began to think I should go mad." Anthony shook off the creeping horror that was beginning to possess him also. "Nonsense, darling," he said, as cheerfully as he could. "You aren't feeling very fit. Your cold's pulled you down, and your nerves have given out. I was a fool to leave you tonight. Forgive me, dear. I'll make some cocoa, shall I? And we'll have it here by the fire before we go to bed." His effort at normality seemed to pull her together, but she would not leave him alone. Almost clinging to his coat, she went with him to the tiny kitchen and helped to fetch the kettle and the tin of cocoa. Curiously enough, there was hardly any mist in the kitchen. It seemed to have concentrated in the drawing room. Something to do with the aspect of the house, Anthony thought to himself, but he did not comment on it to his wife. Over the cocoa, Sylvia seemed to become happier, though she jumped badly when a log fell out of the fire onto the hearth. "What did you talk about at the doctor's?" she asked. Anthony shrugged his shoulders. "Everything," he said with a smile. "The birth and death rate of the village, poultry feeding. By the way, he's got some wonderful food mixture he thinks you would like to try, local history, and so on. He told me, too, that there used to be a Roman settlement here, and that's why this cottage is called Roman's. Apparently, at one time, it was a pretty big place, and then it died out. But every now and then, the farmers turn up old weapons and things when they're plowing." Sylvia nodded. "I wonder if the hens will scratch up anything," she said. "They work hard enough. I believe they're going to do well. It's a bad time of year to start them, though." "I suppose so," Anthony spoke sleepily. "What about a move upstairs? That fire has almost burned itself out." As the words left his mouth, he became aware once more of that other presence. For the last few minutes it had left him. Now it was back, and even more strongly than before. He glanced at Sylvia. She was looking over her shoulder at the door, and there was fear in her eyes. I don't think I want to go to bed just yet," she said in a strained voice. "Anthony, I'm afraid. It's come back again." "Don't be silly, dear," he said encouragingly, and all the time knowing that it was he who would be silly if he set foot outside the door. Somehow he knew that it, the horror, was in the hall, that he himself might have paved a way for its entrance when he came into the house. The lamp gave a sudden flicker and then went out. The oil had been exhausted. Sylvia gave a little cry of dismay. The room was now lit only by the dying fire. Anthony dashed to the window and dragged back the curtains. The mist had lifted, and a pale moon shed a gleam onto the floor and the grand piano. Anthony went over to the grate and picked up the poker, all the while aware that it was a useless weapon. Then he went toward the door. Whatever it was out there, he meant to face it. He could not endure the thought of being beaten in his own house. But as he laid a hand on the doorknob, he drew back. Something was on the other side. Something so strong, so definitely evil, that every fiber of his soul recoiled by instinct from facing it. He could not coordinate his muscles. For a moment he stood still, dumb. Then he pulled his scattered senses together and turned round. Sylvia was standing behind him, white as the moonlight, her eyes big and dark, her fingers moving tremulously. Anthony went up to her and slipped an arm round her waist. "Darling," he said, "we've got to see this thing through." "What is it? What is it, Tony?" she asked, half sobbing. "God only knows. Or the devil," he returned grimly. His arm round her waist still, they retreated to the far end of the room. Their eyes were seemingly compelled to remain on the door. Would it come in? What did it want? When would it go away? After what seemed hours of waiting, Sylvia gave a little cry and pointed to the floor. Anthony followed the direction of her finger. Over the threshold, under the door, was coming a slow, thick, greenish vapor that rose slightly in the air as it was forced into the room by the pressure of a further discharge behind. "My God!" gasped Anthony. "What's that?" Clinging to one another, backs against the wall, they watched and waited while the vapor increased in volume till it seemed to fill a quarter of the little sitting room. Then they realized that it was as if it were kept within confines of its own. That was in one way the most horrible thing about it. It did not spread and diffuse as gas would do, but moved in a solid block with cumulus edges. For a moment or two, nothing more occurred. Then Sylvia cried out again, "It's taking shape!" Staring, horror-stricken, they saw that this was indeed the case. Out of that solid wall of greenish gas, a foul, horrible green that reminded them of rotten slime and duckweed, certain portions were growing together, were becoming a form. And as the horror did this, so did the foul smell grow greater till they could hardly breathe the air round them. It was suffocating them. Antony made a supreme effort, and without loosing his hold of Sylvia, jerked his elbow through the window. The raw night air came in with a rush, but it could not dispel the vapor inside. The edges of the block wavered a little for a moment, but that was all. Sylvia was sobbing quietly, burying her head on Antony's shoulder, trying to shut out the sight. A sudden catch of his breath made her look up again, and she shuddered, sick with fear. The form was growing clearer now. The central part of the green gas had become a being, an entity such as they had never seen before. Swaying backward and forward, raised slightly above the floor but without visible means of support, was a travesty of a man, grotesquely limbed and featured. But the chief horror lay in the expression. Never had Antony or Sylvia conceived that such bestiality, such foulness could live in any semblance to the human face. It seemed incarnate evil, and it swayed toward them with a leer, coming imperceptibly closer every moment. Antony's back was against the wall. He could retreat no farther. Sylvia lay upon his arm, half fainting with terror. Somehow, by some strange instinct, Antony knew that he must make no effort to get out by the window, that outside was the creature's own ground. At a disadvantage here, he would be utterly lost if he made any attempt at a fight in the garden. The thing must be faced here and now. It was coming closer. The fetid smell was overpowering. Helpless, Antony lay splayed against the wall. It could be only a question of minutes, perhaps only a few seconds, before he and Sylvia would be engulfed in this ghastly sea of evil that emanated from the foul horror in the room. His hands, groping wildly round, touched the poker, but he made no effort to pick it up, knowing that such a weapon could do no good. His eyes roamed wildly round, seeking for help. Was there nothing that could save them? Were they to be possessed forever by the thing, to fall hopelessly, irredeemably into its clutches? Sylvia gave a little moan and fainted dead away on his arm, her head rolling to one side. The shaft of moonlight caught a ribbon round her neck. Antony saw it, unthinkingly, then with a glimmer of hope. With his free hand, he jerked at the ribbon and dragged out the little silver crucifix she always wore. The time for drastic measures had come. The horror was only a yard away. Antony felt that he himself could not keep his senses much longer. He dropped his wife on the floor and stood in front of her, the crucifix held at arm's length, his eyes on the horrible black depths where the creature's eyes should be. For a long minute he stood there, taut as a bowstring, concentrating all that was left of his strength. And the thing wavered, swayed backward, then forward, while a sudden wave of noisomeness engulfed Antony. Dimly, he realized that this was the crucial moment, that it was doing its utmost to crush him then. With one last supreme effort, he flung the silver crucifix straight into the middle of the mocking, bestial face, crying, "In the name of Christ, be gone!" There was a sound of rushing wind, a cry so terrible that it rang in his ears for weeks, and the horror disseminated and disappeared, leaving the room filled with the raw night air from the broken window. Then Antony fainted also. The doctor was already in bed and asleep when he was roused by the pealing of his night bell, and looking out, saw two figures at the door. He hurried down, and, to his surprise, Antony and Sylvia tottered into the hall. He dragged the story from them by dint of close questioning. "What is it, doctor?" pleaded Sylvia. "Will it come again?" "I don't know," he said. "Honestly, I don't know. But I should not stay at Roman's if I were you." "What was it?" reiterated Antony. The doctor moved his hands deprecatingly. "A Roman encampment and settlement," he said. "It has been considered by many experts that the hill is not a natural one, but was originally a tumulus, perhaps also a barrow, and it is a well-known fact among those who study the occult that such places are the favorite haunts of elementals. Mrs. Ware, indeed, both of you have had a very fortunate escape. Something unknown to us, some natural cause perhaps, some hidden attraction in one or other of you had let it loose and sent it like the devil its master seeking whom it might devour. It is only by the grace of God that either of you can tell me the tale. End of section 6. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, July 27th, 2024.
Section 7 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. The City of Lost Souls by Genevieve Larsson. The train, snaking its way through the snowdrifts of the Colorado Plains, seemed to Jack Renshaw to be entirely unheated. He was frozen through. Back a short distance, while the train was stalled, his glow of anticipation at being so near his friends had dulled. He wished he had a drink of whiskey, but that would soon be supplied, he mused. Trust the old gang for that. He'd been a fool not to send word he was coming. What a rousing welcome there would have been for him. 10 years he'd waited to return, 10 years of grinding toil in the mines of Arizona before he'd struck it rich. It would be a great sport surprising all of them, the Terrible 13, as they'd called themselves in the old days. They'd be at Pryor's or down at Nell's. He knew their haunts. Queer how sure one could feel of certain people, even after a lapse of 10 years, even after 10 years of silence on both sides. Wish I were as sure of heaven, he thought. There'd be Dan, roaring and funny as ever, booming out poetry in his strong, ringing voice, and lighting $20 bills in honor of Jack's homecoming, in honor of their friendship restored, for they had quarreled, Dan and Jack, over Nell, the scarlet woman of the town. What difference does it make what she's done? Dan had boomed. It's what she is that counts, and look at me, I'm not such a prize. But the quarrel wouldn't matter now. Jack knew he'd been right, and Dan would have found it out long ago. How Dan, the superior one in the group, could have taken a woman of that sort seriously, Jack could not understand. In the midst of these musings, irrelevant pictures, too, flashed into his mind. That time in the saloon in the back of Pryor's Hotel, when they'd got the German farmer Geisling to fight with his neighbor. What a fight that had been. Curious that he should remember this now. He hadn't thought of it in years. Other pictures, quick flaming, quick receding, came and went. Gay, carefree, full of the spirit of the West, vivid with life and color. Renshaw was roused from his thoughts by the conductor stopping at his seat. "You get off here?" he asked, hesitatingly. "Sure do. It's my old town," brightened Jack. Then, as the man did not seem inclined to bestow the praise Jack had expected, he added, "Some town, too, believe me." The conductor looked at him narrowly. "Yeah, some town," he agreed, a sardonic, glinting look in his eyes. Jack felt insulted by the tone and manner. "I ought to know," he snapped. The train was slacking down. He lifted his overcoat from the red plush seat and slipped it on. Jack was surprised that no one else was getting off. Instead of the blaze of lights he had somehow expected to see, a heavier darkness descended upon the outside world. The conductor leaned forward, looking furtively out the window. "Lights off again," he muttered. He glanced up at Jack. "How long since you been here?" 10 years, answered Jack coldly. "But it's the same town, I'll wager. Nothing could ever change the spirit of this place." He snatched his suitcase and made for the door. "Good luck to you," remarked the conductor. "Pity you chose this night to come back." Jack did not answer. He was cold with fury, and the fact that, in spite of himself, the man's words roused in him a distinct feeling of apprehension. As he stepped down, the conductor gave the information. "The next train through is the midnight flyer. It doesn't stop here ordinarily, but you can flag it." The train puffed on, as if in a hurry to leave. It left Renshaw in a darkness that was sinister in its heaviness. It seeped into his veins, chilling him still more. A sickly yellow light flickered from the window of the station house. As he turned at the end of the platform, the wind rushed, shrieking, around the telephone pole that rose like a pale ghost in the blackness. He pulled the collar up more closely about his neck. He was grateful that in a few minutes he'd reach his friends. What an awful thing it would be, left desolate on a night like this. He set off down the street. He'd stop at Pryor's first. A clear vision of his friend Pryor rose before him, warming him. Pryor, the dispenser of joy. Past hilarity in Pryor's back room cheered him momentarily. All of the sudden, as if unprepared for, unpremeditated, snow began to fall. There was something uncanny about it. This was too cold a night for snow. It was almost as if the elements were playing a trick on him. It whirled about Jack, and the suddenness of the stinging flakes blinded him. The wind tore at the ends of his long coat, whipping it about his legs. There was a tone of anger in it, a high note of defiance. The houses he passed were completely black. No sign of light anywhere, but now the snow began lighting the way a little so that he could see. Or was it the snow giving out this queer half-twilight, this spectral yellowish glow? The trees along the street, though bare of outline, had about them now gray-white veils that draped them into ghostly shapes, from which at the sides protruded angry black arms. A feeling of utter desolation descended upon Jack Renshaw. He resented that there were no lights, wondering savagely why residents did not resort to candles or lamps. 10:30, and the whole town seemed dead, buried in a narcotic sleep. And for Jack's company, the shrieking wind, which he had always hated. It did things to him, with its skirling claws and its tearing voice. A weird, unearthly noise startled him. The air was suddenly surcharged with an insidious, potent atmosphere of lust and brutality. He was brought up rigid, the blood running cold in his veins. The noise grew louder, more insistent. It was nothing like he had ever heard, rather like the sound one might hear in a nightmare, like the demoniacal screaming of lost souls. He peered down the street, numb with cold and an indefinable terror. The flakes of snow were coming more thickly now, in fine, stinging sprays. He wiped away clusters of them on his glasses. He peered again, straining his eyesight to see. A white procession was coming up the street, figures made white from their coat of snow, terrifying in their grotesqueness. Jack bent forward, leaning against a tree, shaken and weak. Who, in the name of the Lord, were these creatures, rising as from a bottomless pit of blackness to invade the world on some mission of destruction? There was about the men a distorted dignity. Their bodies were knit for action. Emanations of lust and brutality issued from them like a heavy feeder. Their eyes were shrouded, their heads lowered, like news. Swirling about them and over them and clinging tenaciously to them were veils that gave the impression of winding sheets. Ghoulish, unyielding, bent towards some hideous and awful deed, they approached him. He tried to call to them, but either they did not hear or no strength was left in his voice, for they heeded him not. He struggled to continue on his way, but he remained rooted, powerless to move. As they came nearer, he made out guns, belligerently drawn, that the figures were carrying. Their faces, what he could see of them with their shrouded eyes in the sickening yellowish light, were ghastly. With a wild throb at his heart, he recognized something familiar about them, the shape of a head here, a gesture there. Surely that was Stefan's. He peered closer, throwing out his hand in an entreating movement. "Stefan's!" he cried, but his voice was lost in the unearthly noise issuing from the procession, and his hand fell back limp against him. Stefan's passed on, unknowing, his body set toward some determined goal. The wind blew a cloud of white over Jack's eyes, and as he wiped it off, he made out other familiar figures, several of the old devil-may-care gang to which he had belonged, the gang that had been the terror and pride of the city before he left. He called to them, loudly, he thought. There was no answer. He stood, leaning against the tree, held by an intangible, menacing fear. Had the cold numbed his mind as well as his body? He wondered. How swiftly they sped, almost as if they did not touch the ground. They seemed to expand, to fill all space, then be blotted out again. His eyes hurt from the strain. How long had he stood there, and would he ever again be able to move? Then, as he looked, he was startled out of his numbed state, for there was Dan, bringing up the rear of the procession, stumbling after the rest, with halting, clumsy, bewildered steps. Jack made a last, desperate effort. "Dan!" he called, using all his voice, and found himself surprised when Dan stopped. "Dan!" he cried again with more assurance, his heart pounding madly. Dan approached him, still in that uncertain way, one hand brushing his face as if to wipe away a terrible sight. "What on earth, Dan? What on earth are they doing?" asked Jack, clutching at the arm of his old friend, his eyes fixed on the moving procession. "Then you see them too?" asked Dan in a hopeless, dead voice, a voice that Jack would have never recognized. "See them? Good God, Dan, why shouldn't I see them? What's wrong with you?" Under his hand, he felt Dan's arm tremble violently, as if a spasm had passed over his whole body. He looked down and saw how stooped Dan was, how broken and aged he looked. Pity stabbed through him. He flung one arm about Dan's shoulders and turned him away from the fleeing figures. "Come, old scout, let's get to the hotel." Jack supported him as they walked on. At the corner near the hotel, he spoke raspingly. "No, not over there, Jack. Let's go. But I wanted to see Pryor tonight." "No, not now. We better go down to Nell's." His voice was cut off by a violent fit of coughing, but "That's all right," said Dan, unsteadily. "Nell doesn't hold any grudge. She won out, evidently." Jack could not repress the words. "Yes, she won out," Dan answered. They walked in silence through the main section of the city, out to the far edge of town, where Nell's bungalow stood. Jack remembered it as cleanly painted with green, cool shutters, and always at night merry voices ringing from behind closed doors. At Dan's knock, a disheveled, weary-looking woman, the shadow of the former Nell, opened the door. All her attention was instantly centered on Dan. "You came back!" she cried, putting her hands up to his shoulders. "How are you, Dan? How do you feel?" "Here's Jack Renshaw," he answered. She looked at Jack as though her mind were not on him. Her face assumed an expression of apathy. She started to withdraw. Won't you shake hands with me, Nell?" Jack asked. "Sure." She held out a thin, blue-veined hand. "What did you come back for?" she asked then, suspiciously. "Why, to see all of you, but from—" "Bring us whiskey," Dan choked, sinking into a dilapidated chair, staring out from empty eyes at the bleak room. Jack looked quickly at him and saw how warped and yellow his face was, how withered and sunken the eyes that had been so gay. Nell moved about eagerly, waiting on him, getting glasses, pouring out whiskey with hands that trembled. "You should have stayed where you were. You shouldn't have come back," she said to Jack, sullenly, as she handed him the drink. "Nell, what's the matter? What's come over you two? What's come over the whole darn town?" he asked, quivering with foreboding. She started to reply, and Dan said quickly, "You go to your room, Nell. I want to talk to Jack." You're not going to tell him?" Her voice cracked, falsetto quavered. "Go on out," said Dan. Her skirts trailed over the bare floor as she made for her room. She turned at the door with a last beseeching look at Dan. Her hair stuck out, wispy and tousled about her forehead. Then her eyes, lighted with a look of eloquent devotion, suffusing her whole face. At that instant, she reminded Jack of the old Nell, only that the loveliness which now touched her was softened, less arrogant, more of the spirit. The bleak room brightened momentarily. "You'll call me if you need me, Dan?" she asked humbly. "All right, Nell," he answered. Something in the quality of his voice caused Jack to look up, searchingly, and it seemed to him that Dan had responded to her. Good Lord, he thought, he's still in love with that. When the door had closed behind her, Jack turned. "Now then, whatever it is, tell me quickly. I can't stand this much longer." Dan put his hands to his throat as if choking, half pulled the handkerchief from his neck. The flickering gaslight fell over him, and Jack felt, with an inner divination, the terrific struggle he was going through. Dan fumblingly adjusted the kerchief again, his shoulders hunched over with a fit of coughing that shook him. "You're sick, Dan. You're all in. Here, drink this whiskey." Dan gulped down the whiskey that Jack handed him. "Don't tell it, Dan, if—" "It's got to be told," Dan answered, and with a violent effort began his story. "You remember, Jack, how we were in the old days, how we used to run things, the terrible 13, went about like knights of old, righting wrongs and all that sort of thing, caroused about, but when anything struck us as wrong, we took things into our own hands. Remember how I used to joke about the slogan, 'Live clean, right wrong, follow the Christ, the King'? Only I thought myself the king to be followed. That's what I really meant by it." "Rats," said Jack. "You were always—" "You remember Geisling, the German farmer 2 miles north of town?" Dan spoke thickly, the words coming out in mumbled syllables. Jack had a fleeting vision of the arrogant Dan he'd known, lighting cigarettes with $20 bills, hating anything underhanded, gambling cleanly, running the others. This was but the caricature of the man he had been. Geisling? Why, yes. I thought tonight of that fight we staged between him and Sharpner. He was always fussing with his neighbor over the water rights. "That's the one," Dan interrupted. 10 years ago tonight is when it happened. You'd been gone only a short time. It was a stormy night like this, with a stiff norther blowing across the plains, enough to chill your bones. Geisling and his wife were getting ready for bed. There was a queer sound at the door. They thought at first it was a rat gnawing somewhere. It kept on, scratching, fumbling. Geisling went to the door, opened it. There stood a stranger. He was chilled through. He had been wandering about for days. His clothing was thin and frayed. His eyes were wild, peculiar. Dan stopped, drank more whiskey, went on in a stronger voice. He asked for food and shelter. Geisling, you remember, wouldn't take a sick dog in, didn't believe in feeding tramps. Not much like Nell, eh? Remember her gathering in the stray cats and feeding them? Oh well. He stared ahead for a moment, a softened expression passing over his face. GesLiang told the tramp to get out. The man got down on his knees, tried to worm his way into the house. "Hungry, hungry, hungry," he kept saying. He begged in the name of Christ to come in. A starved, shivering animal he was, with barely enough on to cover him. He cried, and the tears froze on his face. GesLiang's wife fought for him. She wanted to take him in and feed him. He wouldn't let her, but finally, he said, the stranger could sleep in the stable. They went to bed, and he kept nagging at her, saying that if anything happened, she'd be to blame. He kept on worrying for fear the tramp would set fire to the barn. "I ought to have sent him over to Sharpner's," he said. "As if he would do anything for him," his wife answered. There was a flare of light on their window, and he jumped out of bed. The haystack was on fire. GesLiang cursed, got into his clothes. He was so furious, his wife thought he would leap at her. He rushed down to the fire. She waited. He didn't come back. There was a pause, and as Jack leaned forward, he noticed Dan's face contorted out of all semblance to his former self. "Go on," he urged. "He didn't come back?" She waited for some time, more afraid of her husband than of the stranger. Then she put some clothes on and went down. "Well?" questioned Jack, breathless. GesLiang lay sprawled on the ground, the stranger over him, his face at GesLing's throat. She screamed, and the tramp got up, blood around his mouth. "Warm," he said, smiling at her. "Warm." "Good God!" breathed Jack. He held a pocket knife, dripping, in his hand. GesLiang was dead. His wife ran back to the house. She tried to reach town by telephone, but the storm had played the devil with the wires. She ran all the way in, through that blizzard. The news spread like wildfire through the city. Some of the gang were at Pryor's, some at their homes. "You mean our gang?" It was work for them, don't you see? All the more because they had always hated GesLiang. I was down here, at Nell's. The boys came here. He struggled with his breath, his face like crumpled, dusty paper. Desperately, he seized the bottle on the table and drank great draughts. Some color ran into his cheeks. "You know how gay we were, how quick to settle things. The gang came for me." "Well, you went, I hope." Nell begged for the man. "Give him a chance," she said. "You've got to give him a chance. You're in no condition to judge anybody," she told us. "You mean you let her interfere? You let her tell you what to do?" Jack's voice was full of contempt. Dan did not answer the question, but went on. "The mob got to GesLing's too late. The sheriff had beat them to it. He had put the prisoner in the ramshackle jail here until he could get him out to the next town. You can imagine how wild the boys were, how hell-bent that he should not be smuggled out. Here was their kind of a case. There were no two ways about an affair like this. I should think not." Jack flared. You can imagine how their lust grew as they marched back to town and through the street to the jail. They overpowered the sheriff and deputies. The lights were out, and they lit matches to see. The prisoner blew them out. He talked some strange jargon they didn't understand. He laughed at them as they were breaking the bars of his cell, laughed in a queer, demented way, as though he had got a good joke on them. They lost their reason, or what was left of it. They dragged him over to the telephone pole at the depot, 12 men against 1, and the storm beating around them, beating and shrieking and swirling around them, 12 beasts out for blood. "Good for them," Jack broke forth. "They weren't cowards," he added, his voice like brittle glass. Pryor was close to the stranger, and he noticed the stain around his mouth. He struck him on the mouth. You remember Pryor's fists, huge, iron fists. The stranger fell back against Steffens. Steffens caught him and set him on his feet. His lips were bleeding. "Have you no heart?" he cried, with tears rolling out of his eyes. And Steffens answered, "I'll cut yours out of your miserable body." would have done it, too, only the mob wasn't going to be cheated. The stranger started to laugh again, this time softly, purring sound that made your brain reel. The ringleader grabbed him and shook him. "Have anything to say?" he asked, and the prisoner answered, "The Lord will reward you, men." The wild look was gone from his eyes. The ringleader gave the order for the noose to be slipped over his head. Then the man began in the quietest voice to say the Lord's Prayer. "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come." The ringleader pulled the rope and up he swung. It might have let him finish the prayer, might have let him finish. Dan's voice droned on, over and over. "As though that made any difference," cried Jack. "He deserved what he got if anyone ever did. I'm glad they didn't weaken. I'm proud of them. Wish to God I'd been there. He was just clever, thinking to play." The next day the sheriff cut him down and found a number inside his vest. Dan went on, regardless of the interruption. He was an escaped lunatic. "My God," whispered Jack. A palpable silence fell while Jack saw, vividly before him, the lonely, demented creature driven by the storm, driven to his death by the angry mob. Not responsible for his deed. Hungry to the point of drinking. No clothing, no food. Wandering for days. And who is to know what deviltry that bull-headed German played on him before he finally killed... He didn't kill Geisling. Dan cut in a throttled voice. Sharpner, dying, confessed 2 years later. He had turned the stranger out himself before he sent him over to Geisling's. Then he followed him, and he carried out his diabolical scheme. He set fire to the haystack, and when the German rushed out as he expected him to, Sharpner killed him. He gave the knife to the stranger and said, "You're hungry, well, drink this." The stranger did as he was told. Then Sharpner sneaked back to his home. Jack sat, immovable, immersed in the tragedy as it poured from Dan's lips. "The gang never confessed," he continued, each word an effort. "The officers could get nothing on them. You see, they had covered their eyes. No, they never confessed. And though people suspected, they didn't know definitely, at least not at first. As time went on, things got from bad to worse. Pryor was the first to go. Something happened to his mouth. His teeth fell out. He couldn't speak for months before he died." A low moan of pain escaped from Jack. The clock on the mantel above his head ticked on, as though it were taking him toward some definite, relentless end. Steffens was the next. A train got him. I could never see how his heart could be wrenched from... "Oh, God!" cried Jack, shuddering away from the picture. You can guess what it did to the rest. Dan's voice, thickening, strangling, went on. They slunk more about, expecting the worst. More dead than alive. It got them all. All, Dan? Every one of them? It was a cry, twisted fearfully from Jack. And they never confessed. None ever confessed. A sort of pledge among them, a flimsy garment of bravado worn by each. The ringleader is left, the one who pulled the rope, left him dangling with his breath cut off. Jack jerked himself back to a semblance of normalcy by a violent effort of his will. What really got them, he said, trying to speak evenly, was fear. And it's got you, Dan, brooding over their fate. We can't help them by that. But you, we've got to think of you. Thank God Nell did keep you from going that night. Thank God for that. Dan seemed not to hear. He glanced fearfully up at the clock. It was 15 minutes of 12. What hurts the most, Jack, is what we did to the town. If we had only stopped to think, we should have known he was demented. Anybody would have known it from what he'd done. Gloom hanging over the whole city now. throughout the valley were called the City of Lost Souls. Every anniversary of that night, they gather. A few more each year, as you saw them tonight. At midnight, they gather around the telephone pole. They adjust the rope, but the man who swung is missing. I've seen it every year. No rest. No rest for them. No rest for the town. I thought that by confessing... Jack leaned forward, clutching at Dan's shoulder. Then you did go? You were with them? Dan looked again at the clock. Why, yes, Jack stifled the cry that rose to his lips. He found his voice, but it did not seem to be his voice at all. You're sick with brooding, Dan. We'll go to Arizona. We'll get out at once. Dan did not notice, but went on. You see this room? Stripped? Remember how it used to look? Everything rich and fine, with the gifts the boys gave Nell? She's been taking care of me. The whole town shunned us. Guessed it after a while. She never went back on me. No, she wouldn't, said Jack soberly. I thought by confessing... You'll have to buck up. Jack spoke sharply. You're killing yourself with this superstition, Dan. It's not like you. There's still time. You come with me tonight, on the midnight flyer. Dan started to laugh, hideous, strangled laughing. The midnight flyer. He choked over the words. Then he glanced up at Jack out of his faded, dead eyes. He pulled off the handkerchief that bound his neck, bared his throat for Jack to see. Jack shrank away, appalled and unbelieving before the sight. You see, I pulled the rope. He stood up and in a queer, strangled voice began mumbling something unintelligible. It filled Jack with a sense of impending doom. What was it? A prayer? Was Dan praying? Then suddenly, as if the breath were jerked out of him, he doubled over and fell with a muffled, gasping cry to the floor. Jack leapt up, but before he could reach him, Nell entered and rushed to Dan's side. She lifted his head. It sagged against her breast. Over her desolate face passed a look of utter peace. She looked up at Jack for an instant, and then flamed passionately. Don't ever tell what he said tonight. I'll not have it known. Leave me. With my... The last word was lost to Jack as she bent crooning over the inert body, cradling it to her heart. The midnight flyer slowed down at Jack's signal. He boarded it. The conductor was leaning against a window. He looked up, curiously inspecting the passenger. See anything? He asked. Out there, around the telephone pole? Jack bent forward to look. The wind had died down. Snow was falling quietly, clean and white, coming down softly in great white wings, as if to cleanse the town forever from the memory of scars. Queer, said the conductor, as the train ground on. I could have sworn this was the night. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kathleen Ellins. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. After the Storm by Sarah Harbine Weaver. Bennett Tierney did a queer thing. We were in his rooms on Central Park South, discussing Tom, Dick, and Harriet, when my gaze was arrested by a photograph on his desk. It was the picture of a girl in décolleté gown, with a rose fastened in the diaphanous draperies of her bodice. A girl of classic beauty. For the nonce I forgot everything, trying to recall where I had seen that vivid face. When I had sauntered into Bennett's bachelor apartments, he had called my attention to the view from his windows. Now he suddenly sprang to his feet, and with a wide gesture cried, "Look, MacDonald, there goes a cardinal, in that Victoria." As I glanced down at a figure in ecclesiastical scarlet, Bennett strode quickly across the room. I turned in time to see him grasp the photograph, which had piqued my interest, and throw it into the drawer of his desk. Then he dropped into a chair, where he sat motionless, his face a mask. "What on earth?" I began, and stopped abruptly. One could as soon chuck President Coolidge under the chin or wink at General Pershing as assume liberties with Bennett Tierney. But why on earth, I wondered, did he want to get that picture out of my sight? The incident brought to mind talk I had heard of Bennett's engagement to an out-of-town girl. But whether the match had materialized, I never had heard. I was endeavoring to piece together odd fragments of gossip when Bennett brought me back to actualities. "It's odd how you and I have drifted," he began. "Pals at Harvard, now almost strangers. You're still at 111 Broadway?" "Oh, I'm there all right, although my clients don't seem to be aware of the fact. The population of Greater New York is over 7 millions, yet judging from the eager multitudes which flock to my door, Manhattan might be a desert island. I'm dipping in real estate, and just now am on the lookout for a Long Island domain for a weary plutocrat. Know of anything?" Tierney's eyes narrowed as if he were seeing things far away. Then he laid a hand on my shoulder. "In all probability, I've the very place you're looking for. I've decided to sell Raven's Nest, the old Tierney home." It seemed to me that I was on the trail of a pretty commission, and my attention was entirely unforced as Tierney described his property on the north shore of Long Island, over 100 acres of gently rolling land, a 30-room dwelling, a small lake, woodlands, etc. "There have been a lot of places in that neighborhood broken into recently," said Tierney, "and I've been intending to go out and look things over. Suppose we drive out next Friday and slay 2 birds with a single pebble." It sounded good to me, so I accepted the offer with alacrity. "There's no use going about this thing half-primed," exclaimed Bennett, who appeared to me to be laboring under excitement, unwarranted by the facts in the case. "You admit, old chap," he continued, "that your safety deposit box isn't jammed with securities, while I freely confess that I'm utterly weary of this town. Find me a buyer for Raven's Nest, and we'll go to South America and buy a ranch. What do you say?" His enthusiasm infected me. New York is crammed with lawyers, and the adventure beckoned. Moreover, I had finally come to the conclusion that Edith Noland cared for me only as a passing acquaintance. I had little to lose, much to gain, and Bennett's dark, persuasive eyes were on me. I considered for the space of a moment. "Done!" I shouted. "I'm with you." "Good for you!" cried Bennett, extending his hand to bind the bargain. "I'll not fail you," I returned seriously. "Old Gringsley will probably jump at the chance to get your place. But if he doesn't, Long Island real estate is in demand, and there'll be another purchaser. You'll not regret your bargain. Will Scranton was in last week, chock full of the opportunities down there. He's made a fortune in Paraguay, you know." My ardor had waned somewhat when we parted a little later. Instead of going to my office, I took a northbound Madison Avenue car to the home of the girl I had decided to never again bother with my presence. Things were different now, and soon thousands of miles would stretch between us. Edith Nolan was in and greeted me in a heartwarming manner. Her big eyes stared reproachfully into mine as she said, "You've neglected me frightfully of late, Bobby MacDonald." "I thought you never wanted to see me again," I foundered hopelessly. Her face, which, though sweet as a rose, was without the imperial pulchritude of the girl whose portrait Bennett had whisked from his desk, clouded instantly. "I always want to see you," she whispered softly. This was too much for my Scotch-Irish blood, and a moment later she was in my arms and I was babbling sentiment in her ear. Evidently, Edith thought I deserved a lecture, for she was soon telling me that I was very foolish to conclude that she cared anything for a person just because she went about with him some. And, she concluded, much of the world's unhappiness is caused by the unjust suspicions and silly pride of folks, false judgments and egotism. Now look at Bennett Tierney, deliberately making himself miserable. What Edith meant by her remark about Bennett, I knew not, but the mere mention of his name paralyzed my fervor. Here was a maddening mix-up. Edith was dearer to me than the world, yet my hands were tied. Small wonder that when I left here, I was fuming because I had abandoned a sure heaven for Bennett's chimera. Though the time we set for our rendezvous was 2:00, it was almost 4 when Bennett hurried into my office. To my suggestion that we postpone the trip until we could make an earlier start, he retorted grimly that there was no time like the present. We made haste to get away, but as we were crossing Blackwell's Island Bridge, Bennett remarked apprehensively, "I don't like the feel of the air. Looks as if we're in for a dunking." A glance at the shrouded heavens convinced me that he was probably weather-wise, but the matter was not to remain long in doubt. We had scarcely passed Kew Gardens when the storm was upon us. For several moments we whizzed along while flash followed flash and rumble succeeded rumble. "There's no use in being reckless," said Bennett, after a deafening clap. "There's a roadhouse near here with something of a reputation for its cuisine. We'll turn in there, eat a leisurely dinner, and see Raven's Nest afterward. The storm's too thoroughgoing to last long." The meal at the small hostelry was better than I had anticipated, but even the smothered duck failed to elicit a word of commendation from Tierney, who had grown unaccountably gloomy. Though thinner and more distinguished-looking than the man I had known at Harvard, he had not changed much physically. Yet I became convinced that in some subtle way, not easily discerned or diagnosed, he was greatly altered. He seemed more serious, more sensitive, and, paradoxical as it may sound, more master of himself. We had reached the cheese and coffee stage of our repast, and the storm had celebrated its grand finale, when I, thinking of Edith Nolan's sentient face, soft little hands, and the snatched kiss, ventured a remark which upset Bennett's composure. "Bennett," I began, sententiously, "I've seen quite a bit of life, and although I'll concede that but few marriages lead to unadulterated bliss, I've concluded that celibacy is a forlorn mistake. You ought to marry. Let's reconsider our South American project." He put down his demi-tasse with such haste that some of the coffee slopped over into the saucer. "No," he returned savagely, "and don't talk marriage to me either." With oxen-headed stupidity, I was about to make some jovial retort, asking if he'd been stung or something of the sort, when the hurt look in Tierney's eyes arrested me. So I merely said that as the storm's hysterics seemed to be past, we might as well conclude our journey. Tierney leaned toward me, one arm flung out, a smile twisting his appealing face. "We'll start in a few minutes. As for my ever marrying, well, the fact is I'm married already, and we've shaken hands on the ranch proposition." With the dignity which was a part of him, he rose and led the way to our lounging room. There we puffed our cigars for a time in silence, until I again suggested our getting under way. He looked at me quizzically as he replied, "I've lived most of my life at Raven's Nest, and I rather hate to think of parting with it. Going there with you tonight is bound to rouse from their perches a horde of recollections and make me as blue as Egypt's sky." I knew how he felt, and only said that I realized the hold such places make on one's affections, but that Raven's Nest must be worth a fortune, tritely adding, probably from force of habit, that the best time to sell a thing was when somebody wanted it. I hoped Bennett would ultimately refuse to sell, and thereby queer our South American project. Since we had made our mad contract, my law business had livened up amazingly. Besides, there was Edith Nolan. "Oh, I suppose you're right," he agreed wearily. And then as we stepped out on the porch, "Hello, it's growing dark." It was indeed, for although the rain had ceased, clouds curtained the heavens, and night had arrived prematurely. We stopped at a grocery store in the next village, Maplo Valley, and bought matches and some candles. "Now, I guess we can see the place, and perhaps burn the house down in the bargain," announced Tierney. A few moments later the car stopped before an impressive entrance to the magnificent grounds of Raven's Nest. A heavy steel chain barred the gateway. "I'm sorry," said my host, "but we'll have to get out. I've a key to the house, but not to this contraption. We'll have to walk up." We leaped over the chains and entered the park. I am not an expert at judging distances, but it must have been about a third of a mile before a turn in the driveway brought us directly in front of the regal old dwelling. It was highest in the pillared central part, where there were 3 stories, for the wings on either side had but 2 floors and were rather low and extremely inviting. As we approached the majestic facade, the moon, pirouetting with the clouds, suddenly lightened the mansion with a pale and fickle radiance. We paused for a moment under the lofty, silent trees, gazing at the house. Then the eerie brightness faded from the windows, and with a levity I did not feel, I turned to my companion. "It's a wonderful old place, Bennett, wonderful. But it would be much more cheerful with a few dozen 32-candle power Mazdas distributed throughout its interior. A phonograph phonographing at full capacity, or 10 or 20 young voices singing Nellie Kelly would liven things up a bit." "It does look lonesome," admitted Tierney, whose face in the moonlight appeared as cheerful as a calla lily's. "These old oaks and elms must be priceless," I went on, with simulated zest. "But it strikes me as abominably spooky, stealing in here in the night like two crooks. There aren't any ghosts, are there?" Tierney smothered a sigh and pointed to a balcony over which wisteria hung and clung in waving dark festoons. We left the front of the house and wandered around under the shadow of the right wing. All at once, Tierney clutched my arm with a grip that hurt. "Look," he whispered hoarsely. My eyes followed his rapt gaze, and there, under the drawn shade, an almost drawn shade, I should say, filtered a ribbon of light. My breath came quick, for the surprise of the thing got me. Then I crept to the window with Tierney, and standing on my toes, peered into the room. Instinctively, I drew back, for not 8 feet away was a man sitting by a table. "Shh," cautioned Bennett, as I bettered my position for another peep within. My second glance was more prolonged, and took in some details of the large, handsome apartment where the man sat. It was evidently a living room, or back parlor, with books in glassed cases, and, on the walls, covered pictures. There were 3 doors leading to it, so that it occurred to me immediately if Tierney guarded one entrance and I another, the man might escape through the third or leap through a window. But it was the housebreaker himself who riveted my attention. He was slouched in a leather chair, apparently reading. A student's lamp stood near him, while a large volume lay open on his knee. But even as we gazed, his eyes closed, his head dropped lower and lower, and he appeared to doze. His face was turned slightly away from the window, but even so I could see that he was more blond than swart, of powerful build, a Viking in appearance. Bennett pulled me away a few paces where we could consult without much danger of being overheard. We backed into some ivy on a porte-cochere and got a drenching shower of raindrops down our necks. "Have you a pistol?" whispered Tierney. I half drew from my pocket the black handle of my .32 caliber revolver. "I've a hunter's license, and never go to the country without a gun. And you?" He held up his fists. "Only these, but I know how to use them." I recalled Bennett's skill at wrestling, and was not ill-pleased. "We'd better go in the rear door and take him by surprise," he went on. "Do you know him?" "No, but as I told you, there have been a number of robberies around here of late, terrorizing Maple Valley." "Looks like we've found the robber's lair," I hazarded in an all but inaudible voice. Bennett drew me still further away. "Robert," he said, "I got you into this, and it looks ugly. These people, for there are probably more than one, are at least housebreakers. The fellows who broke into Cushing's place last week were professionals, armed to the teeth. That sleeping giant is no Mellon's food baby. If you say so, we'll drive back to Maple Valley for reinforcements." "Never!" I cried. "We've got the advantage of surprise on our side, and as for me, I'm for the attack and the adventure." "Good," was Bennett's only comment, but he said it in a way to warm the blood. As we passed the living room windows, we paused to see whether the old fellow still slept. No, he was wide awake and had reason to be. A short man, wearing a mask, had strapped the Viking to his chair, and even as we watched, proceeded to gag him. A second man, also masked, who walked with a slight limp, kept him covered with a revolver. In a flash, I recalled a newspaper account of an escaped criminal, Limping Larry, known to be on Long Island, and described by the police as a hardened villain, who had taken more than one life. "Smash the window with the barrel of your gun," whispered Bennett hoarsely, "and pick off the big fellow. Then wing the other." I smashed the window and fired at once. Limping Larry, for it was he, staggered forward onto his knees and crumpled up, firing his revolver as he hit the floor. The other, who was rifling the old man's pockets, jumped and ran. I fired after him twice, and it seemed to me that he wavered slightly as he went, but didn't stop. We rushed around to the rear of the house to cut him off, but the advantage was on his side. We had just turned the corner of the house when the kitchen door was flung open, and he sprang out and went tearing along toward the dense shrubbery. My revolver spoke again, but in a trice he had disappeared. I was about to pursue him, but Bennett stopped me. He's headed for the grove. We'd never find him in a century. Better go back. Suddenly, Bennett jerked my arm and uttered a stifled exclamation. "Look upstairs! What's that?" Standing there among the bushes, we could see lights gleaming from 4 upper windows. My blood was up. "Some more of them!" I cried. "Let's creep in and nab 'em." "All right, we'll take a look at the old man first, and at the fellow you shot." We stole noiselessly through the open back door and into a long corridor as black as a rebus. Piloted by Bennett, we tiptoed to the living room. Limping Larry was sprawled in a heap where he had fallen. It took but a glance to see that a bullet in his heart had put an end to his evil career. The Viking was struggling to free himself from his cords. Tierney spoke coolly. "We're going upstairs to see what's wrong. Then we'll be down and give you a chance to explain yourself." A horrid, heaving, guttural sound issued from the old man's gagged mouth. "Sorry," said Bennett tersely. "Can't take any chances with you now. This happens to be my house." As we groped up the back stairs, 2 of the steps creaked, but although we stood stock still for several minutes, nothing happened, so we concluded we had not been heard. The halls in the 2nd story were dark too. The shades were lowered, and we dared not use our candles. Suddenly, Bennett gave a sort of gasp and fell head-first over something on the floor. My foot struck it about the same time, and I shrank back, thinking I had run against a human body. In a trice, Tierney was on his feet again, towing me along. "That was a rug," he panted, "rolled up." And then he came to an abrupt standstill, bending toward me. "I'm going to open the door to the wing now. If we make any noise, they'll hear us." "All right," I whispered. Bennett slowly turned the knob and we pushed ahead. With infinite caution, we tiptoed to where a half-open door emitted a broad belt of light, and we gazed into the room. Never, if I live 1,000 years, shall I forget the picture stenciled on my vision. Opposite us, in a 4-posted colonial bed, lay a pallid young woman. Her limbs showed straight beneath the thin covering. Her hands rested together, loosely. Heavy gold braids were arranged on either side of her exquisite, bloodless profile. I have played my part, not ignobly, I hope, in hand-to-hand encounters, but I confess that for an instant, as I looked at that inanimate figure, my heart ceased to beat. Suddenly, Bennett lurched heavily against me, and when I saw his distorted countenance, I thought he must have gone mad. He was as white as a corpse and choking, actually choking in an effort to speak. Finally the words came. "She's dead," he murmured. "You don't need to tell me that," I retorted. Tierney, pulling himself together, took a stumbling step forward. Then a startled voice arrested us. "Colonel Rogers, is it you?" From an embrasure at the other end of the room, a young woman in a nurse's uniform came forward. Bennett scarcely looked at her. He stood staring at the fair young form on the bed. "Is she dead?" he asked hoarsely. The nurse shook her head negatively. Her hand was at her left side, over her heart, as if she too had been startled. With silent authority, she motioned us from the room and followed us into an adjacent chamber where a lamp burned in a corner. "Now, tell me who you are and why you came," she insisted. It did not occur to me that the explanations should have been hers. I looked at Bennett, but as he did not appear to see me, I answered for him. "This is Mr. Bennett Tierney, the owner of this property, and I am here in the interest of a client." "Tell me," broke in Bennett, "will she live?" The nurse scanned Bennett's drawn face as she answered, "She will live, but she very nearly crossed over this afternoon." Bennett gulped. "I know it, but why did she come here? Tell me all." I don't know all, she returned gently, still looking at Bennett. She never talked much, but he has told me enough. He? Stammered Bennett. Her father, Colonel Rogers. Didn't he let you in? He's downstairs trying to compose himself, poor soul. I confess I was all at sea, but Bennett nodded. Go on, he said. Well, about all I know is that she married secretly a year ago. She was visiting in the East, so that her people did not know her husband. I don't think her father has ever seen him to this day. After a short time, she and her husband had a misunderstanding, not a real quarrel. Some trivial thing in connection with this estate grew into an impossible situation. Sort of tempest in a teapot, I suppose, which grew into a storm. He wanted to live here, but she didn't, so he gave her the keys to the house, telling her when she used them, he would return to her here where they'd begin again. Both were high-strung and proud. Oh, very, very proud. It seems she thought he didn't trust her, and as he wouldn't give in, and she wouldn't give in, they separated. She discovered two things soon afterwards. Yes, entreated Bennett. She discovered that she adored him and that there was to be a child. A child? Cried Bennett. The woman nodded gravely. That is why her father and I brought her here secretly a month ago. She wanted her child to be born in her husband's house, and she felt that both of them had been wrong and headstrong. We nearly lost her, but she was so brave, it almost broke my heart, and 4 hours ago her little son was born. Bennett took a deep breath. He rubbed the back of one hand against his eyes and did not speak for some time. When he turned quietly to me, his voice seemed strangely unfamiliar. "MacDonald," he said huskily, "rush down to my father-in-law and release him. Do what you can for the old man. I'm going to my wife, and stay there." He took a few steps, then stopped. "After that, Mac, drive to the florist in Maple Valley. Get all the flowers he has. Roses, carnations, asters. Make him hurry. They must be here, all around her when she wakens." He crept noiselessly away, his face suffused with vast joy. The nurse and I hurried to Colonel Rogers, who was still ineffectually struggling with the coils of rope. He accepted my explanations with almost wordless gratitude. I think he was feeling too deeply for speech. "Scared away some prowlers the other night. Got some money out of the bank yesterday. Guess they saw me and looked through this window. You've probably saved my daughter's life. In her present condition, sir." And he completed his meaning by a wave of his hand. I went back to the second floor to get the key to Tierney's car, which I recalled he had locked. As I waited at the door to Mrs. Tierney's room while the nurse got the key, I could not refrain from staring in. The girl's beautiful face was still deathly pale, but I could see the lace tremble on her bosom. Tierney was not sitting beside her. He was on his knees with his head close to the pillow. And if ever a man looked as if he had found a divinity, that man was Bennett Tierney. A sudden, wild elation possessed me. Bennett would probably keep Raven's Nest. Whether he did or not, there would be no South American ranch for us. And Edith Nolan, bless her, the only girl I've ever wanted, would... With an effort, I wrenched myself back to the present, and the nurse lighted me to the door. I paused to ask a question. Might it not be too much for Mrs. Tierney, in her weakened condition, to find her husband there when she awakes? The nurse smiled, a trifle tremulously. "Happiness does not kill," she said softly. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. Section 9, Zillah, an Unusual Novelette, by Valma Clark. My first intimation of Zillah Gruber, as I dozed there in the doorway over a cigarette, midway between the noisy, lighted cheer of the airless shack and the damp gloom of the equally airless July night, came in the clutch of a brown claw of a hand upon my dirt-caked shoe. I started. "For the love of Pete!" "You busy, Mr. Chuckles?" "No, oh no." "You say to come to you when I am afraid. I am afraid now." She had slid upon me out of the darkness, and she crouched there, clinging to my shoe. Her ridiculous version of my nickname, something in the contrast it offered to her own sodden life, stabbed at my pity for her, and her appeal to my unfledged manhood was irresistible. "It's that beast Gruber again," I cried. "No, not him. Worse than him. Shh! I show you." She stretched her body, which in its miserable clothes had always looked to me more like a lean and spiritless bag of old rags than anything human, to peer cautiously into the shack, where the men of our road gang were playing poker. Her dark face was sallow with her fear. Now she extended a hand into the patch of yellow light from the door, revealed to me a twist of gay pink wrapping paper. "See?" Slowly she unfolded the paper. I bent over it. She exerted the witch's power of mesmerism over me. I laughed aloud in my relief. I don't know what I had expected her to conjure up, some evil poison, perhaps, or one of her fearful gypsy charms. It was only a silver crescent, a single earring, of curious design and of quite barbaric size. It came today. I have got it out of the mail in the village. It's from Tony. Tony's found me." "Tony?" "Tony Zach, my husband." "But, Gruber, I didn't know you'd been married before." "Tony is my husband. Joe Gruber, I've run away with him from Tony 6-7 years ago." "Oh," I murmured inadequately. "Tony searched for me 6-7 years he searched. He never give up. I know some day sure he finds me. Now—" Zillah's hand closed tight over the silver crescent, as though the sight of it were too terrifying for her to bear. "It comes down in the family," she continued. "The Zacks, they give it to you when they marry you, and it means you are a good wife, true wife." "He's a gypsy too?" I said, for want of anything else to say. "As gypsy as the ribs of God," she answered proudly. "He keeps the other earring. It's his way of telling me he comes. Pretty, but they sag so heavy I was glad to leave them behind. A long time," she brooded. "Oh, I know, Mr. Chuckles." Sitting back on her heels, she looked up at me curiously. "You think I'm old. I'm 29. Why, she was only 10 years older than I. It was incredible. I stared at her, the old brown face, framed in untidy black hair of an oily straightness, with its deep lines dragging down to the drooped corners of her mouth. A face that expressed nothing so strongly as resignation and a shameful submission. An old, old woman at 29. And yet, an odd glitter in her black eyes, almost a wildness which I noticed before, challenged me at that moment. But why? Why? A dozen questions came crowding to my lips. Why had she left her Tony in the first place? And why, by all things holy, had she stayed by Gruber if she was not bound to him? I could only sit and frown over her. I had no precedent in all the range of my experience by which I could understand the terrible thraldom of a Zillah Gruber. I thought of the college girls leading us fellows a merry chase, and of my mother whose word was law over and above Dad's in our house. My gosh. "You were afraid of him too, your husband?" I tried. "Yes, he would have killed me sometime." "Just as you're afraid of Gruber?" "No, I hate him." She tried to express it more to herself than to me. "Tony strikes me because he has a black temper, because he's mad with me. Joe, he strikes me because I'm his woman, and it pleases him with himself, makes him feel the man." Zillah's whole body drooped flaccidly with her shame. "But Zillah, if it's a warning, why don't you clear out and leave 'em both flat?" "It's no use. Tony follows always. Tony knows I belong to him. It is true of gypsy marriage. And Joe says I am his," she mumbled. Well, of course, knowing Gruber, I could see that clash. When you hit Gruber in his sense of possession, you hit him hardest. But Zillah, she irritated me past bearing. That a woman should draw two such brutes must argue something against the woman herself, some appeal to brute nature. "Why do you stand it?" I burst out in a heat. Why? Zillah looked at me blankly, then got wearily to her feet. He comes back from town. I must go. She dropped the token down her dirty calico blouse, shuddered once convulsively. She concluded the business with a fatalistic and matter-of-fact prediction. Tony comes all right. When he comes, he kills. He has the right to kill. You'll see. She turned, but before she slid away into the night, she came back close to me with a sudden laughing animation. Look, she boasted, sometimes I have fought back. Once I bit that Tony Zack until I saw the red blood come. She was gone then, off to the shell of an empty house deeper in the hollow, which Gruber, as boss of the gang, had appropriated for himself. She had melted into the vague pale mists that came in from the river. I too shuddered. It was a murky night, a night like Gruber himself, swollen, intruding. 2. "Hey, you, Chuck Adams, come sit in on the game," sang out Murphy from the tobacco-veiled interior. They seconded him, Novak, Capello, and the others. I wriggled out, but not before they had put in a curious question or two about old shoes call upon me. It was their name for Zillah Gruber. "Himmel," Lutz had once exploded. "She's an old shoe, that woman, for wearing and kicking about." The appellation had stuck. It was used less contemptuously than pityingly. Chiefly it furnished a means of veiled allusion in Gruber's presence, was a part of the code against Gruber, grunts and syllables which could be uttered before Gruber and which Gruber wasn't in on, that secret code which develops inevitably under tyranny. "Sure, I wish Maggie's take half the lip off me that she takes off him," growled Murphy. "But, Maggie, I'm telling you, boys." I wandered off by myself, away from their racket. I was still pondering Zillah Gruber. I recalled that memorable first meeting with her. It was my first Sunday with the gang, and I'd been passing Gruber's place where Zillah was hanging out clothes in the yard, when the boss came from the house in a fury. He was an unwashed, bulging creature in trousers and a pink undershirt, and he flourished in his hand a lavender-striped outer shirt, which was clearly a favorite with him, judging from the howling rage with which he displayed a bad scorch on its bosom. He'd been going up to the village on a spree, but how could he go to town on a Sunday in a thing like that? He advanced on the woman, called her unprintable names. She cowered. Then he struck her. According to every code I had ever known, there was only one thing to be done. He was a big man, but I tackled him in the orthodox fashion. It was a brief scrimmage, and, well, I came off alive. Gruber himself was laid up for 2 days, thanks not to me, but to a bad heart. I dreamed of it as a puffy old fungus of a heart, as unhealthy as the man himself. It was a good 2 days for the men. Most of them had witnessed the fight from the shacks, and I was popular. Really, my row with Gruber was the thing that established me with the gang, and mighty lucky for me, considering my position as rank outsider. If, as professional laborers, they failed to see road building in the light of a combination vacation and football training, at least they accepted me. They even listened to me with respect, not due to my years, when I explained to them how I had done scrub last year, but this year hoped to make the team, and they left me in peace when they grasped the fact that the math I was boning over was the only thing that stood between me and my coveted team. But to get back, I was now one with them, leagued with them against the boss, to grumble against him when he wasn't listening, to loaf on him when he wasn't looking, to put any little safe thing over on him on every occasion, but to break against him openly, in a big way? Never. Their sympathy was all with me. Nevertheless, they predicted there would be the devil to pay when old Gruber found his feet again. Nothing came of it. Why Gruber didn't fire me, I can't say, beyond the fact I had got onto the gang through a certain drag with the superintendent. Not that Gruber conciliated me at all. On the contrary, he now seemed to take a special delight in bullying Zillah in my presence. In me, Gruber had found someone to show. I became his chief audience, saw that enormous egotism of his at its thickest. As for Zillah, she approached me where I was nursing a bad eye on the peaceful Sunday afternoon of the rumpus. "You hurt?" She insisted upon bathing and bandaging the eye with a dirty strip of cloth. She knew what to do for black eyes. She was used to them. "He's hurt too?" I asked. "Here, in the heart. It's why he's boss. He can't stand the digging. But he's hurt most in his his big feeling of himself. You should not do it. You won't do it again, you promise? It's worse. He makes it up on me. That was the first time I posed my question. But why do you stand it? Why? He's no right to treat you so. Let me report him to the company, to the town authorities. No. I flung into my arraignment of him all the impatient, hot rebellion of my youth. She opposed to me the dull passiveness of a servile womanhood, ages old in its habit of acceptance. There was no stirring her. In the end she had my promise not to interfere again. She agreed to come to me in times of stress. She humored me to that extent. But I had established myself on a basis of confidential friendship with Zillah, and more, as the days went by, I became her outlet. Yet, mulling over the enigma of Zillah Gruber there, reviewing my knowledge of her from the beginning, I was shocked less by these definite, brutal clashes of her life than by the drab setting of it, a drabness that spread and penetrated like the dampness of the July night, a drabness with which that later drama, which was tied absurdly to the crescent earring, was soaked through and through. That people could live like the Grubers was a revelation to me, as much a revelation as the dark-age slavery of Zillah herself. There, in an abandoned frame house, they squatted. It was a house of wrecked windows, sad, peeling, with a bare dirt yard about it where chickens must once have scratched, but where no life existed now, not even chickens. You would have said it would be hard to find such a barren spot in this luxurious region of fruit and wheat and growing green things. Indeed, it was as though the barren spot had prepared itself on purpose, and had stood waiting for this sodden, hopeless couple to come to it. Beyond and above were the shacks and the torn-up road. All day long, when the wind was that way, and it seemed always to be that way, the Gruber place was swept by the yellow sand of the road, until there was a thick yellow coating over everything, like the coating of white lime that chalks the country about a lime kiln. The very blades of grass, what few there were, hung heavy under their yellow dusting. It was a veritable desert oasis in a green country. There were no flowers, only the faded, dust-dimmed colors of sad clothes flapping on a line. It was tenement stuff against a farm background, as though the home touch which some women can bring even to a forlorn spot were reversed in Zillah's case, and she could bring only the tenement touch. That was odd, too, for Zillah had lived the life of the open roads, away from cities. But gypsy life, I've noticed, is not what it's cracked up to be. Your gypsy camp is apt to be a nasty litter, a human mess, with the sordidness of it accentuated by its ideal setting. The house was, of course, unfurnished. The kitchen held the only furniture, a rusted stove, a table, a few chairs, some broken dishes, and a stew pan or two mended by Zillah. It was there Zillah presided, not too cleanly, cooked for Gruber, stared out of the broken window. The roof leaked badly, and in rainy weather Gruber sat within and cursed while Zillah patiently set cans to catch the water. When it became too bad, he ensconced himself under a big yellow umbrella with an advertisement printed across it, and from there taunted Zillah and swore at her in comfort. But in fair weather, in his off hours, Zillah was relieved of his presence. Gruber installed himself on the naked front porch, where, with his chair tilted against the wall, he held court. Usually he had a flask handy, so he achieved his audience. He boasted, the men listened. He was, after all, their boss. If Zillah showed herself, he liked nothing better than to abuse her before his men. The men did not ever interfere. Their chivalry did not extend that far. Zillah was, you see, Gruber's woman. If another one had stepped in between the man and the woman, I have no doubt they would have cast their vote with her, to a man. As for starting anything themselves, it was beyond their creed. They made up to her by casting her a decent "Howdy, sister," when they passed her kitchen, and in their tone was a tacit recognition of the fact that she was with them against Gruber. I recall one such episode. The usual crowd lounged on the steps, and Gruber himself, as usual, was going good, when Zillah came out to the pump. Now, I think I have not spoken of Zillah's peculiar walk, but I shall have occasion to mention that again. She moved with a long masculine stride, which had somehow a little lilt to it, a half-skipping ecstasy, a gait ridiculous in such a miserable little figure, like hitching a light spring wagon onto an old, used nag. Pathetic, too, for you knew instinctively that it was something copied. that the woman herself had never known the freedom which that gait expressed. She came with that peculiar swinging, lilting walk, and Gruber broke off a tale of himself to attack her. "Hangs to you like a lockstep. Can't you shake it off? Then I'll shake it off for you. Walk, damn you, walk!" Zillah curbed her stride, spilling water from the pail. Pah! It was too much for me. I broke from Gruber's circle, reached Zillah, took the pail from her. Gruber's chuckle followed us to the kitchen. My rage against him, against her for enduring it, gushed out over Zillah. She stilled me with a piece of coarse yellow cake. It required all of my concentration to remove from the cake the red ants, to which Zillah herself seemed indifferent. 3. Zillah was always feeding me things which choked me, in return for the small services I rendered her. Her gratitude for my least attention was a part of her pathos. Once, on the occasion of my birthday, she even presented me with a formal gift. I came upon her, working with hammer and knife on a flat rock by the kitchen. She was putting the finishing touches on an eccentric pin, which was made from a chicken bone mounted on tin. "'Tis good luck," she assured me, offering it to me shyly. "See, I wear one always." She showed me the chicken bone brooch at her breast. I thought if my luck would be like hers I shouldn't care for it, but I attempted the proper thanks. Zillah was modest. It was nothing. The dad had been a tinker, and she'd learned from him. We spent some decent evenings together, Zillah and I, during Gruber's frequent absences in the village. Hunched up on the kitchen doorstep, I strummed tunes on my ukulele for Zillah, and sometimes surprised her in a little lift of spirit, a something to match that glitter I had seen in her black eyes. It was fun, too, to see her pleasure over the trifles which I picked up for her in the village dry goods store. I remember one of those evenings when Gruber intruded. I had brought Zillah from the Greek shop a box of chocolates deluxe, tied up with a lurid yellow satin ribbon. She had pounced upon the gaudy ribbon with delight. There, in my presence before Gruber's shaving mirror, had unpinned her black hair and achieved a fearful headdress. Curlicues and spit curls and writhing thin loops of braid with the yellow ribbon threaded in. It was like nothing I had ever seen in civilization, but it seemed to please her. My fingers caught up the chords of a gay college song, and I sang the words, "Oh, the bold dandelion, oh, the brave dandelion." Zillah's toes in their old cracked shoes caught up the tune, and, snapping her fingers, she took a few dance steps, as though to the click of castanets. She was no longer the cowed, spent creature. Her face, beneath the yellow ribbon, was still sallow, old, but I'd never seen such a snapping brittle fire in it. Now she broke off laughing to cram a whole chocolate into her mouth, and she was chewing it luxuriously like a large cud of tobacco when Gruber walked into the kitchen. The effect upon Zillah was as though a heavy wet blanket had been pressed over the flame of her. She simply fizzled out, died. Gruber tweaked at the yellow ribbon in her hair with his thick fingers. Failing to elicit any resistance from her, he jerked at a lock of the hair itself. Apparently Zillah had not even the life to remove herself from his path. Now his eye fell upon the candy box on the table. Gruber laughed. It pleased him, enhanced his own feeling of power, that others should pay tribute to the woman whom it was his privilege to mistreat. He lunged for the box, balanced it in his hand, and then, deliberately, still chuckling, poured out the chocolates onto the filthy floor. In that moment I could have murdered him cold. I could have strangled Zillah for her listlessness under his insults. I stood panting, my fists tight with my desire. But Zillah, from the floor where she was already patiently picking up the chocolates, shook her head at me. "Get out, please," she murmured. When I rebelled, she rose, pressed me firmly out of the door, and shut it in my face. She simply sent me home like a small boy. The little gallantries which others showed to Zillah tickled Gruber, but let anyone other than himself disparage her, that was a different story. I had seen them walking down the village street together, Zillah sharp and little and brown, a kind of scarecrow figure, with that absurd gait of hers which amounted almost to a deformity, inevitably drew titterings and the jibes of certain bolder small boys. But Gruber turned on the offenders with a snarl and a growl. Chest swollen, he stalked along by the woman, guarding her. The snickers might have been directed at him personally. Zillah's reaction was odd, for she shrank not from their mockery, but from Gruber himself. She moved along at his side, her head lowered, humiliated to the dust. Gruber's cruelty to her she could stand, but his protection of her she could not endure. It was somehow the climax of her subjection to him, the fine feathers of her shame. She objected not to his abuse, but to his exclusive privilege of abuse. Come to think of it, Gruber's championing of Zillah was, in a way, the final measure of his bullying male egotism. The egotism of a man who is proud of his wife's beauty is one thing, but the egotism of a man who is proud of a poor specimen of a woman just because she belongs to him is a bit thicker. As though Gruber's mere ownership of a thing were sufficient guarantee of it, as though the very socks he wore became royal wool for being against his shins. Not that Zillah was subtle, but in her heart she felt this. She felt it very clearly, I knew, from a remark she once made to me about Gruber's maimed left hand. "Duvel," she said, "that Gruber, his hand of his with the finger gone, it's still better than the hands of other people, only because it's his hand." All these old fragments and snatches of Zillah I had pieced together into a clear picture of her. But as I slept that night in the heavy air, among the snores of the men, my picture dwindled and tapered off to a single sharp vision of a crescent earring. That, in turn, splintered into a dozen chips, which were somehow the signs of the zodiac, bulls and crabs and scorpions running wild. Now a man with black mustaches, flourishing a knife curved like a new moon. I awoke shuddering with the sense of impending disaster. 4. He would kill her for her faithlessness when he came, Zillah had stated, but it was absurd, I argued. Killing wasn't so easy. Besides, the importance Zillah attached to a mere trifling earring was ridiculous. To Zillah, however, it was not absurd. She was in dead earnest. She lived with her fate, wore the symbol of it, a scratch of pink paper, against her shriveled breast, and wore the look of it in her black eyes. Not for an instant, in the 2 weeks that elapsed before that amazing climax of Zillah's life, was I allowed to forget it. On the last Saturday evening which I spent with Zillah, I went down into the hollow to find her bent over a pack of greasy cards. She was hunched up at one end of the table, from which the dirty dishes had been shoved back, and by the light of a vilely smoking kerosene lamp, she was spreading out the cards fan-wise before her and muttering something like an incantation. "Whew!" I gasped, turning down the wick of the lamp and throwing wide the door. "A little air in here." "He's gone?" "He go soon, but you stay anyhow," Zillah answered, scarcely looking up. She was wholly absorbed in her cards, frowning over them, mumbling to herself. "I no understand. Tony kills me, but the cards, they say—" Gruber, togged out in a red necktie and a pink shirt, his hat over one eye, swaggered through on his way to the village. He was in high good humor with himself. "Lord, tea leaves and nickels in water and now cards. What's the big idea?" "I have it." Gruber swung his leg over the table. "You can just tell my fortune before I step out, huh?" "No." Zillah's 2 hands covered her cards. "Yes, I say. Come along, shoot." "No." But in Zillah's eyes grew a little speculative interest, an odd curiosity. Clearly the idea of looking into Gruber's future intrigued her. "Well then, if I dooker for you, may the blame of it hang on your own head." Slowly she arranged her cards. Monotonously she began her chant. "I see a journey, a far black journey. I see a stranger, a black stranger, and he bring luck. Is it bad luck? I see—" "Trying to scare me, old woman? But just remember, my luck's your luck." "Not so sure," muttered Zillah. She was staring up at Gruber now, and her eyes held their curious sparkle. "Do I go on?" "Go on." I see a black cloud. The death cloud." "To hell with your lucks and your witch's charms," he snarled, scattering the cards with a sweep of his thick hand. "Want to spoil my celebration, huh? Well, you can't. See, you can't scare me, Joe Gruber, with your spells and your curses, you old hag, you old devil-ridden—" Well, there was more of it. Then Gruber pulled himself together, proved his fearlessness by the air with which he adjusted red carbuncle cuff buttons and tipped his hat still further over his eye. He stepped jauntily into the night. Zillah, her forefinger crooked on the king of spades, ruminated. "The cards, they never lie to me. You better have good time, Joe Gruber, while you can." Now her hand twisted at her breast. She took out the crescent earring, dangled it before her. Her black eyes were inscrutable. She hooked the earring in place, and it dragged at the withered lobe of her ear. Before the mirror she appraised herself, and her face, like a puckered brown cork, was yet not lacking in a certain coquetry. She moved her head, watched the crescent dance and send out silver gleams. She twisted from her hips, studied her whole body, as much of it as was visible in the mirror. She was like a grotesque caricature of a pretty girl whom I had once caught preening before a looking-glass on prom night. That was on Saturday. On Monday occurred the one little episode which prepared me at all for the astounding Zillah I was to see, the only forewarning of that sudden freak of her mind and nerves and that lightning flash of her spirit. I've said that Zillah was meek with an irritating meekness. I've intimated that if she was kicked, you had a sneaking feeling she was meant to be kicked. Yet I'm afraid, for the sake of the drama, I've shown Zillah at her highest moments, that I've made something more of her than the monotone of submission which she really was. Mostly Zillah was simply dead wood. I give you my word for it. She was a mere thing, a chattel, expressing nothing more lively than a passive adaptation. But on Monday noon, when Zillah came with Gruber's dinner pail, I saw in her a spark. As she approached, a dog ran from a farmhouse and snarled and would have bitten her. I jumped up. 2 or 3 other men jumped up, but Gruber was ahead of us. He tackled the dog, gave us an exhibition of vicious temper, in fact lamed the beast with his heavy shoes. It was a sort of brutality that made him popular in the neighborhood, quite aside from the stories of him that went about. But Zillah, her face was the thing that caught me. It expressed no fear of the dog, no fear of Gruber, but only a blazing fury of hatred for him. This was the one act even approximating a kindness which Gruber had performed for her, and yet it was the moment at which she hated him hardest. Afterward Gruber picked up his dinner pail. It contained a slab of the breaded meat which he disliked, and he actually threw it at Zillah. She accepted that insult sluggishly. But later, when she returned to the house with his empty pail, I followed her, and I saw her fling down the dinner pail and stamp on it in a futile gust of passion. I could only stare. "Why?" I asked her. "Why? Why? That man, that Gruber, I am not myself, I am his. You've seen it. Can nothing touch me then without touching him too? If sharp little teeth stick into me, then must they also stick into him? Can't I feel nothing? Nothing?" Zillah hammered at her breast. "But what he lets me feel? Bah, just a mercury for his weather, a ruler to measure his feeling for himself. That thick, puffy feeling, that man's feeling of himself. Ugh! I tell you, it is like a dough around me. It smothers me." Zillah's face was sick with her utter loathing of him, of herself. She covered it from me. After a time she took up the tin pail, attempted to straighten it, went listlessly on down. 5. It was on the very next evening, Tuesday, July the 18th, as we all had occasion to remember, that the final catastrophe occurred. One of the gang brought back the news of a band of gypsies camping over by the river. Another, Murphy it was, came up from the village bearing word of a stranger with a peculiar sloping, lilting stride. "Divil take me," he swore, "if this fellow isn't the Gruber woman all over again. Their 2 walks matched like cotton off the same bolt." I put 2 and 2 together. I ought to warn Zillah. But at that instant a fearful commotion started down in the Gruber shack. The night was still, glamorous with a full moon. Now all its beauty was shattered by that tin pan alley clatter. Coarse oaths, and falling furniture, soft whimpering like a child's. It was the end with me. I'd do more than whisper a warning to Zillah. I'd bust in and shout a challenge to Gruber if it was my last act on earth. I'd have that beast in jail for wife-beating. I swore it. I started down on the run. At the very doorstep I rammed head-on into the stranger. He stared at me full for a second, and I had an impression of a swarthy, handsome boldness and contempt. Then he pushed me aside with a sharp, "My business, you keep out," and entered. He moved with a rhythm. He was swift, sure danger, like a panther. He was alive, as thick old Gruber had never been, and I could see how a fellow like this would get into your blood, how he would swing himself into your walk, and how, having known him, you would carry that exuberant mark of him as long as you lived. For a moment he stood by Gruber, looking down at Zillah, who was shrunk against the wall. Gruber was a sodden lump, a pale, thick cheese of a man beside him. Then Zillah saw him. Her eyes dilated, and her hand went up to her ropey throat. "Tony," she whispered. Gruber had dropped away, and they confronted each other, the two of them. Zillah crouched lower. She was a figure study in fear. Her face wore the look of a coward woman whose hour had come. She had never looked scrawnier, meaner, uglier, this dark little woman, than she looked at that instant. In spite of my pity for her, I felt a shuddering aversion to her. I thought that the handsome Tony knew the same contempt of her. "You know why I come?" "Yes." Zillah's terror was the sharpest feeling I had ever seen in her. Her face was all tight, screwed up with it. "Bah! You! He advanced a lithe step upon her. Zillah could not have moved. But now, with a bellow of righteous rage, Gruber came into it. Gruber's male ownership, the very core of his pride, was challenged. "You, Tony Zack! She's mine, you hear? Mine!" Scuffle of feet, splintering of a bad floorboard, crash of a breaking dish. And now they were on the floor in a close grapple, now on their feet again, rocking together. It was a pleasant little scramble, a pleasant thing they were scrambling for. One man fighting for the right to kill her, the other for the right to keep her as a target for his moods and a gauge for himself, each of them fighting for the right to whip her after his own individual manner. It was humorous also, these two strapping men quarreling over this little rag of a woman, not a real woman, but just a symbol to one of a faith broken, to the other of a thing owned. And yet, I don't know what it was that brought me back, in the heat of the battle, to Zillah. Zillah had come alive. She was breathing again, and she was following the fight keenly. The glitter was in her eye, and her hatred of Gruber had wiped out all her fear of Tony. She was watching. Now Gruber was on top in the battle, swelling to his victory. Zillah sickened. It was as though she wallowed in the thick paste of his egotism, as though that immense egotism of possession were about her in folds and layers, shutting her in, choking her. She pushed it off with her two hands. She was shaken by a writhing convulsion. She was fighting for her very life. Now she had risen behind Gruber's triumphant back, and with her hands she clutched a chair. For a moment she faltered. She was measuring them, Gruber's egotism stifling her, against Tony's sharp fury, knifing her. She was weighing her fear against her utter loathing. But what was a healthy fear compared to this other thing she felt? Better the sudden stab of a knife than that slow smothering, letting his egotism feed and grow on her. Zillah's shrunken body began to straighten. "Ha!" gloated Gruber. "I'll show you." Zillah stood tall now and taut. She raised the chair. She raised it high, and she brought it down with a really terrible force upon Gruber's head. For an instant Gruber sagged. The swollen bravado of him went down like air escaping from a leaking balloon. Then he toppled. It was a rather awful silence. I remember admiring Zillah because she did not herself collapse. She was splendid, and I wanted to cheer for her. A regular razzle-dazzle, 3 hips. I was also acutely aware of a tipped-up can of bacon grease, which had spilled out and hardened over the stove. A rotten housekeeper, Zillah. Tony Zack looked up at Zillah from where he had been listening at Gruber's body. "His heart stopped," he stammered. "It would stop," she answered distinctly. They stared at each other, and there was no contempt for her on the man's face now. Zillah made the first move. "You get out," she commanded him harshly. "This is my kill. The men, they come." There was no disobeying her in her present mood, and besides, Tony Zack seemed half paralyzed. "Oh, 'tis you, Chuckles. You shut up tight your mouth, you hear me?" And Zillah, standing alone, head up, faced the men proudly as they came running. 6. The rest is anticlimax. The others, Murphy, Lutz, Godtovy, have criticized Zillah for not living up to the magnificent break for freedom which she made on that night. I don't see it that way myself. It isn't everyone makes a touchdown every game. It's something to have made one touchdown, even if you never pull another. However, as luck had it, the village happened to be the county seat, and the trial was scheduled quickly, so that August saw the whole business through. Naturally, in that neighborhood, popular feeling ran with Zillah, a matter of self-defense, combined with the accident of his weak heart. It was easy enough to establish his abuse of Zillah. Every mother's son of us, we testified as to Gruber's brutal treatment of her. Moreover, Zillah herself had come off from that last encounter with him, bearing the marks of a bad thrashing. Now, after Zillah's release, came a brief period of a strange blossoming. I've heard of people who desire to be loved for themselves alone, but Zillah, having given up all hope of love from the world, asked only to be despised for herself alone. She flaunted that odd gait of hers down the street. She seemed to invite the laughter of the village folk, and to thrive on the occasional snicker of a small boy that trailed her. It was as though, through these harsh contacts, she gained a heady sense of her own freedom. At this time she was living alone back in the old Gruber house, and she was something of a camp charge. But our responsibility toward her was of short duration. The sequel was, I suppose, inevitable, and yet I was totally unprepared for it. I had seen Tony Zach several times, once or twice at the trial, and I knew that the gypsies were still hanging about. Tony did not come again to the Gruber place. He hated and shunned the haunt of the Gorgio, the non-gypsy, Zillah informed me. Zillah had visited several times at the gypsy camp, but that seemed to me natural. No, I had no warning beyond a certain new and puzzling remoteness in Zillah herself. Why she did not tell me, I can't say, unless she was ashamed of her weakness. On a morning of orange sunrise in mid-September, our early breakfast was interrupted by a procession of 3 canvas-topped vans which invaded our unfinished road. "Hey!" shouted Murphy. "You can't go no further there. Road's closed." We loafed out of the mess hall. A woman had climbed down from the front van, which was painted a lurid yellow, and was calmly removing the wooden horses that barred the way. "Hey there!" bellowed Murphy again. "You can't—" "Mein Gott, it's that Gruber woman, that old shoe!" exploded Lutz. "Off again with her gypsy first love. Zillah!" I called. "Oh, Zillah!" She turned. She paused uncertainly. But Tony Zach from his seat on the wagon jerked his head in peremptory command to her, and she crawled back to her perch beside him. The procession lurched on, took the first fork away from the forbidden road, up over the hill. So Zillah passed beside Tony, the silver crescents dangling at her ears. She smiled back, but she did not even wave to me. Perhaps Tony, with his hatred of the Gorgio, had forbidden it. "Can you beat it?" wondered Murphy. "Out of the frying pan into the fire. Sure, I'd trust Joe Gruber himself before that gypsy divil." The air was cool and pungent, with the smell of goldenrod and blue asters. I thought irrelevantly of a thick, damp night in July. For an instant, before it dropped out of sight, the yellow van was silhouetted against a bloody gash from the rising sun, like a clean, sharp wound. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Weird Tales Presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Dead Wagon by Greye Spina. Someone's been chalking up the front door. The speaker stepped off the terrace into the library through the open French window. From his padded armchair, Lord Melverson rose with an involuntary exclamation of startled dismay. "Chalking the great door," he echoed, an unmistakable tremor in his restrained voice. His aristocratic, clean-shaven old face showed pallid in the soft light of the shaded candles. "Oh, nothing that can do any harm to the carving. Perhaps I am mistaken. It's coming on dusk, but it seemed to be a great cross in red, chalked high up on the top panel of the door. You know, the Great Plague panel." "Good God!" ejaculated the older man weakly. Young Dinsmore met his prospective father-in-law's anxious eyes with a face that betrayed his astonishment. He could not avoid marveling at the reception of what certainly seemed on the surface a trifling matter. To be sure, the wonderfully carved door that, with reinforcements of hand-wrought iron, guarded the entrance to Melverson Abbey was well worth any amount of care. Lord Melverson's ill-conceived agitation would have been excusable had a tourist cut vandal initials on that admirable example of early carving. But to make such a fuss over a bit of red chalk that a servant could wipe off in a moment without injury to the panel, Kenneth felt slightly superior to such anxiety on the part of Arlene's father. Lord Melverson steadied himself with one hand against the library table. Did you notice anything else besides the cross?" "Why, I don't think there was anything else. Of course, I didn't look particularly. I had no idea you'd be so interested," returned the young American. I think I'll go out and take a look at it myself. You may have imagined you saw something in the dusk. murmured Lord Melverson, half to himself. "May I come?" inquired Dinsmore, vaguely disturbed at the very apparent discomposure of his usually imperturbable host. Lord Melverson nodded. "I suppose you'll have to hear the whole story, sooner or later, anyway," he acquiesced as he led the way. His words set Kenneth's heart to beating madly. They meant but one thing. Arlene's father was not averse to his suit. As for Arlene, no one could be sure of such a little coquette, and yet the young American could have sworn there was more than ordinary kindness in her eyes the day she smiled a confirmation of her father's invitation to Melverson Abbey. It was that vague promise that had brought Kenneth Dinsmore from New York to England. A moment later, the American was staring with straining eyes that registered utter astonishment at the famous carved door that formed the principal entrance to the Abbey. He would have been willing to swear that no one could have approached that door without having been seen from the library windows. Yet in the few seconds of time that had elapsed between his first and second observation of the panel, an addition had been made to the chalk marks. The Melverson panels are well known in the annals of historic carvings. There is a large lower panel showing the Great Fire of London. Above this are 6 half-panels portraying important scenes in London's history. And running across the very top is a large panel which shows a London street during the Great Plague of 1664. This panel shows houses on either side of a narrow street yawning vacantly, great crosses upon their doors. Before one in the foreground is a rude wooden cart drawn by a lean nag, and driven by a saturnine individual with leering face. This cart carries a gruesome load. It is piled high with bodies. Accounts vary oddly as to the number of bodies in the cart. Earlier descriptions of the panel give a smaller number than the later ones, an item much speculated upon by connoisseurs of old carvings. The Tauta ensemble of the bas-relief greatly resembles the famous Hogarth picture of a similar scene. Before this great door Kenneth stood, staring at a white-chalked legend traced across the rough surface of the carved figures on the upper panel. "God have mercy upon us," it read. What did it mean? Who had managed to trace, unseen, those words of despairing supplication upon the old door? And suddenly the young man's wonderment was rudely disturbed. Lord Melverson lurched away from the great door like a drunken man, a groan forcing its way from between parched lips. The old man's hands had flown to his face, covering his eyes as though to shut out some horrid and unwelcome sight. "Kenneth, you have heard the story. This is some thoughtless jest of yours. Tell me it is, boy. Tell me that your hand traced these fatal words." Dinsmore's sympathy was keenly aroused by the old nobleman's intense gravity and anxiety, but he was forced to deny the pitifully pleading accusation. "Sorry, sir, but I found the Red Cross just as I told you. As for the writing below, I must admit—" "Ah, then you did put that there. It was you who did it, then. Thank God, thank God." No, I hadn't finished. I was only wondering how anyone could have slipped past us and have written this unseen. I'm sure, puzzled. There was nothing here but the Red Cross when I told you about it first, sir." "Then you haven't heard? No one has told you that old legend? The story of the Melverson curse?" "This is the first I've heard of it, I assure you." "And you positively deny writing that as a bit of a joke?" "Come, sir, it's not like you to accuse me of such a silly piece of cheap trickery," Kenneth retorted, somewhat indignantly. "Forgive me, boy. I should not have said that, but I am agitated. Will you tell me?" His voice grew tenser. "Look closely, for God's sake, Kenneth. How many bodies there are in the wagon?" Dinsmore could not help throwing a keen glance at his future father-in-law, who now stood with averted face, one hand shielding his eyes, as though he dared not ascertain for himself that which he asked another in voice so full of shrinking dread. Then the American stepped closer to the door and examined the upper panel closely, while the soft dusk closed down upon it. "There are 11 bodies," he said finally. "Kenneth, look carefully. More depends upon your reply than you can be aware. Are you sure there are only 11? "There are only 11, sir. I'm positive of it." "Don't make a mistake, for pity's sake." "Surely my eyesight hasn't been seriously impaired since this morning, when I bagged my share of birds," laughed the young man, in a vain effort to throw off the gloomy depression that seemed to have settled down upon him. from the mere propinquity of the other.
"Thank God, and there is still time,"
murmured the owner of the abbey brokenly, drawing a deep shivering sigh of relief.
"Let us return to the house, my boy."
His voice had lost its usually light, ironical inflection, and had acquired a heaviness foreign to it. Kenneth contracted his brows at Lord Melverson's dragging steps. One would almost have thought the old man physically affected by what appeared to be a powerful shock. Once back in the library, Lord Melverson collapsed into the nearest chair, his breath coming in short, forced jerks. Wordlessly, he indicated the bell-pull dangling against the wall out of his reach. Kenneth jerked the cord. After a moment, during which the young man hastily poured a glassful of water and carried it to his host, the butler came into the room. At sight of his beloved master in such a condition of pitiful collapse, the gray-haired old servitor was galvanized into action. He flew across the room to the desk, opened a drawer, picked up a bottle, shook a tablet out into his hand, flew back. He administered the medicine to his master, who sipped the water brought by Kenneth with a grateful smile that included his guest and his servant. Jennings shook his head sadly, compressing his lips as Lord Melverson leaned back exhausted in his chair, face grayish, lids drooping over weary eyes. Kenneth touched the old servant's arm to attract his attention. Then he tapped his left breast and lifted his eyebrows questioningly. An affirmative nod was his reply. Heart trouble, brought on by the old gentleman's agitation over a chalk mark on his front door. There was a mystery somewhere, and the very idea stimulated curiosity. And had not Lord Melverson said, "You will have to know sooner or later"? Know what? What strange thing lay back of a red cross and a prayer to heaven chalked upon the great Melverson portal? 2. Lord Melverson stirred ever so little and spoke with effort.
"Send one of the men out to clean the upper panel of the front door, Jennings,"
he ordered tonelessly. Jennings threw up one hand to cover a horrified mouth and stifle an exclamation. His faded blue eyes peered at his master from under pale eyebrows as he stared with dreadful incredulity.
"It isn't the Red Cross, my lord. Oh, no, it cannot be the Red Cross," he stammered.
The thrill of affection in that cracked old voice told a little something of how much his master meant to the old family retainer.
"It seems to be a cross, chalked in red," admitted Melverson,
with patent reluctance, raising dull eyes to the staring ones fixed upon him with consternation.
"Oh, my lord, not the Red Cross, and was the warning there? Yes? Did you count them? How many were there?"
Terrible foreboding, shrinking reluctance rang in that inquiry, so utterly strange and incomprehensible. Kenneth felt his blood congeal in his veins with the horrid mystery of it. Lord Melverson and his retainer exchanged a significant glance that did not escape the young American's attention. The answer to Jennings' question was cryptic, but not more so than the inquiry.
"The same as before, Jennings. That is all, as yet."
Kenneth's curiosity flamed up anew. What could that mean? Could Jennings have been inquiring how many bodies were in the cart? There would be 11, of course. How could there be more or less, when the woodcarver had made them 11 for all time? The old servant retired from the room, dragging one slow foot after the other as though he had suddenly aged more than his fast-whitening hairs warranted. In his capacious armchair, fingers opening and closing nervously upon the polished leather that upholstered it, Lord Melverson leaned back wearily, his eyes wide open but fixed unseeingly upon the library walls, with their great paintings in oil of bygone Melversons.
"Kenneth!"
Lord Melverson sought his guest's eyes with an expression of apology on his face that was painfully forced to the surface of the clouded atmosphere of dread and heaviness in which the old nobleman seemed steeped.
"I presume you are wondering over the to-do about a chalk mark on my door. It made me think of an old family tradition, and disturbed me a little. There's just one thing I want to ask you, my boy. Arline must not know that I had this little attack of heart failure. I've kept it from her for years, and I don't want her disturbed about me. And Kenneth, Arline has never been told the family legend. Don't tell her about the cross, the chalk marks on my door."
His voice was intensely grave.
"I have your word, my boy?" "Thank you. Some day I'll tell you the whole story."
"Has it anything to do with the quaint verse in raised gilded letters over the fireplace in the dining hall?" questioned Kenneth. He quoted it. "Melverson's firstborn will die early away. Melverson's daughters will wed in grey. Melverson's cursed must Melverson pay, or Melverson Abbey will ownerless stay."
Sounds like doggerel, doesn't it, lad? Well, that's the ancient curse. Foolish? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is. Yet I am a second son myself. My brother Guy died before his majority.
Coincidence, don't you think, sir? Lord Melverson smiled wryly, unutterable weariness in his old eyes.
Possibly. But a chain of coincidences, then. You don't believe there could be anything in it, do you, Kenneth? Would you marry the daughter of a house with such a curse upon it, knowing that it was part of your wife's dowry, knowing that your firstborn son must die before his majority?
The American laughed light-heartedly. I don't think I'd care to answer such a supposititious question, sir. I can't admit such a possibility. I'm far too matter-of-fact, you see.
But would you?
Persistently, doggedly. I don't believe a word of it, sturdily. It's just one of those foolish superstitions that people have permitted to influence them from time immemorial. I refuse to credit it. Did Kenneth imagine it, or did Lord Melverson heave a deep, carefully repressed sigh of relief?
Hardly worthwhile to go over the old tradition, is it? He asked eagerly. You wouldn't believe it anyway, and probably it is just superstition, as you say. Ring for Jennings again, will you? Or do you want me to lend your arm, my boy? I feel a bit shaky yet. I rather think bed will be the best place for me.
3. After Kenneth had bidden Lord Melverson good night, he got out his pipe and sat by his window smoking. Tomorrow, he decided, he would try his fate. If he could only get Arline away where they could be alone. Little witch, how she managed always to have someone else around. Tomorrow he would know from her own lips whether or not he must return to America alone. The clock struck midnight. Following close upon its cadences, a voice sounded on the still night, a voice raucous, grating, disagreeable. The words were indistinguishable and followed by a hard chuckle that was distinctly not expressive of mirth. Far from it. The sound made Kenneth shake back his shoulders quickly in an instinctive effort to throw off the dismal effect of that laugh. "Charming music," observed he to himself as he leaned from his window. Wheels began to grate and crunch through the gravelled road that led around the abbey. The full moon threw her clear light upon the space directly under Kenneth's window. He could distinguish every object as distinctly, it seemed to him, as in broad daylight. He listened and watched, a strange tenseness upon him. It was as though he waited for something terrible which yet must be, some unknown peril that threatened vaguely, but none the less dreadfully. The noise of the wheels grew louder. Then came a cautious, scraping sound from the window of a room close at hand. Kenneth decided that it was Lord Melverson's room. His host, hearing the horrid laughter that had been flung dismally upon the soft night air, had removed the screen from his window, the better to view the night visitor with the ugly chuckle. The grinding of wheels grew louder, and then there slid into the full light of the moon a rude cart drawn by a lean dappled nag and driven by a hunched-up individual who drew rein as the wagon came directly under Lord Melverson's window. From the shadow of his room Kenneth stared, open-eyed. There was something intolerably appalling about that strange equipage and its hunched-up driver, something that set his teeth sharply on edge and lifted his hair stiffly on his head. He did not want to look, but something pushed him forward, and he was obliged to. With a quick motion of his head, the driver turned a saturnine face to the moon's rays, revealing glittering eyes that shone with terrible, concentrated malignancy. The thinly curling lips parted. The cry Kenneth had heard a few minutes earlier rang, or rather, grated, on the American's car. This time the words were plainer. Plainer to the ear, although not to the sense. For what sense could they have? He reasoned as he heard them.
"Bring out your dead! Bring out your dead!"
A stifled groan. That was Lord Melverson, thought Kenneth, straining his eyes to watch the strange scene below. For suddenly there rose out from the shadow of the abbey's great grey walls 2 figures, bearing between them a burden. They carried it to the cart, and with an effort lifted it, to toss it carelessly upon the grisly contents of that horrid wagon. Contents that Kenneth now noted for the first time with starting eyes and prickling skin. And as the white face of the body lay upturned to the moon, a terrible cry wailed out from Lord Melverson's apartment, a cry of anguish and despair. For the moon's light picked out the features of that dead, so callously tossed upon the gruesome pile.
"Oh, Albert! Albert, my son! My son!"
Kenneth leaned from his window and peered toward that of his host. From above the sill protruded two clasped hands. Between them lay the white head of the old man. Had he fainted, or had he had another attack of heart failure? The driver in the roadway below chuckled malignantly and pulled at his horse's reins. The lean, dappled nag started up patiently in answer, and the cart passed slowly out of sight, wheels biting deep into the roadbed. And as it went out of sight among the deep shadows cast by the thickly wooded park, that harsh chuckle floated back again to the American's ears, thrilling him with horror of that detestable individual. The hypnotic influence of that malignant glance had so chained Kenneth to the spot that for the moment he could not go to the assistance of Lord Melverson. But he found that he had been anticipated. As he reached his door, Jennings was already disappearing into his host's room. He retreated, unseen. Perhaps he would do better to wait until he was called. It might well be that the drama he had seen enacted was not meant for his eyes and ears. After all, had he seen or heard anything? Or was he the victim of a nightmare that had awakened him at its end? Kenneth shrugged his shoulders. He would know in the morning. Unless it rained hard in the meantime, the wheels of the cart would have left their mark on the gravel. If he had not dreamed, he would find the ruts made by those broad, ancient-looking wheels. He could not sleep, however, until he heard Jennings leave his master's room. Opening the door softly, he inquired how Lord Melverson was. The old servitor flung a suspicious glance at him. "I heard him cry out," exclaimed Kenneth, seeing that the old man was averse to any explanation on his own side. "I hope it is nothing serious?"
"Nothing," replied Jennings restrainedly.
But Dinsmore could have sworn that bright tears glittered in the old retainer's faded blue eyes, and that the old mouth was compressed, as though to hold back an outburst of powerful emotion. Arline Melverson, her face slightly clouded, reported that her father had slept poorly the night before, and would breakfast in his own room. She herself came down in riding habit and vouchsafed the welcome information that she had ordered a horse saddled for Kenneth, if he cared to ride with her. Despite his desire to be alone with her, the American felt that he ought to remain at the Abbey, where he might be of service to Lord Melverson. But inclination overpowered intuition, and after breakfast he got into riding togs. "I believe I'm still dreaming," he thought to himself as he rode back to the Abbey at lunchtime, his horse crowding against Arlene's as he reached happily over to touch her hand every little while. Only, this dream isn't a nightmare. Instinctively his glance sought the graveled road where the dead cart of the night before had, under his very eyes, ground its heavy wheels into the ground. The road was smooth and rutless. After all, then, he had dreamed and had undoubtedly been awakened by Lord Melverson's cry as the old man fainted. The dream had been so vivid that Kenneth could hardly believe his eyes when he looked at the smooth roadway. But his new happiness soon chased his bewilderment away. As the young people dismounted before the door, Jennings appeared upon the threshold. The old man's lined face was turned almost with terror upon his young mistress. His lips worked as though he would speak, but could not. His eyes sought the other man's as if in supplication. "What's the matter, Jennings?"
"Master Albert, Mr. Dinsmore, my lord's firstborn son."
"What is it?" Arline echoed. "Is my brother here?"
"I can't tell her, sir," the major domo implored of Kenneth. "Take her to Lord Melverson, sir. I beg you. You can tell her better than I."
Kenneth did not take Arline to her father. The girl fled across the great hall as if whipped by 1,000 fears. Kenneth turned to Jennings with a question in his eyes. Down the old man's face, tears ran freely. His wrinkled hands worked nervously together.
"He fell, sir. Something broke on his plane. He died last night, sir, a bit after midnight. The telegram came this morning, just after you and Miss Arline went."
Kenneth, one hand pressed bewildered to his forehead, walked aimlessly through that house of sorrow. Albert Melverson had fallen from his plane and died the previous night. Had that dream, that nightmare, been a warning? Had it perhaps been so vivid in Lord Melverson's imagination that the scene had been telepathically reproduced before the American's own eyes? Although puzzled and disturbed beyond words, Kenneth realized that the matter must rest in abeyance until Lord Melverson should of his own free will explain it. In the meantime, there would be Arline to comfort, his sweetheart, who had just lost her dearly loved and only brother. 4. 2 months had hardly passed after Albert's death before Lord Melverson broached the subject of his daughter's marriage. "It's this way, my boy. I'm an old man, and as far from well of late. I'd like to know that Arline was in safe keeping, Kenneth." And he laid an affectionate hand on the young man's shoulder. Kenneth was deeply affected. "Thank you, sir. I promise you I shall do my utmost to make her happy." "I know you will. I want you to speak to Arline about an early wedding. Tell her I want to see her married before I have to leave her. I have a very powerful reason that I cannot tell you, my boy, for Arline to marry soon. I want to live to see my grandson at her knee, lad. And unless you two marry soon, I shall be powerless to prevent... That is, I will be unable to do something for you both that has been much in my mind of late. It is vital that you marry soon, Kenneth. More I cannot say." "You don't need to say more. I'll speak to Arline today. You understand, sir, that my only motive in not urging marriage upon her now has been your recent bereavement." "Of course, but Arline is too young, too volatile, to allow even such a loss to weigh permanently upon her spirits. I think she will yield to you, especially if you make it plain that I want it to be so." Kenneth sought Arline thoughtfully. Lord Melverson's words impressed him almost painfully. There was much behind them, much that he realized he could not as yet demand an explanation of. But the strength of Lord Melverson's request made him surer when he asked Arline to set an early date for their marriage. "I am ready if father does not consider it disrespectful to Albert's memory, Kenneth. You know, dear, we intended to marry soon anyway, and I think Albert will be happier to know that I did not let his going matter. You understand, don't you? Besides, I feel that he is here with us in the Abbey, with father and me. But there is one thing, dear, that I shall insist upon. I think too much of my brother to lay aside the light mourning that father permitted me to wear instead of heavy black. So if you want me to marry you soon, dear, you must wed a bride in grey." Into Kenneth's mind flashed one line of the Melverson curse. Melverson's daughters will wed in grey. Could there be something in it, after all? Common sense answered scornfully, no. 4 months after Albert Melverson had fallen to his death, his sister Arline, grey-clad like a gentle dove, put her hand into that of Kenneth Dinsmore, while Lord Melverson, his lips twitching as he strove to maintain his composure, gave the bride away. A honeymoon trip that consumed many months took the young couple to America, as well as to the continent, as the groom could hardly wait to present his lovely young wife to his family. Then, pursuant to Lord Melverson's wishes, the bridal pair returned to Melverson Abbey, that the future heir might be born under the ancestral roof. 5. Little Albert became the apple of his grandfather's eye. The old gentleman spent hours watching the cradle the first few months of his grandson's life, and then again other hours in fondly guiding the little fellow's first steps. But always in the background of this apparently ideally happy family lurked a black shadow. Jennings, his pale eyes full of foreboding, was always stealing terrified looks in secret at the panel of the great door. Kenneth grew almost to hate the poor old man, merely because he knew that Jennings believed implicitly in the family curse. "Confound the man! He'll bring it upon us by thinking about it," growled the young father one morning as he looked out of the window of the breakfast-room where he had been eating a belated meal. Little Albert, toddling with exaggerated precaution from his mother's outstretched hands to those of his grandfather, happened to look up. He saw his father, laughed and crowed lustily. Dinsmore waved his hand. "Go to it, young chap. You'll be a great walker some day," he called facetiously. Lord Melverson looked around, a pleased smile on his face. Plainly, he agreed to the full with his son-in-law's sentiments. As usual, entered that black-garbed figure, the very presentiment of woe, Jennings. Into the center of the happy little circle he came, his eyes seeking the old nobleman's. "My lord, would your lordship please take a look?" stammered Jennings, his roving eyes going from the young father to the young mother, then back to the grandfather again, as if in an agony of uncertainty. Lord Melverson straightened up slowly and carefully from his bent position over the side of a great wicker chair. He motioned Jennings silently ahead of him. The old butler retraced his footsteps, his master following close upon his heels. They disappeared around the corner of the building. Now what on earth are they up to? Wondered Kenneth. His brow contracted. There had been something vaguely suspicious about Lord Melverson's heir. I've half a mind to follow them. Kenneth! Arlene's cry was wrung agonizingly from her. Kenneth whirled about quickly, but too late to do anything. The baby, toddling to his mother's arms, missed a step, slipped, fell. The tender little head crashed against the granite coping at the edge of the terrace. And even then Kenneth did not realize what it all meant. It was not until late that night that he suddenly understood that the Melverson curse was not a silly tradition, but a terrible blight upon the happiness of the Melverson family, root and branch. He had left Arlene under the influence of a sleeping potion. Her nerves had gone back on her after the day's strain, and the knowledge that her baby might not live out the night. A competent nurse and a skilled physician had taken over the case. Specialists were coming down from London as fast as a special train would bring them. Kenneth felt that his presence in the sick room would be more hindrance than help. He went down to the library, where his father-in-law sat grimly, silently, expectantly, a strangely fixed expression of determination on his fine old face. Lord Melverson had drawn a handkerchief from his pocket, and then Kenneth suddenly knew, where before he had only imagined. For the old man's fine cambric kerchief was streaked with red that the unhappy young father knew must have been wiped from the upper panel of the great door that very morning. The baby, Kenneth's firstborn son, was doomed. "Why didn't you tell me? You hid it from me," he accused his wife's father, bitterly. "I thought I was doing it for the best, Kenneth," the older man defended himself sadly. "But if you had told me, I would never have left him alone for a single moment. I would have been beside him to have saved him when he fell." "You know that if he had not fallen, something else would have happened to him. Something unforeseen." "Oh, yes, I know. Now, when it is too late. My little boy, my Arlene's firstborn, the firstborn of Melverson." Fiercely. "Why didn't you tell me that the Melverson curse would follow my wife? That it would strike down her firstborn boy?" "And would that have deterred you from marrying Arlene?" inquired Arlene's father very gently. "You know it wouldn't, Kenneth. I tried to put a hypothetical case to you once, but you replied that you refused to consider the mere possibility. What was I to do? I will confess that I have suffered, thinking that I should have insisted upon your reading the family records before you married Arlene. Then you could have decided for yourself." "Does Arlene know?" "No. I've shielded her from the knowledge, Kenneth." "I can't forgive you for not letting me know. It might have saved Albert's life. If Arlene, too, had known." "Why should I have told her something that would have cast a shadow over her young life, Kenneth? Are you reproaching me because I have tried to keep her happy?" "Oh, Father, I didn't mean to reproach you. I'm sorry. You must understand that I'm half mad with the pain of what's happened, not only on account of the little fellow, but for Arlene. Oh, if there were only some way of saving him, how I would bless the being who would tell me how to save him." Lord Melverson, still with that strange glow in his eyes, rose slowly to his feet. "There is a way, I believe," said he. "But don't put too much stress on what may be but a groundless hope on my part. I've had an idea for some time that I shall put into expression tonight, Kenneth. I've been thinking it over since I felt that I had wronged you in not pressing home the reality of the Melverson curse. If my idea is a good one, our little Albert is saved. And not only he, but I shall have broken the curse, rendered it impotent forever." His eyes shone with fervor. "Is it anything I can do?" the young father begged. "Nothing, unless perhaps you want to read the old manuscript in my desk drawer. It tells why we Melversons have been cursed since the days of the Great Plague of 1664. Just before midnight, be in little Albert's room. If he is no better when the clock strikes 12, Kenneth, why, then my plan will have been a poor one. But I shall have done all I can do, have given all that lies in my power to give, in my attempt to wipe out the wrong I have inadvertently done you. Kenneth pressed the hand outstretched to him.
"You've been a good husband to my girl, Kenneth lad. You've made her happy. And in case anything were to happen to me, will you tell Arline that I am perfectly contented if only our little one recovers? I want no vain regrets," stressed Lord Melverson emphatically, as he released Kenneth's hand and turned to leave the room.
"What could happen?"
"Oh, nothing. That is, you know I've had several severe heart attacks of late," returned Arlene's father vaguely.
6. Kenneth, alone, went to his father-in-law's desk and drew out the stained and yellow manuscript. Sitting in a chair before the desk, he laid the ancient sheets before him and pored over the story of the Melverson curse. He thought it might take his mind off the tragedy slowly playing to a close in the hushed room upstairs. Back in 1664, the then Lord Melverson fell madly in love with the charming daughter of a goldsmith. She was an only child, very lovely to look upon and as good as she was fair, and she dearly loved the rollicking young nobleman. But a Melverson of Melverson Abbey, though he could love, could not wed a child of the people. Charles Melverson pleaded with the lovely girl to elope with him, without the sanction of her church. But the damsel, being of lofty soul, called her father, and related all to him. Then she turned her fair shoulder indifferently upon her astonished and chagrined suitor, and left him, while the goldsmith laughed saturninely in the would-be seducer's face. A Melverson was not one to let such a matter rest quietly, however, especially as he was deeply enamored of the lady. He sent pleading letters, threatening to take his own life. He attempted to force himself into the lady's presence. At last, he met her one day as she returned from church, caught her up, and fled with her on his swift charger. Still, she remained obdurate, although love for him was eating her wounded heart. Receive him she must, but she continued to refuse him so little a favor as a single word. Despairing of winning her by gentle means, Charles Melverson determined upon foul. It was the terrible winter of 1664 and 65, the Black Death, sweeping through London and out into the countryside, was taking dreadful toll of lives. Hundreds of bodies were daily tumbled carelessly into the common trenches by hardened men who dared the horrors of the plague for the big payoff offered those who played the part of gravedigger. And at the very moment when Melverson had arrived at his evil decision, the goldsmith staggered into the abbey grounds after a long search for his ravished daughter, to fall under the very window where she had retreated in the last stand for her maiden virtue. Retainers without shouted at each other to beware the plague-stricken man. Their shouts distracted the maiden. She looked down and beheld her father dying, suffering the last throes of the dreaded pestilence. Coldly and proudly she demanded freedom to go down to her dying parent. Melverson refused the request. In a flash of insight he knew what she would do with her liberty. She would fling herself desperately beside the dying man. She would hold his blackening body against her own warm young breast. She would deliberately drink in his plague-laden breath with her sweet fresh lips. Lifting fast glazing eyes, the goldsmith saw his daughter, apparently clasped fast in her lover's arms. How was he to have known that her frantic struggles had been in vain? With his last breath he cursed the Melversons, root and branch, lifting discolored hands to the brazen, glowing sky lowering upon him. Then, "And may the demon of the plague grant that I may come back as long as a Melverson draws breath to steal away his firstborn son," he cried. With a groan he died. And then, thanks to the strange heart of woman, Charles Melverson unexpectedly won what he had believed lost to him forever, for he could not have forced his will upon that orphaned and sorrowful maiden. The goldsmith's daughter turned upon him limpid eyes that wept for him and for her father too. "It is too much to ask that you should suffer alone for what my poor father has called down upon your house," she said to him with unexpected gentleness. "He would forgive you could he know that I have been safe in your keeping. I must ask you then to take all I have to give, if by so doing you believe the shadow of the curse will be lightened, for you at least." Touched to his very heart by her magnanimity, Charles Melverson released her from his arms, knelt at her feet, kissed her hand, and swore that until he could fetch her from the church, his lawful wedded wife, he would neither eat nor sleep. But the curse remained. Down through the centuries it had worked its evil way, and no one seemed to have found a way of eluding it. Upon the last pages of the old manuscript were noted, in different chirography, the death dates of one Melverson after another. After each, the terribly illuminating note, "Firstborn son, died before his majority." And last of all, in the handwriting of Lord Melverson, was written the name of that Albert for whom Kenneth Dinsmore's son had been named. Must another Albert follow that other so soon? 7. Kenneth tossed the stained papers back into the drawer and shut them from sight. There was something sinister about them. He felt as if his very hands had been polluted by their touch. Then he glanced at the clock. It was on the point of striking midnight. He remembered Lord Melverson's request, and ran quickly upstairs to his little dying son's room. Arline was already at the child's side. She had wakened and would not be denied. Nurse and physician stood in the background, their faces showing plainly the hopelessness of the case. On his little pillow, the poor baby drew short, painful gasps, little fists clenched against his breast. A few short moments, thought Kenneth, would determine his firstborn's life or death. And it would be death, unless Lord Melverson had discovered how to break the potency of the Melverson curse. Torn between wife and child, the young father dared not hope, for fear his hope might be shattered. As for Arline, he saw that her eyes already registered despair. Already she had in anticipation given up her child, her baby, her firstborn. What was that? The sound of heavy, broad-rimmed wheels crunching through the gravel of the roadway. The call of a mocking voice that set Kenneth's teeth on edge with impotent fury. He went unobtrusively to the window and looked out. After all, he could not be expected to stand by the bed, watching his little son die. And he had to see at all costs that nightmare dead cart, with its ghastly freight. He had to know whether or not he had dreamed it, or had seen it truly, on the night before Albert Melverson's death. Coming out of the shadows of the enveloping trees rumbled the dead wagon with its hunched-up driver. Kenneth's hair rose with a prickling sensation on his scalp. He turned to glance back into the room. No, he was not dreaming. He had not dreamed before. It was real, as real as such a ghastly thing could well be. On it came, and then the hateful driver lifted his malignant face to the full light of the moon. His challenging glance met the young father's intent gaze with a scoffing, triumphant smile, a smile of satisfied hatred. The thin lips parted, and their grating cry fell another time upon the heavy silence of the night. "Bring out your dead!" As that ominous cry pounded against his ears, Kenneth Dinsmore heard yet another sound. It was the sharp explosion of a revolver. He stared from the window with straining eyes. Useless to return to the baby's bedside. Would not those ghostly pallbearers emerge from the shadows now, bearing with them the tiny body of his firstborn? They came, but they were carrying what seemed to be a heavy burden. That was no child's tiny form they tossed with hideous upward grins upon the dead cart. "Kenneth, come here!" It was Arline's voice, with a thrilling undertone of thankfulness in it, that whirled Kenneth from the window to her side, all else forgotten. "Look, he is breathing easier. Doctor, look! Tell me, doesn't he seem better?" Doctor and nurse exchanged mystified, incredulous glances. It was plain that neither had heard or seen anything out of the ordinary that night, but that the baby's sudden turn for the better had astonished them both. "I consider it little short of a miracle," pronounced the medical man, after a short examination of the sleeping child. "Madam, your child will live. I congratulate you both."
"Oh, I must tell Father, Kenneth. He will be so happy. Dear Father."
The cold hand of certain knowledge squeezed Kenneth's heart.
"If anything should happen to me,"
Lord Melverson had said. What did that revolver shot mean? What had meant that body the ghostly pallbearers had carried to the dead wagon? A light tap came at the door. The nurse opened it, then turned and beckoned to Kenneth. It was Jennings, frankly unashamed of the tears that were rolling down his wrinkled cheeks. He choked back a sob.
"He's gone, Mr. Dinsmore. Break it to her easy, sir. But it's proud of him she ought to be."
His voice trembled, broke.
"'Twas not the little master they carried away, in the accursed dead cart thanks to him. I tried to stop him, sir. Forgive me. I loved him. But he would make the sacrifice. He said it was worth trying. And so he did it. But he's broken the curse, sir. He's broken the curse.
End of section 10.
Section 11 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clare. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction Volume 1. The Amazing Adventure of Joe Scranton, Chapters 1 and 2, by Effie W. Fifield. Todd Storrs introduced me to Hicks Carew. I wonder if everyone who had met that man remembers the introduction as one of the calamities of his career. For my part, I never think of the name Hicks Carew without putting damn before it. Damn Hicks Carew. Believe me, that petition comes from the heart. Why, Hicks Carew, exclaimed my friend, this is a surprise. I heard you were in India. Lately returned, replied Hicks Carew briefly. One of the peculiarities about the man was and is that he is usually called his whole name, Hicks Carew, just like that. I had heard a great deal about him, but this was the first time I had seen him. I want you to meet my friend, Joe Scranton, said Todd, pulling me forward. Joe, he continued, you've heard of Hicks Carew, the greatest psychic scientist living. Yes, oh yes, I exclaimed, simulating reverential joy and wishing I knew exactly what a psychic scientist was. I fancied a flicker of sardonic humor danced in the scientist's eyes as I spoke, but he acknowledged the introduction with weary indifference, not troubling himself to leave the lounging chair in order to greet me. I studied him while Todd tried to engage him in conversation. A tall, dark man, well-formed, very handsome, very self-possessed. Not 30 years of age, if one could judge by his appearance. How could he have found time to be the greatest psychic scientist living? Didn't that require study, research, experience, long hours of steady application? We had met on the wide porch of a summer hotel, and Todd's roving eye soon spied a pretty girl. It was inevitable. Excuse me just a minute, Joe, he said. I see a friend. Be back in no time. You wait here. I was left alone with Hicks Carew, and I couldn't think of a single good reason for running away. I am convinced, said Hicks Carew lazily, that it is not possible to eat constantly of one's favorite dish, to inhale the fragrance of one's favorite flower, to read one's favorite author or hear one's favorite opera, without longing for a change. I quite agree with you, I replied, as if I had given that subject much profound study. There would be less domestic unhappiness, continued Hicks Carew, if others had given that axiom the attention that you seem to have accorded it. I could see now that the man was driving at something that had to do with me. He was not talking just to make conversation, as I had at first supposed. Not knowing what to say, I decided to look very thoughtful and wise, and say nothing. It is not that you have grown tired of your wife, was his next amazing remark. He was studying me very much as I should imagine a bugologist would study a new insect. Indeed, I have not, I replied warmly. You love her and believe that she adores you. I know it. We have loved each other ever since we were kiddies. That's it, Hicks Carew nodded vigorously. As I said a moment ago, one can't eat of one's favorite dish at every meal. Sir, I interrupted indignantly, I would have you understand. Please be seated again, replied Hicks Carew. Let me assure you that I understand everything. It is not that you wish to see less of Angeline, your wife, but that you'd like to see a little more of Helen, the wife of Colonel Saunders. Now I was angry as the devil. What did the man mean? By what right? Why, I ought to compel him to fight. Many a duel has been fought for less reason. I stuttered in my just indignation. I rose to leave him. How I wish I had left him. But he was looking at me so curiously, just as if he were reading my very thoughts. And perhaps he had heard gossip that might hurt the two best women in the world, my wife and Helen. I could not leave without knowing just what the fiend was driving at. Colonel Saunders and I were graduated together, I said with dignity, as if that made all the difference. We have always been chums. Angeline and Helen were schoolmates also, were they not? If you are speaking of my wife, Mrs. Scranton, and her best friend, Mrs. Saunders, I replied severely, I may reply that they have been best friends from babyhood. I have been told that you and your wife are an ideal couple, he said, and that Colonel and Mrs. Saunders are another. You have been correctly informed, I replied coldly, but for the life of me I can't see why perfect strangers think they have a right to comment upon us in any way. The ordinary stranger wouldn't think of doing so, replied Hicks Carew calmly, but a scientist doesn't always believe all he is told just because it happens to sound very romantic and pretty. And this is especially true of a scientist who reads the human mind. Of course, I said as stiffly as I could manage it, you will believe what you please. There are times, soliloquized Hicks Carew, when even I can sympathize with a poor fly struggling in a dish of maple syrup. I will bid you good morning, I said coldly. Not yet, and he bent a look upon me out of eyes that had become startlingly dark. Yet they never wavered in their expression. They fascinated me, and I resumed my seat. We'll be friends yet, he said, smiling, and in spite of my uneasiness I had to admit that his smile was very winning. I wish to tell you, he continued, that I consider the friendship between you and Mrs. Saunders most delightful, as nearly platonic as friendship can be. And I am the more greatly impressed because it is difficult to find such friendship between two happily married people, neither of whom would willingly cause their respective partners one moment of sorrow or anxiety. That sounded just a little sarcastic, yet the man seemed to be speaking in good faith, and his remarkable eyes were now large and brown and soft, like those of an intelligent dog when regarding a loved master. I couldn't find any real ground for resentment. Mrs. Saunders and I are good friends, I replied, but there's nothing unusual. Not a thing, interrupted Hicks Carew. I understand. Your wife and Colonel Saunders approve of the friendship, although they can't always get up any real interest in the topics that interest you. They do not have literary taste, but they try to understand. That's just the trouble, I burst out, quite forgetting that I had decided not to admit everything. They listen not because they are interested, but because each is eager that his particular property shall say something that is quite unanswerable. And so you each try to be a little brighter than the other, and your conversation loses much of its charm, is, in fact, far less interesting than when you have a few minutes alone together. It is sometimes trying, I confessed, to be obliged to descend from the delectable heights of fascinating speculation. I hesitated. How could I say what was in my mind in a way that would not sound in a way that I would not be ashamed to recall? I understand, replied Hicks Carew with an air of the most charming sympathy. I understand what one suffers who is compelled to descend just to address some commonplace remark to a wedded companion in order to forestall any suspicion of neglect. That annoyance grows upon one. Again he sounded vaguely sarcastic, but looked very friendly and sympathetic. Your friendship is too ideal, he said, to be spoiled. You should be safe from interruption during such periods as it seems good and proper to be together. We shall never court offensive attentions from Dame Gossip, I replied, in my most moral manner. And you don't want to hurt either Angeline or the Colonel, added Hicks Carew. Now I could help you, but it would not be well to mention me to either one of them. They would not understand. If your wife knew me, she would probably speak of me as an interesting fakir, and Colonel Saunders would affirm once more that occultism is poppycock. Have you heard him? I asked, laughing, for he had mimicked the Colonel to the letter. I know, said Hicks Carew, that they could never comprehend the simplest law of the psychic world, while you and Helen would soon be brought to revel in it. Just what? I asked, drawing my chair closer and speaking in an undertone. Just what would you propose? Simply that you and Helen astralize yourselves. I stared, too astonished to speak. As astrals, he continued, you can enjoy each other's companionship uninterrupted by the commonplace. An astral can go where it will, and Dame Gossip cannot follow. But how do we know about it? Does it take long to learn? Is it painful? I've read about it, but never with attention. No, because you do not know how useful it might be. Think of visiting all the beautiful places of the world, just you two. But would we know we were ourselves? Would we know each other? What it meant to be together? Most certainly. There's nothing about it to divide friends who are truly platonic. As Helen and I are, I hasten to add. Think of standing on the summit of the highest mountain, I raved. Helen and I drinking in the beauties around us, and no one to spoil everything by asking how high the mountain is in feet and inches. Think of being able to bathe in the rays of the setting sun with no one there to ask us if those clouds do not look like rain. It is even as I thought, murmured Hicks Carew, with a look that made me feel quite proud of myself. And no one can accuse us of anything improper, I added virtuously. Of course not, replied Hicks Carew. There will be nothing improper. You will teach us? If you wish, better talk it over with Mrs. Saunders, and meet me here this evening about 11. Bring Mrs. Saunders. It will be dark out here, and the others will be dancing. Helen and I were there at the appointed time. So was Hicks Carew. We are interested, began Helen, but not convinced. I think I might be able to convince even Colonel Saunders that what I propose is possible, said Hicks Carew. If you please, said Helen, we won't mention it to him at this time. It would not do at all, I added. Should we two endeavor to secure undisturbed companionship, both her husband and my wife would be hurt. They could not understand, said Helen, how it is possible for us to love them better than anyone else, and still wish to be away from them, alone, together, occasionally. Well, I asked, shall we try it? I can't see that it would do any harm, she replied. It should be at night, I suppose, when Angeline and the Colonel are both asleep, I said. It would be awkward if they tried to arouse us. At what hour does your husband retire? Asked Hicks Carew. At 11. He is usually fast asleep by 12. And Angeline? Oh, I think she's not likely to give us any trouble after that hour. Come to my office, both of you, at once, commanded Hicks Carew. I'll introduce you to some of the mysteries of the occult. Chapter 2. Helen and I accompanied Hicks Carew to his office, as he had commanded, and it was nearly midnight when we arrived there. Were we frightened? Yes and no. We realized that we had decided to take on experiences not at all common to the part of the world in which we lived, ghostly experiences, and we shuddered a little and were naturally more or less apprehensive. Had I known what I was soon to find out, I should have refused to enter his room. I should have dragged Helen away from his door. I should have killed Hicks Carew then and there had he insisted upon our obedience against my better judgment. I am now of the opinion that Hicks Carew must have cast some sort of spell over us, leaving us not quite responsible for what we did. For at the time it seemed to us we were doing a very natural thing in going with him to learn how to astralize ourselves. And we really were convinced that we were acting on our own initiative, and that this man, almost a stranger, had become our benefactor. I can't believe we should ever have thought so, had we not been partially hypnotized. Helen and I visited that office on more than one occasion. Just how many I shall not tell, nor shall I tell of the lessons we learned, because it is a fact that 9 out of every 10 people can learn the art of astralization if they really apply themselves. And some, after reading this, might be tempted to make the experiment. I do not want to be responsible for anything of the sort. Such practices do not lead to the sane development of the world. They are opposed to the practical advancement of the peoples of the world. Think of India. Many of her people know all about the art that Hicks Carew taught us. Would we like to have our country grow to be like India? Very well then, don't ask for further enlightenment along this line, and don't assume that I couldn't teach you to astralize yourself because I am refusing to do so. I will simply say that Helen and I were apt pupils. We practiced faithfully, not even neglecting the tiresome breathing exercises. But even the best of pupils could not have progressed as rapidly as we did without Hicks Carew to help over the hard places. It requires a long time and infinite patience as a rule to become an adept at astralization, and it is exceedingly dangerous. Many a pupil has succeeded in leaving the body only to discover that they could not return, and the doctors were forced to guess at the cause of death, which they had not the slightest knowledge. One night, when there was not the least doubt that Angeline slept, I turned on my right side, straightened my limbs, threw back my head until my spine was perfectly straight, closed my eyes, and the rest has been deleted. I was successful in this, my first attempt, as I had felt confident that I should be. No one who has not experienced it can tell what a delicious sense of freedom comes with the laying aside of the body. All know how relieved one feels after divesting himself of cumbersome clothing, and they who can fancy that feeling intensified 1,000,000 times may have some idea of the rapture that filled my soul as I stood beside my bed and looked down on my body, to all appearances wrapped in the deep sleep of perfect health. I made my way to Helen's door, and to my great joy learned that her efforts also had been crowned with success. Then I felt embarrassment, for there she stood, clothed only in her nightgown. She seemed to read my thoughts, for she exclaimed, "But you are in your pajamas." "What difference does it make?" I asked quite recklessly. "None at all. Where shall we go? Let's make it Italy." "Oh, yes, Italy." Helen clapped her hands in ecstasy. How can I describe that trip? Why try to do the impossible? Suffice it to say that we had only one source of regret. The speed with which we darted through the air prevented our seeing many of the beauties over and through which we passed. We had not learned how to govern our speed, and were traveling almost as fast as thought. Once we heard a faint humming noise far ahead of us, and almost as soon as we had spoken of it, we found ourselves sailing directly over a huge airplane that was making a no-stop journey across the continent, at a speed of 400 miles an hour. "What was that?" we heard a startled voice exclaim. "Looked like two spirits traveling side by side," was the reply in a tone of tremendous excitement bordering on fear. "Nonsense, there are no spirits." We had now passed so far beyond the airplane that even the purr of the engine was nearly lost to us, yet the airplane was traveling in our direction. Does that give you any idea what it means to travel almost as fast as you think? Helen and I were for most part quite unconscious of all save the near presence of each other, and the enveloping cloud of soft gray mist that seemed to accompany us. We said little. We were too happy for words. No one who has not experienced the entrancing joy of platonic friendship can understand what that first trip through the moon-drenched ether meant to us. All too soon we found ourselves seated side by side on the shore of a beautiful body of water. The exquisite rapture of that moment can never be put into words. We were free with a freedom that a soul bound to an unresponsive body can never comprehend. We were permeated by an elation, an exultation beyond the clumsy devices by which humanity attempts to make itself understood. We were experiencing what was never meant to be described, just lived. We now appreciated the beauties of nature as we had never done when we saw them through the eyes of the body. Now even the humblest weed had charms that we had never before dreamed it possessed. No words passed between us. We had no need of words, for each read the other's thought. And thus in blissful silence our souls communed together, undisturbed by the cares of our everyday existence. "To think," exclaimed Helen at last, "that we are here, you and I together." "You and I alone," I amended softly. "And in Italy," added Helen rapturously. "Italy, dear old Italy, and the wonderful shores of Lake Como. Why, I never dreamed how wonderful—" "Hold on," I interrupted, forgetting my native politeness in a wave of excitement. "The moonbeams dance upon the waves," mused Helen. "It is almost as light as day." "Look," I exclaimed, "over there. Now what do you think of that?" "Islands!" exclaimed Helen. "Do I see islands?" "Look where I'm pointing. Turn your head a little to the right. There." "What is it? A tower?" "We are looking at the waters of the Mediterranean Sea," I explained. "Not Lake Como at all." "How do you know?" "That tower, as you call it, is one of the Pillars of Hercules. We are on the extreme southern point of the Iberian Peninsula. In 10 minutes we could cross over to Africa." "Africa!" exclaimed Helen, quite startled. "What a long way from home. We must go back." "In a minute. See the surf dancing against the rocks out there? Makes me think of Angeline when she first saw the Pacific Ocean after a storm. 'My stars,' she said, 'just see the suds.'" We both laughed. "I am reminded," said Helen, "of a trip through the Yellowstone with my husband. We were standing at the foot of the Great Falls. 'It makes me sick,' groaned my husband, 'to see all that power going to waste.'" Again we laughed. Not critically, but tenderly. We really enjoyed these traits in our domestic companions, when they did not disturb our own reveries. We laughed and thought of home. With one accord we rose. It seemed as if at the same moment we had both realized that we had ties which bound us to earth. I submit the above statement in proof that our affection for the partners of our life was every bit as consistent as any reasonable person could ask. If Helen had not loved Colonel Saunders, if I had not loved Angeline, could we have sacrificed our present bliss to return to them? We immediately started on our return trip. I left Helen at her door perhaps a half-hour later. I waited until she had disappeared through it, she had no need to go through the trouble of opening it, and then betook myself to my own room. My body was just as I had left it, except that it had grown quite cold, and Angeline, half awake, was peevishly asking why I had not warmed my feet before coming to bed. I smiled, thinking how surprised she would be should she awake enough to realize that it was 4 o'clock in the morning. It was with considerable effort and not without pain that I finally took possession of my body, and before I closed my eyes in sleep, I resolved that I would not again remain away so long a time unless I could find some way to keep my body warm during my absence. Our experiment had been so entirely delightful that it is not surprising that Helen and I resolved to repeat it at an early date. We were rejoiced beyond measure on the next day to find that we could recall all our experiences, and we had great difficulty in keeping ourselves from referring to them when conversing together in the presence of Angeline and Colonel Saunders. But even that difficulty served to add spice to an existence that we had found monotonous, and to draw us closer in the bonds of a friendship that, in our own opinion, was more platonic than anything ever conceived by Plato. In less than a week we started on our second trip through the atmosphere. A stiff gale was blowing, which we found far from comfortable, and we decided to rise above it, and hundreds of miles from the surface of the earth, look for a place where our souls could commune together in a state of bliss unbroken by annoying conditions of any sort. As we had no means of measuring time or distance, I cannot say how long we had traveled when we became aware of voices in our immediate vicinity. "We are not alone," said Helen, floating closer to me. "Can Angeline and Colonel Saunders be following us?" I asked, a sudden fear assailing me. "Impossible. They would never be able to astralize themselves." "Oh, to be sure," I replied in a tone of the deepest assurance. But I was not quite at rest in the matter. Experience had taught me that on several occasions Angeline had proved herself to be possessed of characteristics which I had never suspected, and there was no telling what she might do should her suspicions become aroused. She might even become an astral. She might teach Colonel Saunders how to become one. "He'd never do that," exclaimed Helen quite positively. "Of course I don't know about Angeline." "Neither do I sighed, "but if she chanced to be in love with him—" "Angeline in love with my husband? Or if he were in love with her? Impossible! It has quite suddenly occurred to me that we've left them alone together rather frequently." "The very thought makes me electric with apprehension," exclaimed Helen. "Don't let's worry. Theirs may be simply a platonic affection like ours." "It couldn't be. My husband isn't capable of entertaining platonic affections. Nor Angeline, when I come to think of it. In fact, I am sure you and I are in a class by ourselves." At that moment we found ourselves in a large company of people, most of whom were too deeply engaged in their own affairs to know or care that 2 newcomers had joined them. A glance was sufficient to tell that they were from every country in the world. It seemed to me as if I could hear their voices and could even recognize the tones of some of them, but of this I cannot be sure. My books on the subject of astralization had led me to believe that an astral had no need of voice, since he always converses by means of telepathy. If that is a fact, I can add one item to the sum of human knowledge on that subject, which is that the effect of the tones of the voice are also conveyed telepathically. I am confident that I heard the voices of some of those new acquaintances. What struck me as still more remarkable was that I could understand what every one of them said, although at the same time I was fully aware that many spoke in a language which I had never learned. I glanced at Helen and saw that she was passing through the same sort of experience, and that she was no less astonished than I. "Where are we?" I asked of a man who stood near me, surveying the crowd with the far-reaching look of a philosopher. He was evidently a native of Tibet, and you may imagine my surprise when he replied by speaking one word which I cannot reproduce here, but which I at once knew signified a sort of clearing-house, where they who are divorced or unhappily married may meet to settle or arrange their matrimonial difficulties. "Yes," I repeated, "a matrimonial clearing-house, but where? We are on top of the Great Pyramid." "One of the 3 pyramids of Giza," I exclaimed. "The highest one," he replied. "It is nearly 500 feet high." "And we got here without climbing," said Helen comfortably. We had read that there was room for only some half-dozen people to stand on top of that pyramid, then looked at the assembled company and for the first time realized how little room an astral requires. "A matrimonial clearing-house," I repeated, and looked more closely at my informant. Why was he here? In what way could such a convention interest him? What could a native Tibet know of the burden civilization had bound upon the back of matrimony? I had read that in no country on earth was the marriage relation held in greater contempt than it was in Tibet. If this man were not satisfied with his spouse, why did he not get another? I asked the Tibetan why he was in such a place as this. "My friend," he replied, "I have learned that you have a joy which we do not know. I am here to try to comprehend it, that I may return to my body and teach it to my fellows." "Judging by the countenances of those whom we see around us," I said, "you have come to a poor place to study joy. What is the sensation to which you refer?" "In part, that which you now experience," he said, looking at me full in the eyes with an expression that I did not like. "I do not understand you," I said, coldly, moving away from him. "Wait," he implored, keeping close beside me. "Why have you and this lady astralized yourselves? Is it not that you may enjoy each other's society without causing any disreputable comment? Well, in my country there would be no talk and none of the consequent pleasure found in outwitting the talkers. You enjoy a mental exhilaration in running away with another man's wife that I can never experience, unless I can first succeed in convincing my countrymen that such things are wrong." "You misunderstand us entirely," began Helen coldly, when she was interrupted by a gesture of despair from our strange acquaintance. "I know I do," he exclaimed, "but I am trying to understand. If I could only experience the feeling that caused that remark. You misunderstand us entirely. They all say it. Everyone says it of himself, and no one believes it of his neighbor, and it seems such a necessary part of the enjoyment. Oh, if I could only comprehend it! You have moral laws made by yourselves, which you do not obey, but which you seem to wish others to think you obey. If I could catch and comprehend the spirit that prompts obedience and disobedience in the same breath, my problem would be solved. Then I could have the honor of giving to my countrymen a new form of gratification. Then we in Tibet would have marriages and divorces and elopements and scandals and murders, and life would forever cease to be monotonous." "See here, sir," said I, thoroughly nettled, "I want you to understand that we are not of these people." "That's it," he interrupted. "Everyone here has told me precisely the same thing about himself. I have listened to explanation after explanation, but I can see no very great difference. I have reached the conclusion that self-delusion must be a part of the enjoyment. But why? And is it a real delusion? Can't you see that no one believes of you what you believe of yourself, and what you would not believe of another in the same conditions? If it is a real delusion, how do you acquire it? If it is not, what pleasure do you find in it? I should be very glad of a little practical help out of this difficulty." Helen and I were disgusted. We turned abruptly and left our obtuse acquaintance. Time was too precious to be wasted on an individual who would not accept us at our own valuation. But we had, for some reason, lost all inclination for each other's society, and made our way homeward at once, arriving 2 hours earlier than we had done on our previous trip. How rejoiced I was to find Angeline sleeping as sweetly as when I had left her. I touched her feet and hands and brow. They were warm and slightly moist, like those of a sleeping baby. I knew she had not astralized herself, for she could not so quickly have warmed her body. Several days elapsed before Helen and I repeated our experiment. They were days passed in the simple delights of home life. We did not see each other. She was content with Colonel Saunders and I with Angeline. But one evening we chanced to meet at the house of a friend, and the conversation turned upon a new club that had lately been formed for the purpose of attempting to apply scientific principles to occult studies. Helen was brilliant that evening, and I flatter myself that my conversation was not found uninteresting. It was a pleasure to us both to know what a wealth of experience we might reveal if it were only advisable. We looked at each other and smiled, and without a word having been spoken, I knew that Helen would astralize herself that night, and that I should meet her as before. From that moment we became almost reckless, indulging in the delights of astralization sometimes as often as 2 or 3 times in 1 week. I wonder now that our companions in wedlock remained unsuspicious as long as they did. It was through my own stupidity that Angeline first began to suspect that all was not right with me. I was so eager to astralize myself that I did not always wait until she was too sleepy to talk. I know now that she asked questions which I did not hear, and that she became vexed because I did not reply, and that her vexation finally led to a belief that I no longer loved her. If I could only have guessed the state of her mind. Why can't a wife tell her husband exactly what she is thinking? It would save many an unpleasant experience. That is, if she became confidential before her thoughts became suspicious, and her temper soured. End of section 11. Section 12 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clare. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. The Amazing Adventure of Joe Scranton, Chapters 3 through 5, by Effie W. Fifield. Chapter 3. I have already touched upon the unpleasant sensations coincident with the resumption of the body after long hours spent in flying about the universe. By the way, I call it flying, but it is not really flying because our astrals have no wings. We do not fly, nor do we walk. Even astral limbs could not move fast enough to get us through the atmosphere as fast as we go. As nearly as I can explain it, it is like pushing ourselves along at a tremendous speed, something as children work themselves up in a swing. Although we have nothing for feet or hands to push against, we simply make use of the power within us. We want to go, and we just go, and there are no obstacles to prevent our going as fast as we desire. I sat in one of our pretty parks one evening thinking about it, when Hicks Carew quietly seated himself beside me. I think, he began, without preliminary greeting, that your body becomes cold, stiff, and unwieldy much more quickly than Helen's does. I have never heard her complain, I replied, trying to act as unconcerned as if we had been sitting together discussing this very subject for some time. I was becoming accustomed to his unusual manners. It may be in part because she is naturally a little more heroic, he continued, although I really think she does not suffer as you do. I do find it a good deal of an ordeal, I admitted, like climbing into a stiff gown of frozen tallow. Sometimes, when I think of it, I am so filled with revulsion. Revulsion? Don't say that. It can't be revulsion or anything like it. Think what a wonderful experience you are having. And really, you know, you are not obliged to suffer, nor anything at all. What could I do to prevent it? Simply keep your body warm. But I don't know how. Arrange with some other astral to occupy it during your absence. How easy, I exclaimed. Queer that I never thought of that myself. Be sure to engage one that is your size, warned Hicks Carew as I left him, after thanking him warmly for his suggestion. That very night I met a wandering astral and engaged him in conversation. He looked to be exactly my size, and I was confident that he'd fit into my body very comfortably. Why, yes, he replied, after hearing my proposition. I can do it. But how about your body? I suddenly thought to inquire. Oh, my old shell is used to being vacated. Besides, it warms up quickly, and I don't mind a little discomfort. With that, I showed him into my body and then started with Helen on a trip to India that we had been planning for some time. We had now learned how to decide where we wished to go and how to keep our objective point clearly in mind so that we could land where we planned to land and not enthuse over the beauties of Lake Como when we were looking at the Mediterranean Sea, as happened on our first. We had spent several days laying out this trip and deciding how much we could see in a given time. I proposed that we give this entire trip to a study of India's wonderful temples, but to my surprise, Helen would not agree to that. Let's have a little fun first, she pleaded. We can do the temples next time. Very well, I agreed. Where do you want to go? Calcutta, she responded promptly. But what form of amusement do you think we can find in Calcutta? First, we'll visit the Jain Temple. I thought temples were taboo on this trip. Not Jain Temple. You know that's the wealthiest place of worship in India. It is where they teach the transmigration of souls, and not far from there, right on the stretch, we'll find the snake charmers. Snakes, I exclaimed with a shudder. I loathe them. But you won't mind them at all in the astral. They can't bite an astral, and it must be horribly fascinating to watch the showmen handling the big pythons, making them dance, winding them about their bodies. Heavens, I only hope I don't scream. But why look if it makes you feel like screaming? Can't you understand? It's awful fascination, the horrible thrill. Why, it is something one wouldn't forget in a lifetime. And you call that fun? Not fun exactly, but diversion. Tell me, why do you go to a play? Isn't it to get your emotions all stirred up? Would you really care for a story that didn't make you cry? Well then, do you know there's a Bengal tiger in Calcutta that ate 200 men before he was captured? I want to see him. I wonder what they feed him now. I hope he doesn't reach out for me, I said. And, she continued, paying no attention to my interruption, we must be sure to see some of the Hindu devotees doing penance on a bed of spikes. I'd like to see for myself just how sharp those spikes are. It was a glimpse into Helen's mind for which I was totally unprepared. I must confess that it did not please me, but I tried to excuse it on the ground that all women were like that. We went to Calcutta. The Jain Temple pleased me immensely. the most wonderful building I had ever seen. Every square foot of it is magnificently decorated as if it were a jewel box intended for a king's jewels. In 10 years of careful study, one could not exhaust the beauties of this temple. I saw the snake charmers, but refused to study the poor, deluded devotees stretched naked on their beds of spikes. Instead, I went down to Hora Bridge, which crosses the Hooghly River, and watched the many ships from nearly all over the world and dreamed dreams about them and was happy. I even caught myself wondering why I had gone into this thing with a woman and thinking what a perfectly ripping time I could be having if Todd Storrs were with me instead of Helen. I shouldn't wonder if all women would lose their charm to a considerable extent if one were to know their astrals really well. Helen found me on the Howrah Bridge as per agreement. "Time to go," she said brightly. "I've had such a good time. I'll tell you all about it on the way." She was bright and chatty and did not seem to notice my abstraction. I was not only disenchanted, but I began for the first time to make companions of quite a different nature from those I had been entertaining. She might not have admired the Jain Temple as I did, but she would have wished to stay within its cool interior for a long time, and her face would have worn its expression of peace and serenity that I have always found soothing, and she would have said quite simply, "I liked it there. It made me feel so close to the dear Heavenly Father." I had returned at the very hour upon which we had agreed, my tenant and I. My body was delightfully warm and sleeping soundly. I aroused it by stretching myself across it and causing a cold wave of air to pass into one ear. When my astral friend peeped out, I intimated to him that I was now ready to relieve him. He crept part way out, leaned his astral elbows on my physical head, and to my astonishment and supreme indignation refused to be relieved. Deliberately, fiendishly, and decidedly refused to be relieved. "Go get into my body," he said. "I have told you where I left it." "But I don't want your body." "So? Well, I do want yours. It is built with a more prepossessing face than mine." It was in vain that I pleaded with him. He had possession of my body, and I could not get him out. He would not even listen to my entreaties, but darted back in, knowing full well that an astral has no means of communication with ordinary humanity. Again and again I sent cold air into his, or rather my own ears, hoping once more to provoke him into showing himself. But he deliberately rose, found a box of cotton that I kept on my dressing table, and stuffed both ears so full that not a breath of air could reach him. Then he returned to bed and was soon in a deep sleep. What could I do? Was ever any other man in a fix like that? I cursed Hicks Carew with all the vehemence at my command. Then I went in search of him, entered his room, and sent an icy blast into his ear. His astral peered out. I started to tell him of my dilemma, but he seemed to know all about it, and he did not appear at all concerned. "Go get into that other body," he growled, "before mortification sets in. It is the only way." "But I don't want the other body." "Isn't it better than none?" "I don't know or care. I want my own body." "Well, you can't have it while the other fellow is in possession." "Then what am I to do?" "He'll astralize himself before very long," consoled Hicks Carew. "It has become a passion with him. All you have to do is keep watch and take possession again at the first opportunity." "I won't do it," I replied obstinately. "If I can't have my own body, I'll remain as I am." "Think of Angeline." "Of course she'll see a difference. Oh, what shall I do?" "Do as I tell you. Keep that other body alive. You'll never get your own body back unless you do." "Suppose it does die. How will he know?" "He'll see it in the papers. Now go. Hurry, or you'll be too late." Sadly, I turned away. The other body was located without difficulty. I looked at it with a growing repulsion that nearly drove me to insanity. As I have said, it was about the size of my own, but oh, such a face! It made me ache just to think of wearing it. There was not a hair on the crown of the dirty head, and only 7 teeth in the repulsive mouth. For several minutes I stood there beside that caricature of humanity, trying to summon courage to step inside. Finally, with a supreme effort, I fought back my growing dislike and stepped into that awful body. It was cold and stiff. It felt as if it had always been cold and stiff and unreliable and discased and unresponsive. How I hated it. "I'll go back," I threatened, "and if I don't make that fellow pay, then my name is not—" But what was my name? The name of this unspeakable body. And how could I hurt my enemy as long as he remained in my body? And would he ever come out of it if I angered him? Later, I remembered that I was now in England, while my own body was in my home in Wisconsin. How could I take the body I now occupied across the ocean? I could find no money in its pockets. Its clothes looked as if they had been discarded by someone else. Without doubt, this body had never been very well cared for. I had hardly adjusted myself to my new quarters when I was aroused by the entrance of 2 women into the dingy little room where I was lying. One of them was weeping bitterly. She was a thin woman of most unprepossessing appearance, untidy, unfed, uncherished, undecided, unloved, unnecessary. I could see it all at the first glance through my stubby eyelashes. She came to the bed and stood looking at me while her companion placed her hand over my heart. I mean over the other fellow's heart, which my personality had set in motion. "Why, no, Liz," exclaimed the other woman in surprised displeasure. "Jack ain't dead. There ain't no such good luck as that for you this time." The woman used the pronunciation of the uncultured English, but as I have not heard it since my terrible experience, and had never heard it before, I must be excused from trying to reproduce it here. The above attempt ought to convince you, as it does me, that I can't do it. I promise you that, in all other respects, my story shall be true to fact. The woman who wept, Liz by name, was evidently the wife of my enemy. She threw herself upon me with such force that I gasped for breath, and then, oh horror, she began covering my face with kisses. For the first time I rejoiced that I wore the face of another, to be kissed by that woman. Then I remembered the appearance of the face she was kissing and remained passive. If she wanted to do it, she certainly ought to have the privilege. It surely could be no worse for me than it was for her. All this time I had kept my eyes nearly closed. I knew they thought me unconscious, and I was thus enabled to gain time in which to try to collect my thoughts and decide on a course of action. Soon a doctor came into the room, and the woman explained to him that Jack was not dead after all. The one who was not Liz added, "More's the pity," and won a measure of my respect by so doing. The doctor asked Liz some questions, and so I ascertained that I had often had these queer spells, and that I sometimes lay for hours at a time like one dead. This information filled me with joy. I now felt sure that my enemy was a confirmed astralization toper, just as Hicks Carew had told me. I now dared believe that it would not be long before he would leave my body for another trip through the atmosphere. "How does he appear when he comes conscious?" asked the doctor. "Just as ugly as ever," replied the woman, who was evidently a sister of Liz. "He'll look like a dead man one minute," she continued, "and I'll begin to have some hope that Liz is going to be a widow and have a chance for her life, but the next minute he'll sit up and begin to swear, and like as not, he'll knock her over the head with a boot-jack." Liz wept silently. It was disgusting enough to think of her kissing such a face as I wore, but to have her weep for me when I had knocked her over her head with a boot-jack was simply unendurable. I despised her from that moment and longed to tell her so. Then I thought of Angeline. Suppose that brute who had possession of my body should awaken and knock Angeline over the head with a boot-jack. Suppose he should swear at her. Angeline had never heard me swear. Indeed, I had never spoken to her unkindly but once in my life, and that was when she had used my razor to chip dried beef. Then I told her calmly but firmly, but no matter. I was sorry for it afterward, and bought a ribbon bow which I tied on the handle of the razor, then gave it to Angeline to keep purposely to chip dried beef with. I bought a fine new razor for myself, which I kept under lock and key. But as I lay there in that horrible English cabin with those two miserable women near me, I thought of Angeline and wished I had left the new razor where she could find it in case the other was lost or dulled. I did not open my eyes. Tears from the eyes of the affectionate Liz made my borrowed face uncomfortably damp, but it was better than to open my eyes to a situation that would very likely be worse than anything I had yet experienced. Oh, how I wish I had never astralized myself. I even went so far as to wish that I had never seen Helen. If it had not been for her, I meditated, I should not have been made to suffer as I was suffering now. What right had she to lead me into temptation? Angeline and I were as happy as turtle doves until she came between us. I had never loved her and never given her any opportunity to think I did, and none but an unwomanly woman, a very unwomanly woman, would accept such attentions as I had offered. I was sure that nothing would ever have induced Angeline to go sailing through the atmosphere with any astral but mine, but Helen was absolutely devoid of delicacy. It was so easy for unsuspecting men like me to be taken in by a designing woman. I formed many good resolutions as I lay there, but all were secondary to the wish that Liz would use a pocket-handkerchief when she wept, or else stop kissing me. "Don't take on like that," said the doctor kindly. "I think he'll be himself again in a little while. He is not sick. He has only been a little drunker than usual." Indeed, sir," said Liz, with pathetic earnestness. "He was not drunk this time. He never has these spells when he has plenty of money to buy whiskey. I've seen him drunk many time, and I know these spells are different." The doctor smiled and said something to the sister which I did not catch. It was evident that he was quite sure Jack was drunk, and I presume he would have been no less sure of it had I opened my eyes and given him a truthful account of what had happened. "Liz puts me out of all patience," said the sister. "How can she be fool enough to care for a man who treats her as Jack does? I'd have killed him long ago and fed him to the hogs. How I did wish that she, instead of Liz, had been Jack's wife. In all probability she would never have allowed him to live long enough to become an astral. "I really believe you would," replied the doctor with a little laugh of amusement. "Well, there does not seem to be much that can be done to arouse him, so I may as well go. I think he will come to himself before long. If he becomes worse, however, send for me." Send for him, indeed. What could he do? When the doctor had left, the sister, whose name was Jane, persuaded Liz to go out with her and have a cup of tea, and I was alone. I rose immediately and began to look for something decent to wear. I had no idea as to where these women had gone for their tea, or how long they would be away, but of one thing I was very sure. I must get away from them just as quick as the Lord would let me, and I hated to be seen in rags. But go I must, no matter how I looked. I felt that I would be a failure should I try to personate Jack, and there was no telling what might result should it be discovered that my nature was not what his had been. It might work Liz up to a demonstration of affection that would induce me to kill her. I could not beat her over the head with a boot-jack, as I knew I should be expected to do, or swear at her, or drag her around the room by her little wisp of uncombed hair, or do any of the other things which Jane had enumerated as being among my favorite methods of diversion. Had I known just how Liz would have regarded my conversion to a better life, I might not have felt so uneasy. But if I should be the means of leading her to renewed efforts in the art of weeping, should she fall on my neck, or hold my head on her bosom while she wept into my face, or let her tears drop steadily on my bald crown, or attempt any of the styles described in books that discuss such topics, oh heavens! The very thought lent speed to my movements. I had had more than enough of the damp Elizabeth. I soon decided that I was wearing all the clothes I owned, and the women were coming back. Very well. I cautiously made my exit through a back window and felt a bit of my trousers cling to a nail and separate from the garment. I had never, in the most depressing periods of my life, seen myself going through the streets of any town with a hole in my trousers that could not be invisible except when I was seated. It was easy to get away from the house because the early morning was dimmed with heavy fog. "What is the number of this house?" I asked of a man who was evidently going to work. He told me with a leer and asked me where I got the money for drink this time. "I am not drunk," I replied. "I am a stranger here. Can you tell me the name of the man who lives in that house?" "Do you mean Jack Walsh?" he asked, then called to a comrade. "Come here, Bill. Jack is so drunk that he can't tell what his name is." "It isn't Jack," said Bill, after studying me a few minutes. "Jack couldn't be so civil-spoken if 'twas to save him from being hung." The men finally decided that I was Jack's brother, and I let it go at that. I went out into the country and threw myself under a tree where I hoped I should be free from intruders. I decided to astralize myself again and endeavor to discover what was going on at home. I could think of no better way in which to spend my time waiting for my own body to be vacated. All I would need to do would be to inhabit my borrowed body just enough to keep it alive, and finally leave it where I found it so that in case its rightful owner wished to claim it, he would have no excuse for troubling me further. Chapter 4. With what haste I sped me across the Atlantic. How my soul rejoiced when it was once more pushing its way through the ether of its native land. Hope was at the helm. Who could guess what good thing was in store for me? I might find my body vacated and not so very stiff and cold. I might find my intolerable tenant ready to return to his own wife, just keeping my body warm until I came to claim it. Surely I had suffered enough. I had a right to expect release, and especially when I asked so little of life, only the privilege of living in my own body, of taking possession never again to leave it, until death should come to claim me. Noon. When I entered my home, the clock on the mantel pointed to 12. The lower floor looked untidy, neglected, unnatural, as it sometimes did when Angeline had been away from home for a few days. I was immediately thrown into a chill of apprehension that shook me as the dying flame of a candle is shaken by a breeze. I knew something was wrong. Had Angeline gone to her mother? Had she decided so soon that her husband was no longer to be endured? What had that man done to her? Had she failed to know, down in the depths of her heart, that it was not her faithful Joe who had abused her? Couldn't she have guessed that some wandering astral was controlling his body? Wouldn't Helen have given her a clue to the trouble if some fearful thing had happened during my absence? Wouldn't she hunt up Hicks Carew and beg his assistance? These thoughts flashed through my mind as I hastened upstairs, going directly to the room where my wife had slept. The room was darkened. Angeline lay stretched on the bed. A nurse, a doctor, and several weeping relatives stood about the bed. Helen came in. She too had been weeping. "How is she?" asked Helen, bending over the bed. "Will she live?" "I think so," replied the doctor gravely, "but it will be a long time before she will be herself again." "Did he strike her as hard as that?" exclaimed Helen, adding fiercely, "The brute! He ought to be hung. I'd like to help do it." I could see now that the sentiment was like her. She would be as thrilled as when she saw the nude body of a devotee stretched on a couch of sharp spikes. It was not the blow so much, said the doctor, as the thought that her husband could have been angry enough to strike her. That is the real cause of this prostration. And because he was drunk, added one of the relatives, beastly drunk, and he spoke for the Dryes at the last election. The worst had happened. Jack Walsh had used my arm to hit my wife with my boot-jack, and I was powerless to return the blow. I was powerless to do anything except rage, and that did not mend matters. The gentle breeze coming through the window could fan the pure brow of my suffering wife, but I could do nothing, and I was to blame for her condition. In no way could she be made to bear a share of the responsibility, as every husband understands a wife should do whenever that sacred duty can be forced upon her. If the suffering had come to Helen or to Hicks Carew, then would victorious justice be able to wave her scales triumphantly. But that poor innocent patient Angeline should be like this. Would no one speak a word on my behalf? Of course Mr. Scranton was not himself, said the doctor. How do you mean not himself? Asked Helen. I could see that she was frightened. She feared our secret was about to be discovered. Not for my sake, not for Angeline's, not for all the world would she freely and frankly confess, and so offer a solution to this incomprehensible thing that had happened, the cruel report that would soon be placed before the eyes of my world. Joe Scranton struck his wife with a boot-jack, inflicting injuries that may prove fatal. That was what I would have to live down when I was once more in possession of my body. How do you mean, not himself? Repeated Helen. I am told he was very drunk, replied the doctor. Consequently, he couldn't have been himself, and should not be blamed as one would blame a perfectly normal man. Why not? Interrupted my sister-in-law. He was not compelled to get drunk. The stuff wasn't poured down him, and he knew he'd get drunk if he took it. Why shouldn't he suffer the consequences? I think he will, replied the doctor. I've known Joe Scranton a long time. He was a fine fellow. He is bound to be very sorry. Sorry? Interrupted my sister-in-law once more. He'll say so, of course. In fact, he has already said so, but I'm bound to say he doesn't act as heartbroken as any decent man would who had half killed his wife. It reminded me of England and Liz's sister, and I wondered if all sisters-in-law were not inclined to be vindictive, given any provocation whatsoever. I must say, chimed the nurse, that he doesn't appear to me to be so very repentant. I've seen similar cases where there was another woman in the case. Mind, I'm not saying there was another woman in this instance. You can never tell, replied my sister-in-law gloomily. I always have my doubts of these very pleasant-appearing men whom everyone likes. I am very sure, however, said Helen a little nervously, that Mr. Scranton was absolutely devoted to his wife. That may be true, replied the nurse doubtfully, but if I were related to poor Mrs. Scranton, the first thing I should do would be to employ a detective. She said this looking straight into Helen's eyes, and Helen looked daggers at her without, however, discomposing her in the least. Your idea is a good one, said my sister-in-law warmly. It may lead to the conclusion that this attack was attempted murder, replied the nurse. It may enable you to provide for your poor sister's safety, as you could not do with her husband hanging around the house. So that was where the affair was leading. There was to be an attempt to put my body in jail. Angeline's family were advised to protect her from a husband who had never in all his life spoken an unkind word to her. I wondered what Helen was thinking about, what she would do about it. She surely could not remain silent. While nothing could have been purer than the feelings she and I had entertained for each other, yet she must realize that a few infernal hints from dear, sweet, disinterested old hags, our reputations would be blackened forever. Helen, I exclaimed close to her ear, get busy. Go see Hicks Carew. You can't know what has happened to me, but he knows all about it. Make him help us out of this scrape. But Helen did not seem to have heard a word. Next I tried to make Angeline feel my presence. I hoped that the sacred link between husband and wife must surely vibrate when played upon by my impassioned protestations. Arouse yourself, Angeline, I implored. It is I who speak, I, Joe, your lover and your slave. Let your soul see my astral form, then you'll understand. I bent over my sweet wife and pressed kisses on her lips and cheeks and eyelids, and on the cruel bruise across her brow. I felt so intensely that it seemed impossible she should not feel my presence. I exerted myself until it seemed as if my soul would burst its astral covering, but in vain. I might as well have been baying at the moon. Angeline did indeed open her eyes, but not at my summons. Angeline opened her eyes and sat up in bed, her eyes fixed upon Helen with a baleful stare that was uncanny. She had heard what the nurse said. She was prepared to believe that her husband had tried to kill her. Not only had she heard that there might be another woman, she had definitely determined in her own mind who the other woman was. "Leave the room," she said, "all of you." But her eyes were fixed on Helen. "I want to be alone." Then she burst into a violent fit of weeping. I really felt sorry for Helen. This had come upon her like a bolt out of a clear sky. She had really believed that ours was a friendship that could have no disastrous consequences. How terrible was her awakening. "You want me near you, sister, don't you?" asked Miriam tenderly. "Better leave her with the nurse," said the doctor. Then Miriam and Helen left the room, but not together. The other relatives followed Miriam. I went with Helen, who entered the library and faced Jack Walsh, who had already converted my body into a most unpleasant object. "Joe," she said angrily, "I want you to tell me what's the matter with you." "Matter? Nothing ails me." My lips were moving, the lips of my longed-for body. My voice sounded quite natural, but the real I was not speaking. I was listening. "You were terribly changed," exclaimed Helen. "You were not like yourself at all. Don't you realize that?" "Oh, Joe, what is it?" Helen went closer to my body and spoke in a low tone, quite confidentially. "Tell me. Has it anything to do with our experience?" "Huh?" My body suddenly sat erect, but the expression in its eyes was certainly very different from any that I had ever shot into them. "What's that you say? Experience? Don't tell me you've forgotten." "Forgotten nothing," mumbled my enemy, "but my mind's funny. Give it a jog. What was you saying?" "Our experience," faltered Helen. "There was nothing to talk about, was there? Surely you understood that my friendship for you was purely platonic." "Platonic fiddlesticks," replied my lips with a rude laugh. "You and I know there's nothing in that, my dear." For a moment I thought Helen would faint. She became so deathly pale. She felt her way to the window as if she had been blind, and leaned for a moment against the casement. I stood beside her and tried to whisper in her ear. It seemed to me that she, who had so long made a study of the science which had brought all this trouble upon us, might be influenced by me to guess the true state of affairs. But whether I made any impression upon her or not, I could not tell. She turned once again toward my form. "Mr. Scranton," she said, with a meaning look toward the box of cigars and the bottle of brandy on my study table, "will you kindly tell me how long it has been since you began to smoke and drink?" "Egad!" exclaimed my lips with a repetition of the brutal laugh. "I should think it had been some time since I left off, judging by the difficulty I had in finding anything to drink or smoke, and the beastly state my stomach is in." Helen left the room without another word. I could not accompany her, for I knew that I must return to that detestable body which I had left under the trees in that pretty English wood, and warm it up enough to keep it alive. I must, but how could I? How could I leave my wife while she was suffering, even though I could not help her? I looked around me. My beautiful home. How could I go away from it? "Damn it," I muttered. "How could I ever have been ass enough to go on these damned fool trips?" I left the house and went to find Hicks Carew. If he refused to help me, I vowed that he should not live long after I came into possession of my own body. He should pay. How dearly I'd make him pay for all I had suffered. Hicks Carew was not at home. He had gone on one of his mysterious journeys about which he never took anyone into his confidence. There was no guessing when he would return. When I finally started for England, I was suffering the torments of the damned. I was nearly crazed with apprehension concerning my wife, my home, my own most desirable body. It was evident that it had been a long time since my enemy had had money with which to buy brandy and tobacco in sufficient quantities to satisfy him, and I dreaded the effect of his indulgence on my poor body almost as much as I worried over the damage he would do my reputation. And would he ever again astralize himself? Might he not find his present life so much to his liking that the joys of astralization would be weak in comparison? I believe that no one deliberately astralizes himself who does not hope to enjoy some pleasure that would not otherwise be his, which appears greater than anything yet experienced. What could astralization give to such a man as Jack Walsh that he would find preferable to the life I had led? I had never so fully realized the extreme desirability of my lot in life as I did now that I seemed to be shut out from it forever. Had hope entirely deserted me, however, I should never have returned to my enemy's body. I mean, I should never have gone in search of it, for when I arrived at the place where I had left it, it was gone. Gone! Not a trace of it was to be seen. What had become of it? My astral stiffened with the agony of terror, and I sobbed a sad farewell to all that I had loved. I could not hope now to get my body back. How long I mourned I do not know, nor can I tell what it was that whispered to me not to give up. I knew then that I should continue the struggle as long as memory persisted. I must concentrate, I thought. I must demand assistance. That something which just whispered to me must tell me what to do next. Lead me to that body, I demanded. Lead me to it, I say. My entire being entered into that desire. That body, that beastly body, lead me to it. I had reached a point where I could realize that, horrible as it was to be obliged to warm such a body into life, it was still more horrible to be deprived of the privilege of so doing. What had become of it? Had it been eaten by wild beasts? Was there any in England, any wild beast hungry enough to touch it? No, it must be in the hands of medical students. That seemed more likely. I believe that medical students were certainly less fastidious than any wild beasts of which I had ever read. Should I begin my search in the hospital or the morgue? I knew so little of the life of such men as Jack Walsh that I could not at once decide upon the best course to pursue, and I seemed to be getting no help from my prayers. And that pesky body could not live forever. Even though it were still habitable, it must be on the verge of dissolution. Chapter 5. I finally decided to go back to Liz and her sister, trusting to gather from their conversation some news of the whereabouts of Jack's body. As good luck would have it, that body was being carried up the steps in a long black box just as I arrived. Jane opened the door. "Well," she said in a tone of extreme satisfaction, "I fancy he's dead enough for keeps this time." "Dead as a doornail," replied one of the men who carried the box. I almost collapsed from discouragement. I had not thought that I could feel so badly at the mere suggestion that I might never more be able to climb into that unpleasant body. "It will be hard on his wife, won't it?" asked another of the men. "I presume so, just at first," replied Jane. "But she'll get over it, and it is the luckiest thing that ever happened to her. Shall we leave the body in this box? Is it the cheapest box you have?" "No." "Take it out and bring a cheaper one. He doesn't deserve any at all. If it were not for Liz, I would sell him to a medical college and try to get back a part of the money he owes me." The men took the body from the box, greatly to my relief, laid it on a board, and left it. Liz came in and threw herself upon it and began to weep into its face and press moist kisses upon it with her thin lips. I looked on and hesitated. Could I endure that? It was bad enough just to see it done, when the face had no feeling, but to have it animated by my personality? It made me sick. Yet it was my one hope of ever again enjoying Angeline's companionship on earth. That thought decided me. Without further hesitation I climbed into the body. It was so stiff and unyielding that I feared I should never be able to adjust myself to it. It seemed to me that long hours passed before I was enabled to warm any portion of it into life, and I looked with horror upon the preparations that were being made for its burial. I even began to long for the presence of Liz when she was away from me, for I knew she would be most likely to detect signs of returning life. As for Jane, I was equally certain that, should she detect such signs, she would only hasten the funeral ceremonies. It may seem a paradox when I tell you that it was a joyous moment for me when Liz pressed her lips against Jack's cheek. I will not call it mine, even for the sake of perspicuity, felt that it was warm, kissed it again, and with a wild shriek fainted away upon Jack's bosom. I felt that I should die of collapsed anatomy if I did not get her off me, for I had allowed Jack's body to go so long without food that it would not stand much more. I made a superhuman effort, however, gave a convulsive twitch, and sent Liz flying to the floor. At this moment Jane entered the room, and Liz revived. "Oh!" exclaimed Liz joyfully. "Jack is not dead! Jack is not dead! He knocked me down, Jane. As sure as you live, he has knocked me down once more." "And you seem to be tickled stiff," exclaimed Jane contemptuously. "Why, Jane," faltered the poor thing, "it was terrible to have Jack dead." "Terrible." There was menace in Jane's voice. I sat up, ready to defend myself, for I feared she might try to damage the body I had sought so earnestly. "You miserable—" I'll add reprobate, because what she really called me wouldn't look well in print. She was in a frame of mind where she could make the alphabet sound blasphemous. "It is good to be here," I murmured, for I had decided upon a new plan. "It is very good to be here, but I cannot remain under false pretenses. I have decided to be absolutely truthful." Jane stared, eyes round as a saucer, mouth wide open, jaw hanging helplessly. Liz whimpered. They had never been more astonished in their lives. I had really started on a dangerous adventure, but I did not realize that because I could not realize what a shock I was giving them, I was thinking entirely of my new plan to escape the demonstrations of Liz. "Oh, God, what ails him now?" wailed Liz. "Shut up," commanded her sister. "You ought to be glad he isn't pounding you." "You will not be pounded while I am here," I said solemnly. "Jack Walsh," demanded Jane, "what deviltry are you up to now?" "My name is not Jack Walsh," I replied with dignity and firmness, but in my most courteous manner. "It may be hard for you to believe, but my name is Joe Scranton, and I live in Wisconsin, USA, where I am a citizen who has always been most highly respected. Won't you be good enough to tell that to the editor of one of your daily papers?" "Jackie," pleaded Liz, "don't talk like that. Don't you know your own woman?" "Stand back, Mrs. Walsh," I said sternly as I put her away from me. "I have a wife at home. Her name is Angeline. I am true to her. You must not kiss me again." Crazy, said Jane. We'll just trot him off to the bug house. No, no, Jane, wailed Liz. Then Jane turned to me. She was furious. You thief, she said. Why couldn't you have stayed dead? I got her point of view all right, and I respected her for it, but her manner was rather more insulting than I thought the case warranted. I decided that I'd still reply as a gentleman, but I would give free rein to my sarcastic methods of speech of which I had sometimes been proud. Remain dead, I asked, and leave you behind? Do I deserve such torture as that? Again Jane stared. I'll be frizzled, she said slowly, if he isn't talking like a priest now. It was quite apparent that sarcasm was lost on those two. What could I do next? I was hungry. Should I ask for food? May I inquire, I said politely, what you have in the house that might be cooked for an invalid? There was absolutely no reply. Even the doughty Jane was stunned. I realized that I must eat to keep that body going, and that food could not safely be long delayed. See here, my beauty, I thundered. Get out into that kitchen and rustle up something for my breakfast. Do you hear me? Then get. Jane folded her arms and studied me without speaking. Liz, I said softly, thinking it better to try another tack. Liz, can't you understand that I need food? Won't you be good enough to get me something to eat? Oh, Jack, wailed Liz, you're not yourself at all. Oh, my pretty Jack, are you going to die and leave me? And this after I had tried my best to be a brute. Liz threw herself into my arms, and her huge tears rolled down my neck. It made me mad, and I threw her from me again with such force that she staggered. Stop that infernal nonsense, I thundered, and bring me something to eat. I have no money, wailed Liz. Where do you get food? Jane gives it to me. Then Jane must bring some to me. Never, exclaimed Jane with fierce determination. You shall be paid for it, you fool. Think I want to beg? Keep off, both of you, or I'll kill you deader than smelts. Evidently Jack had not been in the habit of suggesting that he might pay for food. Both women showed unmistakable signs of an intention to rush into my arms and weep on my neck, and I only saved myself by springing to my feet and assuming the attitude of a prized fighter. To my intense joy, food was brought without further parley. It consisted of a bowl of oatmeal porridge and a slice of black bread without butter. It did not look at all tempting, but I recollected that Jack's body was in need of nourishment and was, in all probability, used to nothing better. Will you tell me, I said, swallowing the broth as I would medicine, what sort of work a man like me can get to do? Liz made a rush for me when I asked the question, and I backed against the wall and held the bread as if I would hurl it at her. Keep off, Liz, I shouted. If your dripping face comes within 5 feet of mine, I'll mash it flat. It was harsh language to use to a woman, and one of the most steadfast of her sex at that, but I was desperate. Let him alone, Liz, said Jane. If he is thinking of going to work, for pity's sake don't distract his mind. Then Jane turned to me. I know of several warehouses that need sweeping, she said. Where? I asked. I'll get the work, you do it, and I'll take in the cash. Indeed, why can't I handle my own cash? Yours? You have a number of debts to pay before anything could be yours by right. If you get 1 penny of it, you'll never pay me a cent for what I have done for you and Liz. I finally consented to Jane's arrangement, greatly to her surprise, and spent that day in sweeping warehouses. I felt that I could not be under obligations to a woman for food, even though it was not my own body that I was trying to keep alive. And I had no idea where a man like Jack would find work. I could do no better until I became used to my strange surroundings than to let Jane run me. She softened perceptibly when she saw how faithfully I applied myself and fed me well. That was what I wanted. I had decided to get Jack's body in good working order, then I would work my passage across the Atlantic, from there to Wisconsin. When I reached home, I would try to obtain possession of my body. Failing in that, I would have 2 strong material hands with which to choke the life out of my body, rendering it useless to my enemy. Then I would cut Jack's throat. I might be committing a crime, but at least I could relieve Angeline of the presence of my enemy and do no harm to Liz. I realized that punishment might follow, for I had no right to hasten my departure into the next world, but I believed that I could not be forever punished for my desperate attempt to right a wrong. This unusual story will be concluded in the next issue of Weird Tales. Your newsdealer will reserve a copy for you. End of section 12. Section 13 of Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clare. Weird Tales presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1. The Amazing Adventure of Joe Scranton, Chapters 6 through 8, by Effie W. Fifield. Chapter 6. One night, after eating a hearty supper, I slipped out of the house, unobserved, and made my way to a sort of shallow cave I had found under an overhanging rock beside the sea. It was an ideal place in which to leave Jack Walsh's body. I went straight to my own home. It was closed and dark. I searched every room. All were empty save one, which was occupied by the housekeeper. I went to the barn. The horses were there, and the coachman, who was also our chauffeur, slept soundly in his snug room overhead. The garage was locked. My car had not been used. I returned to the house and tried to find some scrap of paper, a forgotten note, anything that might tell me what had happened, but in vain. I next went to the house occupied by Angeline's father, and there, in the room which had been hers as a girl, I saw my wife. The lamp burned dimly, and a nurse sat beside the bed. I breathed a prayer of thankfulness that Angeline had been removed from the presence of my enemy, even though I realized that I might find it difficult to win her back again. It was evident that, womanlike, she had resented the treatment of her supposed husband and gone home to mother. But what had become of my body? I went to Helen's room. She lay quietly beside her husband, who had raised himself upon his elbow and was earnestly studying her face. He appeared greatly perplexed. He spoke to her, but she made no reply. He shook her, but she did not awaken. I saw at once that she had astralized herself, and that Colonel Saunders had discovered that she was in an abnormal condition. I did not doubt that Helen had astralized herself. Perhaps she had made an appointment with my enemy. As likely as not, she was with him now. If so, she would at once understand the true condition of affairs, and she might help me out of my fearful predicament. What next? I murmured. Shall I try to find Helen, or would it be better for me to remain where I am and await her return? It was agony to believe that my body was somewhere, untenanted, and I did not know where. Oh, if only I could know its whereabouts. If only I could get to it before my enemy suspected my presence. I finally decided to go to our most dearly loved haunts, hoping to find Helen. Anything was better than this state of inaction. As luck would have it, I had gone but a little distance from Helen's house when I came face to face with the astral of my enemy. "Where is my body?" I demanded. "I will tell you that when I am ready to give it up," was his insolent reply. I have since thought that the worst part of being without a body is one's inability to stand up to a good square fight, and that is my only objection to being an angel when I die. Should I meet Jack Walsh in heaven, I know I'd whip him if I could. "Bye-bye, Sonny," he said with a leer. "Kiss Liz for me, and mind you keep my body in good repair. I may want it some day." He floated off, and I decided to follow him and take a chance on getting into my body first. If I failed, I should at least have the satisfaction of seeing it and knowing where to look for it another time. But Jack divined my thought and immediately turned on me. "Old chap," he said, "you'll be sorry if you attempt that. I shall not go near your body as long as you follow me. If it dies, I don't care. You have probably guessed that it makes little difference to me whether I ever see my old shell again, or not. I might as well be an astral for the rest of my life, anyhow, but you don't feel that way, so you'd best go away back and sit down." He had me in his power and knew it. I turned away without another word, unwilling to do aught that would imperil my precious body. Without doubt, the existence of an astral was preferable to that led by Jack Walsh, but it was not more desirable than the life to which I had been accustomed. I searched for Helen as long as I dared leave Jack's body. I searched in vain. There was nothing to do but return to the spot where I had hidden the body and take up its horrible routine. This time it had not been molested. I crept into it, warmed it up, and warily dragged it to the poverty-stricken home of Jack Walsh. The sun was just rising when I entered the room, but the brisk Jane was already about her work. "Good morning," said I. "Humph," was her reply. "Well, you certainly have not been on a spree this time. Going to work today?" "Yes," I replied, knowing that it was the only chance I had to keep my borrowed body alive. It seemed to me that it required more food than 3 such bodies ought to need. "Liz is in the next room. She sat up all night waiting for you and has only just dropped asleep." "Let her sleep. I'll work, and you may give her all I earn, except just what is needed to buy food enough to keep me from starving, but I'll be blessed if I ever want to see her again." "Jack, what's got hold of you?" "That is none of your business. Come, let's have breakfast and be off as soon as possible." "There were men here to see you last night. Did you expect them?" "No. One was short, and I don't care anything about them. I fancy they meant you no good. Have you been getting yourself into trouble?" "Not in any way that you can understand." Well, here's your breakfast. I have engaged sweeping enough to keep you busy all day. I ate my breakfast and went to work. I was glad to work. Do you know, I have since reached the conclusion that there are many idle people who would be willing to make themselves useful if they were not afraid of soiling their precious bodies, or of making them crooked or otherwise unpresentable. I had always hesitated about doing anything that would harden my hands or make them rough, but I did not care a penny for Jack Walsh's hands. In fact, I gloried in the knowledge that they were getting some quite unaccustomed blisters and proving themselves of greater use than anyone had ever suspected they could be. Jane collected my earnings as before. At noon she offered me a pint of ale, but I refused it. Then she went to a shop and bought a really good dinner for me. She said she was almost ready to believe that Liz had known me best after all, and in many ways she showed that her opinion of me was rising. But she did not trust me with 1 penny of the money I had earned. About the middle of the afternoon, a sheriff and posse called upon me. "Are you Jack Walsh?" asked the sheriff. "I am supposed to be." "That does not answer my question. Are you Jack Walsh, yes or no?" "Yes." I did not like to say it, but what else could I have said? "I believe you lie." "You're right about that," I replied. "My real name is Joe Scranton. I own a pretty home in Wisconsin, USA. My wife's name is Angeline." "You dotty old nut. What are you giving us?" "I'm telling you the truth, but I don't expect you to believe it." "Haven't you been calling yourself Jack Walsh?" "No, I haven't, but I have answered to that name." "This is the fellow who asked me where Jack Walsh lived," said a man in the crowd. I recognized him as the one who had dared me to bet the treats that I was not a relative of Jack Walsh. "Oh, Jack, what have you been doing now?" Liz pushed her way through the crowd that had rapidly collected around me, and attempted to throw herself into my arms. She was weeping, and her lips were puckered ready for kissing. "Get out of here," I shouted. "If you touch me, I'll kill you." "For shame," said the sheriff. "Kiss her yourself if you think it is any fun," I retorted. "That is not Jack Walsh," said a voice in the crowd. "Jack was mean enough, the Lord knows, but he did let his wife kiss him." "How long has he been like this?" asked the sheriff of Jane. 2 or 3 days was the reply, but for the Lord's sake, don't bring him out of it. "Have you noticed that he won't allow Mrs. Walsh to kiss him?" "Not if he can help it. He seems dead set against it." "Yet you wish him to remain as he is." "You bet I do." "Why, are you getting his kisses?" "Me? I? You mean me? What you hinting at, you big stiff? Think I'd let that bum come near enough to kiss me? Why, I'd blow him into the middle of next week." "Well then, what is the reason you want him to remain as he is?" "He's working for the first time in his life, and he's quit pounding Liz to a jelly." "What does he do with his money?" "I keep it." "He say I can spend it on Liz, but he'd be tickled stiff if he never had to see her again." "My man," he said, turning to me, "I guess you have not lived with Mrs. Walsh long enough to know her many good qualities. You may come with me." I decided to go quietly, for I certainly could not be in a much worse position. I was taken before a judge and examined, and it was proved beyond the possibility of doubt that I was not Jack Walsh. I could not answer the simplest questions about the former life of that individual. I did not know how many little Walshes I was responsible for, how many had died, how many were boys, nor which ones belonged to my first wife. Neither could I tell whether that wife had been separated from me by death or divorce. It was plain that I was not Jack Walsh. Then who was I? And what was my little game? And where was Jack? I looked like Jack, they said, but that proved nothing. Many men had a double. Jane and Liz had never heard him mention a brother, but Jane said something to the effect that Jack was devilish enough to have a penitentiary full of relatives. And nothing could be worse than she had all along suspected. I discovered that I was arrested for murdering 2 women in Whitechapel. I was supposed to be Jack the Ripper. There seemed to be a great deal of evidence against me, and there was every reason to believe that I should be hung. The problem that now presented itself was this. If Jack's physical body were to be hung, what would become of my astral body? Of course, if I could obtain possession of my own body before Jack learned of the probable fate of his, but could I? I thought of astralizing maybe just before the ceremony of hanging, as one way out of the difficulty, but soon dismissed that idea as useless. My jailers would simply try to restore me to consciousness, hang me if successful, and bury me if unsuccessful. The prospect was gloomy enough, whatever way one looked at it. Finally, I was left alone in my cell, and without loss of time I stretched Jack's tired body on the iron pallet, and escaped, speeding my way home to Angeline. I had not gone half the distance when I met Jack Walsh. "Hello," he exclaimed, quite fraternally. "Want your old body back?" "Lord, yes," I began with joyful enthusiasm. Then, suddenly deciding to appear a little more diplomatic, I continued in carefully measured tones. Of course, if you're through with it, while I've had some interesting experiences in your body, most interesting, yet, one's own body fits just a little better. Don't palaver, mine's a rotten old shell and you know it. Mine is far from being perfect, I murmured, wondering what argument I could use to persuade him to abandon it forever. Oh, I'm not making any kicks about the body. It's your family that gets my goat. My family? Your women have never been taught to treat men with respect. Now you can't make any such complaint against my old woman. She's been trained. She certainly has, I exclaimed with all the cordiality at my command. Think she'll be glad to get me back again? Why, yes. I think she will. She seems surprisingly fond of you. That's more than I can say for you and your damn skirt. You'll know soon enough. Oh, you're going to get it in the neck. You'll get it good and plenty, and 'twill serve you jolly well right, whatever you get. Sir, I exclaimed, explain yourself. I've got drunk and I've knocked my old woman round a bit, but I never ran away with any other woman. I'm pretty rotten all right, but compared to you, I'm a lily-white angel. The contempt in the man's voice was so cutting that I quite naturally became enraged. What do you mean, you dirty, lazy wife-beater? I demanded. Better ask Colonel Saunders, he leered. He's waiting for you with a strong, new black snake whip. I was so shaken with anger that the electrons composing my body seemed to lose all sense of relationship. For a time, I knew not how long, I was as if I were not. When I once more realized that I was I, there were many thousands of miles of atmosphere between Jack Walsh and me. And suddenly I remembered I had neither told my enemy where his body was to be found, nor ascertained the resting place of my own. Chapter 7. The problem that now confronted me was, how am I to find my own body and take possession before Jack Walsh discovers that his body is to be hung? I didn't know which way to turn, but finally decided to be guided by my great longing to see Angeline. I would go to the old home first. She must have returned by this time. I could not believe she would want to remain away when she had taken time to remember how good I'd always been to her. The house was dark, empty, silent, as on my last visit. Not one little clue could I find to the last resting place of my beloved body. I went to the home of my wife's parents. Angeline lay on the bed where I had last seen her. She seemed to be sleeping, but there were traces of tears on her cheek. In her hand was a copy of the evening paper. I glanced at the words which she had evidently been reading when she fell asleep. Scandal and high life. Those were the words I saw in the most insolent of bold-faced type. I read the article through to the end. It told how I, Joseph Scranton, had cruelly beaten my wife Angeline with my bootjack in the presence of witnesses, and how she had taken the advice of her family and friends and instituted proceedings for a divorce. It hinted that I had long been addicted to the use of drugs, but had been very successful in disguising the fact, and ended by promising its readers that if they would visit the courthouse at a certain hour of a certain day, they would be regaled with other bits of juicy news concerning the Scranton family, and a certain other family well known in social circles. I do not attempt to quote, but simply give a synopsis of an article that, without a doubt, made me the maddest astral in the universe. I could gain nothing by staying where I was, so I decided to go to Helen's house. Perhaps I might learn something there about myself. If I could only have known how long a time had elapsed since my body had been vacated, I might not have been so worried. It was terrible to think that the earthly me might even now be dying. Yet, why should I want to live when Angeline was going to get a divorce? What would life be worth if it must be lived without her? I had never believed in divorces, and now I was more than ever against a country where the laws made them possible. Why could not Angeline have had more faith in me? So far as she could know, she had had no cause to doubt me. Why should not her love for me have told her that I could not strike her and be myself? Of course, if she could have known of my atmospherical journeys with Helen, that would undoubtedly have caused her to lose faith in me. But how could she know of them? Even if she were told, her limited knowledge of occult laws would have moved her to say that it was not possible. I did not want Angeline to obtain a divorce. I believed that if I could get possession of my body, send for her, let her see that I was my own lovable self, I could easily win her back again, and all would be well with us forever after. My first glance at Helen on reaching her room told me that she had again astralized herself. I turned to leave the room and caught sight of a card which she had put in a conspicuous place beside the clock on her dressing table. It contained the words, "Beside the little lake in Italy." Like a flash, these words illumined my mind. Helen had guessed that a strange astral had possession of my body. She believed that in my consequent unhappiness I might visit her, and she had written these words hoping that I might see them and join her on the shore of the beautiful lake which our astral bodies had once visited. In a remarkably short space of time, as time is usually measured, I was on my way to Italy. I had found Helen, and we were exchanging confidences. "That is what I had thought," she said, when I had told her of Jack Walsh. "The whiskey and tobacco on your library table first aroused my suspicions. Did you explain to Angeline?" "Explain to Angeline? Wait until you've tried it." "You have tried to explain." "I have." Her tone was ominous. "She couldn't understand?" "She didn't try. Neither will anyone else. But I'm not worrying about you. I've troubles of my own. What do you suppose is in store for me?" "Nothing very bad, I hope." "My husband has seen a physician about me. There has been a consultation. It has been decided that my brain is inflamed by pressure and that I'm a fit subject for trepanning." "Trepanning? You can't mean trepanning?" "That is exactly what I mean. That's what I have to thank you for. I ought to be in my body this instant. If they find it unconscious, why, it may be on the operating table now, this very moment." "Yet you took the chance of leaving it just to meet me." "Not because I wanted to, believe me. If only I never had seen you." "Similar thoughts visit me about 4 times a minute," I interrupted, politely sarcastic. "I had to see you," continued Helen, "to let you know that it's up to you to get me out of this frightful mess." "Up to me?" "Certainly. You got me into it." "Dragged you in, I suppose," I breathed icily. "You've got to go back to your own body at once," commanded Helen. "You don't mean it," I sneered. "Then you've got to convince those doctors and my poor dear husband, who carries a black snake whip." "Coward! Suppose he does use it on you. Is that anything to compare with my suffering?" "Nothing at all. I'm having a blissful time." "Joe, please go back to your body. I'll try to restrain my husband." "So good of you. Will you kindly tell me where I can find my body?" "In the workhouse. Didn't you know?" "Workhouse? My body in the workhouse?" "Sent up for 90 days. Drunkenness." "Workhouse. 90 days. My body. Oh, if I only had Jack Walsh by the scruff of the neck for 1 sweet minute. But why snort fire and brimstone? What had I done to him? Wouldn't he find his body in jail about to be hung for murder?" When I opened my eyes at the workhouse, I found 2 doctors and several nurses working over me, while the workhouse officials looked on. It was believed that I had attempted suicide, and the interesting problem was, what had I taken that brought me so near to death's door, yet gave none of the usual indications of poisoning? They questioned me in vain. What would they have said had I informed them that I had not located my body until it was almost too late to save it? Since I could not tell the truth, it seemed better to keep still. "What he needs," said one of the doctors severely, "is plenty of hard work." "We'll see that he gets it," replied the man in charge. He kept his word. 89 days left in which to pound rocks. Nothing I could say would convince the wooden-headed superintendent that I did not deserve all that, and as much more. I was taken under guard to meet Angeline, my dear wife, in the divorce court. Oh, the agony of that moment! My hands, which had been soft and white when last they clasped hers, were now rough and bleeding. A bit of flying stone had hit me on one cheek, leaving a cruel cut enclosing one eye. One front tooth was missing, a result of a hand-to-hand scrimmage in which Jack Walsh had come off second best, and the suit I wore also bore mute evidence of the way my poor body must have been dragged around a very dirty floor. The courtroom was crowded. It was proved by many who had once called me friend that I had struck my wife, swore at her in the presence of our friends, shown no concern when she lay ill as a result of my behavior. Finally, it was stated that I was now serving a term in the workhouse for drunkenness. My attorney had advised me not to make any attempt to defend myself. "Better let your wife have her divorce," he said. "You and she could never be happy together after all that has happened between you, and public feeling is so strong against you that the quieter you keep, the better it will be for you." He was right. I should have listened to him and kept out of that courtroom, but I could not do it. I had to see Angeline. I could not believe she would allow the divorce proceedings to continue when she saw me there before her. I should have kept silence, no matter what they said against me. But I could not. I felt impelled to try to defend myself. I must. But what could I say? I obtained permission to speak. I stood up. I fixed my eyes, my one good eye, on my wife. "Angeline," I said, "you know I did not do all that has been charged against me here today. Your heart tells you that I couldn't have possibly done it, that I was never like that." "Not before you became a drunkard," sobbed Angeline. "I'll admit that it was drink that changed you." "I do not drink," I protested. "I loathe the taste of liquor, just as I always have. I persuaded my jailers to tempt me. They will tell you I never touched a drop of the best Scotch procurable, although it remained in my cell for 48 hours. "He really seems to have reformed," ventured my attorney. "Reformed nothing," I retorted with very natural indignation. "I tell you I never did drink. I never swore. I never struck my wife." "May I ask who did strike her?" inquired Angeline's attorney in a tone that rasped like a file. Then it all came back, and things went black before me. For a moment I had forgotten that I had not lived in my own body as continuously as I should have done. "I will tell you who struck my wife," I said desperately as I faced my tormentor. "To understand, you must believe me when I tell you that I know how to astralize myself. You must believe me when I tell you that I left my body for a little while and another astral took possession." "Good Lord!" exclaimed Angeline's attorney. "What an alibi!" "Can you beat that?" said Angeline's father, who for the moment looked too dazed to be indignant. I turned to Angeline and held out my hands imploringly. "Try to believe me," I said. "You know I have never lied to you, dearest. It was not I who struck you." "Who was it, then?" snapped the attorney. "He is named Jack Walsh," I replied steadily. "His home is in England, where the court officials claim he is Jack the Ripper. He has been convicted of murder. He has a poor, unfortunate, slatternly, ill-used wife named Liz." I was interrupted by a roar of laughter. Even the judge laughed. I tried to elaborate my explanation, but no one would hear me. Could hear me, as a matter of fact. I was simply a joke. There were some formalities I was too indignant to follow, and then my wife was assured that she was no longer related to me, and I was escorted back to the workhouse. Chapter 8. A sensational newspaper took up my story. A reporter was allowed to visit me. He was sympathetic, and I bared my very soul. He promised to help me and left me feeling greatly comforted. Time passed slowly. Nothing happened, and I believed myself forgotten. And then a Sunday edition of that sensational paper was allowed to reach me. There were pictures of my home, Angeline, myself, the Saunders home, Helen and her husband, Jack Walsh, Liz and Jane, and the sordid place they call home. There was confession from Jack Walsh, and attention was called to the fact that he was hung on the Friday before this paper goes to press. Jack told with convincing detail many episodes of his life with Angeline, and how, after swearing at her the first time, he returned to the room intending to kiss and make up, but he found her face daubed with mud, which made him so infernally mad that he hit her with a boot-jack instead of kissing her, and by thunder, he added, wouldn't any red-blooded man have did the same? That newspaper article made a tremendous sensation. It completely alienated Colonel Saunders and Helen, both of whom fled to parts unknown, but not together. The city rocked with laughter. They could not bear it. The only mitigating circumstance in that tragedy was that Helen was saved from the trepanning ordeal. She now had the bitter knowledge that her husband no longer cared whether she needed it or not. My time at the workhouse had expired. It had been shortened by my excellent behavior. I waited only long enough to scrub my toil-worn hands before hastening to my home and my wife. That Sunday supplement had been shocking, but I figured that it must at least have given me the benefit of the doubt in the mind of Angeline. She must know now that it was Jack Walsh, not I, who had caused her so much misery. Of course, she would still have much to forgive, but when she realized how I had suffered, how penitent I was... My father-in-law met me at the door of my home. He placed himself so that I could not enter without difficulty. "We expected you," he said grimly. "My daughter wishes you to be advised that your personal effects have been packed and will be sent to any address you may mention." "Hell!" I ejaculated with some heat. "Does that mean we are to burn them?" he asked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "There's no use in fussing about it," he added more genially. "Angeline intends to abide by the decision of the divorce court." "But surely she is convinced that it was not I who ill-treated her," I pleaded. I think she gives you the benefit of the doubt so far as the bootjack episode is concerned, but to do that is to admit that you ran away with the wife of another man. But under conditions so spiritual. Tut, Scranton, don't beg the question. There's no getting away from the fact that you did not invite your wife to your little astralization party. I will bid you good evening, Mr. Scranton. Stand aside, I ordered. This is still my home. I advise you to see your lawyer, Mr. Scranton. Good evening. And he shut my own door in my outraged face. I went to a hotel where I had long been a welcomed guest and was received with scant courtesy and ill-concealed amusement, then hustled into an undesirable apartment. Not satisfactory. Sorry, Mr. Scranton, but all we have, in a detached take-it-or-leave-it tone. I locked myself into my room, found stationery in the dusty little desk, and put my whole soul into an impassioned appeal to my wife. I laid my heart bare and pleaded as I shall never be able to plead again. Scalding tears rolled down my cheeks as I wrote, and dropped on the paper. I allowed them to remain, thinking that it would not be many hours before tears from Angeline's eyes would be keeping them company. I could not believe that my wife had ceased to love me. She was only jealous, and jealousy should never discourage a truly ardent lover. Of course, she would eventually agree with me that I had suffered enough. After hours of waiting that seemed like a taste of eternity, my wife's letter was brought to me. Here it is. Mr. Scranton, if I had never idealized you, what you did to me would have been less hard to bear. Because you have deceived me, I can never again believe in your protestations of affection. I did my best and failed to satisfy you. And if I am to believe your amazing story, how am I ever to know that the man I greet in the morning is the same man who kissed me good night? Life with a man like you is not sufficiently stable to offer any attraction to a woman of my domestic nature. Better get yourself a Liz or a Helen. Goodbye forever, Angeline. The finality of that note was sickening and maddening. I tore it into bits and burned them, then wished I had trampled upon them before throwing them into the grate. Talk to me of the unswerving love, the divine comprehension, the sweet forgiveness, the Madonna-like motherliness of a wife's love? Nothing to it. I tramped about the room like a caged lion, lashing himself into fury with a carpet tack under his toes. At heart, I was a murderer. I couldn't kill Jack Walsh because that which would have been a pleasure to me had already been accomplished by law. But there still remained Hicks Carew and Todd Storrs, who had introduced me to him, and Angeline and her father, and Colonel Saunders and Helen. My brain teemed with schemes whereby each could be made to pay the penalty before I was caught. And I wouldn't be caught because I could so easily leave my body and never return to it. While these thoughts were chasing one another through my fevered brain, my door opened as easily as if it had not been locked. It closed softly and locked itself. Hicks Carew stood before me. "Why despair?" he asked genially. "You won her love once, why not again, with your experience?" "Damn my experience," I exploded, "and damn you. Get out of here before I kill you." "You'll feel better now it is out of your system," he said, with gentle sympathy. "And now let me tell you how you can not only win back all you have lost, but add to it 1,000-fold. I tell you," I panted, "I want no more of your advice. If it hadn't been for you—" "Remember," he cautioned, interrupting me, "I came into the game after you had become interested in your neighbor's wife, not before. You were ripe for the experiment and in need of the lesson it taught, but you have suffered enough." "Much you care about that," I growled, endeavoring to be firm in my refusal to listen to him, yet wondering if he really could help me win back my wife's love. "You have suffered," continued Hicks Carew, "and if you will, you may reap 100-fold in satisfaction for every pang you have endured, as a philosopher." "A what?" I interrupted. "A philosopher, a great psychic teacher, a professor of occultism. Your hair curls naturally. Let it grow as long as it will. Likewise your beard. We'll create a uniform for you, something very artistic and becoming. You'll soon be idolized. Women will profess themselves crazy about you. Your wife will be proud to bear your name. She will beg you to take her back." "But a philosopher," I gasped. "A teacher, a professor. I couldn't do it." "Why not? Have you not proved that the body is only the house of the soul? Can you not say from experience that it is possible for the human tabernacle to harbor different personalities at different times? Can you not warn your pupils of the dangers of astralization? My friend, if you will, you can do much. to make this world a much more interesting dwelling place than it has ever been, because your experience gives a foundation for a serious belief in a life quite independent of physical limitation. Besides, he added, you will find that I am pointing out the only way whereby you can ever again be interesting to Angeline. It is midnight. Hicks Carew left only a few moments ago. It is queer what a hold occultism can get on a man once he begins to explore its mysteries. I should not advise anyone, unless possibly an enemy, ever to begin. I am thinking of Angeline not as the late Mrs. Scranton, but as the girl I knew before we were united in the holy bonds of matrimony. She was most alluring. Our courtship was delightful. She was very proud of me. Yes, it is a fact that I have always loved Angeline. I believe I can win her again. The end. End of section 13. End of Weird Tales Presents Women of Weird Fiction, Volume 1.